You are on the Six Screens Tele Network, the go-to site for your infinite source of precise, reliable, and factual material exposing the Watchtower organization.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome into our program tonight. We have got Healing After the Watchtower with Linda James, known as Apostle Babe. She's your favorite apostate, and she's coming on here tonight. And we're so glad to have her. Now we can kind of lighten up a little bit. You know, all during the night, we get into some pretty heavy stuff, but we can all kind of sit back and relax. We can listen to Linda and she burns the midnight oil here. She goes pretty much all night long. So she's on with us today. Hello, Linda.
Hi, Rick. How's it going?
Well, I'll tell you, if I told you so good, would you believe me?
No, I've been listening. I've been watching you all day, just spinning the plates, taking the balls and just doing it all.
Oh yeah, no, we got some. It was a pretty good day. I mean, we got a lot of people. There's more and more. Linda, I have to tell you, this is just amazing to me. YouTube is really broken loose here. We're getting a lot more people listening in. And it's all good. And these are all people that, well, they have a bone to pick with the Watchtower. And so they're coming in
Yeah.
a live time and they're talking. So I think that's a good thing. So I think you're going to have a good audience tonight. I really do. So what's on the agenda? Anything in particular or just kind of wing it?
I'm going to wing it tonight. I think there were so many subjects brought up today that we could just piggyback off of. And you've been keeping everything on schedule. So I think the subjects you brought up, I think we can still talk about them. Whatever is on anybody's mind, if they want to bring it up. Um, that's what I'm going to do tonight. Yes. Oh, and Pete said hi. He's not feeling good today. We
Well,
got to
hello,
send him
Pete.
good vibes.
We kind of miss Meat. You let him know we love him, and we hope he's all doing good. He's a good man. So listen, what we'll do now, I'm going to cut myself loose, but I'm here if you need me. But we do have a lot
Okay.
of people still listening in, so I think tonight's going to be a great night. I really, really do. So bon voyage, Linda. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Uh,
So, hello, everyone. I'm
I think
Apostle Babe.
there's somebody on here already, Linda, that wants to speak to you. See what I'm saying? Go ahead. Did someone want to say hello to Pastor Babe?
I am Apostle Babe Linda James, your favorite apostate. Who's this? Is
I was wondering if we can keep in contact regularly.
you and I?
Yeah.
Okay. Usually I'm not in touch with gentlemen, but I probably could for a little bit, maybe a couple of months, and we could start by emailing each other. Would that
Right.
be okay with you?
Look at my file Bethel layout. I do have a collection of videos there.
Where would I find that? Would I find it on your Facebook page?
Type in Bethel layout. BETHEL. Then spell layoffs. LAYOFFS.
Okay. Would I look this up as a link, like it's a blog, or would it be your YouTube account or maybe Facebook
Playlist.
account?
Look at it
Okay.
as a
You have a
playlist.
playlist. Help me understand how I can find your playlist, guy.
I can search, then sort by playlist.
Okay, I need to look for search. In which area would I be looking for search? In YouTube?
Yes, that's YouTube.
Okay, good. Now I know what you're doing here. Okay, so I'm doing that now. Let me make sure I have all the sound off on my phone here. Okay, so I just put up the search. Okay, Bethel, can you spell that again?
In layoffs. LAYOFFS.
So it's Bethel Layoffs?
Yes, that's the one.
So can you spell Bethel for me? The way you spell it?
B-E-T as in Tom.
Okay.
H-E-L.
Okay.
The last
And then
is layoffs. Layoffs.
okay. Bethel Layoffs. So would I be searching for a channel that's named Bethel Layoffs?
Look for a playlist.
Bethel Layoffs playlist. Let's see if that helps. Playlist. Search. So I'm not finding. So I see an ex-witness playlist. I see a Discover playlist, top 20 Bethel music videos for March 2022. Bethel music. So it would say the name of your channel. So is your channel name Bethel Layoffs?
No.
I just
Okay.
found it. If
Oh,
if I
good.
could help. Oh yes, I'm the listener, and I'm just trying to help out. I found it.
Thank you.
Let's see, YouTube. You're welcome. You never know where a person's coming from, so I figured I'd help out. Okay, so on YouTube, I punched in Bethel, B-E-T-H-E-L, and then
Yes.
separate word layoffs, L-A-Y-O-F-S. Yep, layoffs. And I found there is a 7.4 2,000 subscribers to this channel. The name of the channel is it's by Marcus Vaughn, V-A-U-G-H-N. Is that right? To the other person trying to
Guy?
is that it? Yeah?
Oh. Look for my real name.
Yeah, I found
Is this a ray of sunshine? Is this a ray of sunshine? Am I listening to a ray? No,
no.
I can't be. I'm sorry.
Actually,
Forgive me.
Actually, you know what's funny? You're listening to Grace and Sunshine, yes. But I found your channel. You have almost 7,500 subscribers. Yes, is that right?
No, fewer than that.
Okay. Well, I did find a channel called. I did find a YouTube video called Bethel Layoffs, and there's a Marcus Vaughn. So I do apologize for interrupting. Pasta Babe, you're awesome. So I'm going to step out.
Oh, I appreciate your help. It takes a village of XJWs just to find a link, you know? Especially if we're say that again, what?
I love all y'all. Hey, well, I'm going to step out, and I'm so sorry. If I do find it, I'll speak up again, though, if I think I found it.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I'm not sure if it could be put into the chat of the YouTube video. I don't know if it'll accept links, but you could just put it under one of my videos from my channel.
If the listener that is trying to get you to connect with them would do that, all they have to do is go to YouTube. All they have to do is go to YouTube right now, punch in Rick Theron, okay, and then punch that in, and they'll see that there's the Barbara Anderson. Click on that. Hopefully, if it's not still live. Oh, here we go. If the listener would click on Healing After the Watchtower, the live version, there's 10 of us watching. Actually, there's 11. That's me now. I've got my husband calling, so I'll sign back in.
Sure. Thank you, hon.
Okay,
so,
got to pick up for my hubby. Love y'all.
Sure, hubbies are important, very important. So, Guy, do you hear how where we're at and kind of trying to figure out how to get to this playlist? Are you following us?
Yeah, I'm listening.
We were thinking maybe you could put the link of your playlist in the chat, and then we'll find out if I would be able to go to your playlist from there, the chat where I'm doing a live show. And if that doesn't work, you can go to one of my videos, which is under my channel, Apasta Babe Linda James. Tell me what video, put your link under as a comment under one of my videos, and that way I can click on it and I'll be able to open up your link. Are you following me, hon?
Right.
Okay.
Try.
Do you have access to your link?
I don't yet.
Okay. What was it in that playlist that you wanted to talk about?
Yeah, it's a collection library of JWXJW things.
Okay. Okay. I heard you talking with Barbara, and I've heard you talking throughout the day, and I can tell that you're wanting some friends. So
that is true.
And you know what?
To.
Yes, and that's important. And I heard you say that you're autistic. Is that correct?
That's true.
I am too.
What?
And what do you mean, what? Did you hear me? I said I'm autistic too. And I didn't know until
sure.
About 7 years ago. I found out.
Right.
And it was when I was applying for Social Security disability. And when I went to the court, because that's what you do, my lawyer fired me, okay? So I'm there in the court by myself. Yep, she fired me. And it was basically because I was just so, unorganized, okay? So when I got in there, I just talked to them, and this was a 6-year attempt to get on this disability. I have problems with my back, and I also have like clinical depression and stuff like that from just my childhood, okay? And so when they approved me, they sent me a letter. I forget how long that took, maybe 6 weeks, 2 months. And it was in that letter, it showed what qualified me for this disability. And it said autism and another word which I've never heard of. And I'm thinking, there's no way. Aren't people that are autistic just brilliant off the charts and kind of have a hard time socializing? And when I looked up that word, it should have had my face right there next to it, because it talked about this kind of autism. They might have learning disabilities, unorganized. I'm thinking, you're kidding. Yeah, so there's a spectrum of autism that, when we meet each other, there's just a spectrum. So we can fall anywhere on the spectrum. So one of the things that, like, some things will get to me, like, that won't bother most people. The fan light in my bathroom. If it gets left on, I hear it as if it's disturbing. I have to go turn it off. And so I have a few, quirky characteristics that I can attribute to my autism. Socially awkward. Oh my goodness. When I first left the organization, I did so many socially unacceptable things. It was not even funny. People would be mad at me and I couldn't figure out why. I just could not.
That's the same way.
Yes, I know. I figured as much. It's just so confusing. And there's this term that most normal people will say, well, if you don't know, I ain't going to tell you, because I really didn't know what I did to offend somebody. I really did not know. So I would ask, okay, because I thought that was a good idea. And some people would just be like, well, if you don't know, I ain't going to tell you. Oh my God, that just felt like a damned if I do and damned if I don't. So, yeah.
Linda?
Yes.
Linda?
Hi.
Hi, this is Carrie.
Hi, Miss Carrie.
Hi.
Hi.
You know what? I just had a conversation with somebody today about labeling. You know,
Yes.
I don't like labeling because
Mhm.
it puts it in your head. And I believe that the brain is a very strong organ. And I don't accept people telling me, whether it's a doctor or whatever, that I am A, B, or C, if you know what I mean.
Sure.
You know what I mean? I mean, I spoke to my granddaughter today. She's from California. She has cerebral palsy, and she's in her 30s. And
Okay.
we were talking about this, and I was trying to explain to her about labeling, and I think that, you know, because they diagnosed her, she has mental issues, but they diagnosed her with a lot of stuff. And I said to her, do not accept these things, because if your brain is, I'm going to try to explain this. I know you know what I'm talking about.
I do. I do.
You know what I mean?
But take your time.
You know, your brain can accept information, but if you dwell on it, that's what you become.
I hear what you're saying now. As if it be, as if our
my whole life, I have never accepted. It's the same thing if somebody tells me I have a bad disease. Well, I'm not going to sit there and what's the word? Not contemplate, but I mean romance it, because it'll make it worse. I wish I could get the words out correctly, but I know you know what I mean.
What I'm hearing you say, Carrie, is that as though that makes or gives you your identity. So let's say someone is an alcoholic, then they see their identity only as they are an alcoholic, when in actuality they are, let's say, Bob, who struggles with alcoholism. That's just a thing. It's on the side of him,
like labeling. Yeah.
But it's not his whole identity.
Like, ladies, like, I am a Jehovah's Witness. Yeah, right.
One of, yes.
Yes, ladies, I wanted to say this conversation is wonderful because we had a lot of words spoken over us for all the years that we were witnesses. So I really appreciate this. Thank you.
Thank you. Guy, are you hearing this conversation? Are you still there?
I'm sorry.
Okay. Go ahead, Carrie.
No, well, you know, since I've had my stroke, I have a lot of problems with my words and stuff and my thinking process. But I fight like hell against it because, you know, I'm not giving in to this stuff. You know, I know my physical problems and I have setbacks, yes. But I'm a pretty independent person. I'm 79, and I am not giving up, and I'm not giving in, and I'm not. I don't even like the fact that I have to use that word, but I have to accept it pretty much because of, you know, my disability now. But no,
I hear what you're saying, Carrie.
Yeah. I don't want you to throw yourself into a, a position where everything that happens to you, that you are now going to attribute it to whatever you've been diagnosed with. Because we can all fall into that so easily. And then after a while, you know, I think we all get a little wacko.
Of course.
I'm sorry to put it that
pretty
way,
much a prerequisite to be a friend of mine. Yes.
Oh, honey, listen, you know me pretty well. We've
I love
spoken
you.
many times privately, and I am concerned with people labeling themselves and getting into this. Yeah, we all have problems. All of us, every single one of us. And it's prior to being a Jehovah's Witness, unless you were raised in it, but as I was not. But
yeah, I was raised in it.
But, yeah,
and I hear what you're. What?
Yeah, and I feel sorry for those who have been, because that's basically all they ever knew.
Yes.
Fortunately, I had a Catholic upbringing, and I went to parochial schools. I had the nuns in school, and I saw both worlds. So,
yes.
You know, but I was an easy target for the witnesses. But still in all, you know, it took me years and years and years and years. I never woke up until, you know, really woke up. But I had to deprogram myself, which I got a lot of help. I did. I got a lot of help online.
Me too.
You know, and I've met a lot of wonderful people, including yourself. And the people in the suite, I just love these people.
Oh my God, we missed you for like a month. I was just like, the chat is just not the same without our Carrie.
Oh, I was stuck in rehab for a month. I thought they'd never let me go. And but you know, I'm back now, and it's hard for me to stay up, but I've been fighting my pills, so my medicine, so I can hear your show, and hopefully there's something for me to step in and say, because I do like to join in if I can get my thought process correctly.
And I appreciate what you offer too. I appreciate what you offer, Carrie. I appreciate like your 2 cents and your opinions and how you see things. And I see you as a woman of wisdom that is still showing up after this last stroke. So know that your wisdom is still being shared. And I value that so much.
I appreciate it. I seriously, yes.
There's a lady here that would like to talk with you. Oh goodness. Is this Guy? Guy? Did I call you a lady?
This is him.
It's this. Yes, it happens to you all the time, sir.
Karen,
I'm sorry.
Have you ever watched the HBO documentary Mea Maxima Culpa, Silence in the House of God?
No, I haven't. I don't do really YouTube unless it's, you know, this show. I don't venture off too much. It's hard for me to see because I have double vision, and I try not to look at the screen too much because it hurts me. Matter of fact, the funny thing, Guy, is that I had my stroke as I was in the suite, 11:30 at night, and I'll never forget that. And I had my stroke then and there, as I was in the program at 6 screens. So, you know, I had to leave, and I went to bed, and then I woke up all messed up. But, you know, I don't do a lot of researching. At my age and what I've been through in my life and all of this, I got enough, believe me, I have enough to last me a lifetime. I'm always willing to learn new things, but I don't retain as good. So,
Yes.
well, that's okay. I wanted to ask you something, and I'm from. I'll tell you where I'm from. I'm from Connecticut. We're kind of like a New Yorker. We're pretty outspoken kind of people, and But I was wondering, do you have a breathing problem?
I live in Southwest Florida now. Was born in Lexington, Kentucky, and had to move down here because of the air quality that was bad on the Ohio Valley.
So you do have a breathing problem?
I used to, and had multiple chemical sensitivities that go with it.
Okay. All right. Because I listened very carefully to everybody, and I noticed that you have you space your words, and then you breathe very deeply and exhale. So I was kind of wondering if you had a machine, or you had, I can't think of the other words, but yeah, I had a little concern for you. I wasn't sure.
I'm sorry. Must have been a allergic reaction.
Yeah.
My mom. And then Mom used to call different doctors throughout the state in Florida, and only two answered my mom's call about my chemical imbalance,
Okay.
and how to improve my chemistry.
Mm-hmm. Can I ask you another question? And if it's too personal, you don't have to answer. But I was just curious, your age?
I'm 36.
Okay. That's a wonderful age. It's a wonderful.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
I never had a girlfriend, though.
Oh, well, listen, count your blessings right now. It can happen. It can happen. Anything is possible.
Anything is possible, yes.
Oh, yeah. Listen. It's amazing. That person is not ready for you yet. So just don't worry about that.
Yeah. The issue I'm having is the butt touching, and that is
that's the thing. It's
a weak spot.
I feel you
about that when you first called in.
That bums me out too. I can't do that either.
About touching? Are you speaking about touching women's bottoms?
That, yes.
Okay, so you're dealing with a desire, and well, some people are booby people, and some people are, But anyways, listen. I really just wanted to. I can't get into this subject with you because too many people are wanting to talk about other things, and I don't think really right now it's pretty appropriate. It's kind of a private thing. So I wish you the very best, Linda. I'm gonna turn this back to you.
Okay.
And
okay.
I just wanted to make that comment.
I appreciate that.
A little bit different than some people, but I've been through a lot in my life, and I've learned a lot, and I've watched people and how they react. My husband, may he rest in peace, said one thing when he got his cancer. He said, I may have cancer, but cancer does not have me.
Exactly.
And he never accepted to the point of giving in to this disease. And he lived, I mean, he lost a lot. He lost his vocal cords. He had several lung cancers, and then it went to his brain. But let me tell you, I learned a lot from that man. And it's a good thing for me today to be positive about everything and get that damn negative shit out of our heads. Because
yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, no,
it does make sense.
It takes us over. Well, anyways,
I hear you're you've got a bit of mama bear going on too right now. It's like you want to protect. You don't buy into this. That I hear that. I love that about you. And
yeah. Well,
I can't. Yeah, I love that about you. So I do see what you're saying. Labeling can be very, very derogatory if you wrap your identity around whatever you are labeled as.
Exactly.
For me,
and I think you'll fall into it more if you keep saying, well, this is what I am. No, it's not what you are. No, it isn't what you reject it. And you try to, your brain is strong. It can change a lot of things, including diseases, from what I understand.
Hello?
Hi.
Okay. Let me.
Hi. Hi.
Hi.
I wanted to say that I appreciate what you're saying, because I would like to stop saying that I'm an ex-Jehovah's Witness. I want to stop being that. I just want to be a person. And I don't want to label myself as an ex-Jehovah's Witness anymore, even though I love talking.
I love that.
I don't know. I feel like there's so many things more out there than just this Saturday night listening out, although it's therapeutic. Mm-hmm. If we had not named ourselves that, because it just reminds me of all the agony being in there.
Yes, you're right. You're absolutely right. You are right. Yeah.
I mean, I love this show, but I don't mind what everybody else wants to say. If they want to label themselves, that's okay. But for me personally, I would really just like to be like who I am. So thank you so much for this conversation, the two of you. It's wonderful.
I'm so glad.
It.
What is your name?
It's really... well, I am anonymous on here because I live in a community. The reason being is I have witnesses that are still in contact with me that aren't supposed to talk to me.
Okay.
And
we don't want to mess that up.
Yeah, because I don't witness to them. I don't like to say that word, but I'm trying to get them out of there. And so if they're on this show right now and they're not all the way out yet, they could stop talking to me altogether.
Mm-hmm.
And so if they're listening, I just would rather them listen and then see me in the community. And then it would be I don't know how to say this, but I don't mind that I've been marked or disfellowshipped, but I really care about the Jehovah's Witnesses that are still in there, that are too scared to leave. And yet they see me in the community, and I actually look a lot happier. And I've been over 10 years out now. But it's taken me all these years to be able to have that joy back in my heart, knowing that the organization is just they're full of crap.
Hypocrisy.
Yeah,
yes.
there's nothing to it. They're not God's people. I am going to say that they're not, even though God will not judge all of them in there, because I really believe that God knows that there are really kind Jehovah's Witnesses that are stuck, that really do love God. But, they don't have to be in there, and they don't get it. I was stuck too. But
there's this thing called learned helplessness. And it's like if you ever Google it, it's very interesting. If you can picture a baby elephant being tied up to a peg but being put into the ground, like the dirt ground. So they tie the rope up at that end, and then they tie it around the baby elephant. And the baby elephant tries to tug it out of the dirt to move further. Well, it didn't work because the baby elephant was not strong enough yet. But even as an adult, that adult elephant believes that they can't get out either because of their experience of when they were younger. Does this make sense? Learned helplessness.
Yes, it does. Oh no, I absolutely love that. I actually tell my friends that I'm kind of at the point now where I can actually tell people that I know that I used to be a Jehovah's Witness without any embarrassment, which is a real growing experience. And they go, really? You were a Jehovah's Witness? And I said, yeah. And they're interested in knowing about it. And I said, well, sure. But if you know anybody that's a witness, because witnesses don't talk to non-witnesses. It's so weird.
That's right.
Anyway,
yeah.
I always likened myself. It's so funny you say that. I always tell my friends, yeah, it was like being an elephant in a paper bag. Being in that organization, they had my mind convinced that I couldn't do anything else, but I realize now that I just want to say that one of the things that hurt me so it touches me is that not everybody that becomes a Jehovah's Witness is mentally ill. I became a Jehovah's Witness because I lost all my family, and I needed a family. And the Jehovah's Witnesses where I am, they hold jobs. Like some of them are, they're blue collar workers. Some of them are teachers. Some of them are nurses. These aren't. I just feel like sometimes the show like really puts Jehovah's Witnesses that choose to be Jehovah's Witnesses into a mental illness. The only reason why you joined is because you had a mental illness. That is not so. When I became
you get that impression from this show?
Yeah, from a couple of people on the show. But I understand their passion. I understand their passion for sharing that, though. I do, because there were
no, I was asking because I was thinking maybe I'm getting some feedback. Maybe I'm giving people this impression. So I wanted to find out if you're getting that from me. Okay. Because I'm like all into psychology. So.
Well, even if you did say that, I would totally respect it, because some people that do have mental illness are attracted to it. I do agree with that opinion, because it is very attractive to people who are unstable. I don't disagree with it. What I'm saying is that there are people out there who need a family, and what they supply you is this huge organization where you could just kind of plug in, and that doesn't equate to being mentally ill. It's just that I didn't know my Bible, and I didn't realize that I didn't really know my Bible, and they seem to have all the answers. And it takes you years to learn your Bible. And I didn't learn the Bible until I left, and I was broken, so broken that I went through all the dark spots that most of you guys went through, you and everybody who's on the show. We all went through, I mean, not all of us, but I know for me personally, it was so dark leaving. I thought I was going to die in Armageddon. And
it's a great void. Yes.
Yeah. So I've been on this show for, 12 years. And I'm just now talking. Yeah.
That's okay.
I'm just now being able to talk.
And let me ask you something, hon. If I recognize your voice, may I refer to you as Ms. Anonymous? Would that be okay with you? Or no?
Oh, I'm actually, no, you're okay. I'm actually Diarrhea Mary.
Holy crap. Woman, Diarrhea Mary. Oh my God. We got to write a song about that.
That's how I was able to come out of the Watchtower, because I couldn't get off. No, I'm not joking. The first time I was on the show, I was on the toilet because I couldn't get off of it, because I had gotten so sick from being at the. No, it's really true. I could not. I had the presiding overseer's wife texting me going, "Where are you? You're back. I'm on the toilet. I can't get off." I was crapping my pants in field service. I literally
Was it kind of like there's something called colitis attacks. Some people will have those. But yeah, when you're scared shitless, that's where it comes from. Being so nervous.
I couldn't get off. Yeah, it was from nerves, but I was getting pretty electrolyte messed up.
Good.
And
that's right. I'm glad you're saying that. So let me just say to the audience right now, if you find yourself in a situation where you're going number 2 a lot, especially if it gets liquidy, your electrolytes are getting off balance. And I don't even know how to explain what an electrolyte is, but the way you can replace your electrolytes is drinking something like Gatorade, or those packets that says emergency, and it a lot of people will add that to their water. That gives electrolytes too. Sports drinks and stuff.
Yeah.
There's even bottles of water that says it has electrolytes. So you want to replace your electrolytes if you're in a situation where your number 2 is heading that way.
So get this. I studied with them for over 20 years. I got baptized, and then they started abusing me physically and mentally. And then within 3 months of me being baptized, I could not get off the toilet.
Oh my goodness, okay.
Abuse. It was an immediate abuse. I was not abused prior to being baptized for 20 years. They went full-fledged on me. It was also physical abuse. I talk about this on the show, where they hit me in the face with toys, and it wasn't bad like bruises, but they were doing physical stuff to me. Yes, they were pulling out my hair. They were having one brother who had been in prison, who was a ministerial servant. I feared him because he used to call me names, actually cussed in my ear, and he would bobble.
Oh, that's creepy. What a creepy guy. Creepy. Yeah.
He was very creepy. Well, so anyways, my abuse didn't start until after I was baptized. And then it freaked me out so bad, I developed what I consider now, I'm not a psychologist, but cognitive dissonance is what started the diarrhea now based on what I remember, what I went through. I couldn't believe the abuse, mental and physical, and the things that they were grooming me for over a period of about 12 weeks, where it made me so severely sick to my stomach that I would go to the meetings and I kept having to go to the bathroom, and then I was in service and I was like, I don't want to say it because this is really, nobody knows me, but this is a bodily function. I was in service, and I just literally, yeah, exactly. And I remember calling my brother who got me in the organization in the first place. He was I call him an adopted dad because I lost my dad. He was military, and he was the one that got me into the organization. I called him up because he loved me dearly. I said, look, this is what's going on. I've had diarrhea. I started diarrhea about 4 weeks after being baptized. They're abusing me physically. This is what they're doing. They're into sex stuff. I really feel like they're trying to groom me for something. I think they're actually, what I believe now, I think they're swingers, really, where I am at. And I think what they're doing is stuff that is really sick, and they were grooming me for it. But I will never know the truth. I will never know, but I'm glad it happened. I was on the toilet. So anyways, I could not go to the meetings. So they were badgering me. Why aren't you at the meetings? And they were threatening me with elder meetings. And I said, and I'm not joking, every time the presiding overseers, because she was my, the one that was always keeping tabs on me because I was new, she would tap me, and I'd say I couldn't get off the toilet. So I found, I went up to visit my biological brother, who I disassociated with because, the organization told me to stay away from everybody. I went up to him, and I confessed to my brother, I'm really sorry. I was not supposed to talk to you because X, Y, and Z. My brother still loved me. He goes, you are in a cult. And he goes, "We need," and I tell you what. So I was up in Oregon where my brother is at. I got on, somehow I do believe divine intervention got me to Rick Farron's shows on YouTube. And so then I came back to my state. I got on his show for the first time 12 years ago. It was with Johnny the Bethlite. I was on the toilet, and I remember that night I was so scared because still in my heart, I literally was, thought I was condemned to Armageddon because I couldn't get off the toilet. Oh my gosh, can you believe saying this? That's how.
Yes. And I appreciate your honesty. You're being so vulnerable and so courageous right now. I really appreciate this. Yes, I believe you're saying this. That's pretty bold. Thank you.
I appreciate you as well. I was literally as silly and
By the way, somebody in the chat named Jay said, toilet is the throne. Okay? So remember that. If you find yourself there.
Thank you, Jason. Yes, it is the
toilet is the throne. You just balance that little.
I love it. I tried to comment on the. I tried to comment y'all on the YouTube, but it wasn't open for comments. Is it now?
It is for the live chat. Yes, it is. And let me just.
I love you guys.
I thank you for sharing what you're sharing. That's really, really vulnerable. And so let me just share why the body does this. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. Yeah. Of course. I'm listening. Go ahead.
When your body goes into fight or flight or any kind of a holy crap instant scared, your body wants to go potty, right? Or it wants to get rid of number 2.
Yes.
And it's doing that on purpose because you're getting ready to haul ass and kick ass or run away. And no, seriously, it's the truth.
I love it.
It's your body getting ready to be, so it's dumping stuff that is extra weight, or, it equips you to be able to handle whatever emergency or crisis is going to happen next. So people like that get panic attacks or whatever, they'll like, oh, darn it, I got to go potty, or I'm stuck on the toilet. And
so so you can run faster when you have less things in your bowels. Yeah, that's a great.
Exactly.
I have. Yeah. Okay, I'm on YouTube, and I'm on YouTube under, it says live, but I'm unable to leave a comment because the comment section isn't open.
Okay. So if you go under where it's live, where I'm at, there's like on the left, there's a thumbs up, and then after that, there's a thumbs down, and there should be like a square next to that, which looks like it's the icon. If you tap on that, it should open up what is live chat.
Oh, you know what, Apostle Babe? I had to. Oh, I know.
Is this deja vu?
I do apologize. Yeah,
this is deja vu, isn't it, darling? We've done this before.
Yes, it is, ma'am. Oh, thank you. I'm gonna say hi.
Hi.
Right now, I'm saying hello.
Okay.
I am saying hi. There we go. Okay. Hello? Hello? Uh-oh. Hello?
I'm sorry, I put myself on mute because I had to cough. Oh, forgive me. Hi, can you hear me now?
Oh, you're okay. Yes.
Good.
No worries. If I can go to the toilet and be on the show, you can certainly mute yourself and cough.
Yes. Remember, it's your throne now, and you just need to adjust your what is it, the crown. You adjust that crown, and if that's where you got to be, that's where you got to be. Wear it like a diva. On your throne, girlfriend, on your throne.
my name is 12 years old because Rick and I kept it because he thought, heck, it's the truth. And if it brings about people to get out of this organization, I really don't care. I want people to leave and stay out and get their family out and be free and happy and realize what this place really is it's a business joint, and it's keeping people in prison of their own mind. And all these wonderful people sharing their stories wherever they're at. Some people come on here, they're super angry. That's probably because they're just freshly out. Huh?
I said sure. What? That they're angry. Yes, sure.
I remember at first when I first came on the show, I was in fear. First, it was fear of Armageddon, and then as I started waking up, it was on and off fear, and then anger, and then fear of retaliation from the witnesses in my community because they are very, very, they're bullies. They're bullies. And they'll let you know what a POS you really are. You're a POS that is demonized and going to die in Armageddon. And they're probably thinking, oh, great, because I really like her house.
No, you got to explain this one, girlfriend. Why did you say this?
And I really
like her house.
Her wardrobe, and I like those boots you got. So
these boots are made for walking. That's just what they'll do.
Yeah, yes, and so and now I'm, tell you what, when I hear somebody on the show and they sound a little angry, I'm so excited, not because they're angry, but I know something's working in there. Something's working in their brain. They're getting it out.
Yes.
They're figuring things out. They're angry, and they need to talk. And they're not angry at us. They're not angry at Rick. They're pissed. And
they're angry because they've been played.
Yeah, because
for a fool.
And then when I hear people say, oh, only, mentally ill join, I'm like, oh, great. It's not mentally ill now for getting out. Oh, great. I'm like, so that's when the lady that said, the gal, I forget her name, and I do apologize, that was just on. She says, don't label yourself.
Right.
Exactly.
Which I need to pick up after this I need to talk about that next.
Yeah.
What were you going to say about her?
She's wonderful. What she said about not labeling, trying to remove labels from ourselves in order to heal,
Yes, her name is Carrie.
Carrie, I do apologize. I did hear her name, but I forgot.
That's okay.
Well, it's taken me a lot of years to realize how narcissistic this organization is and how narcissistic it turns its members into. So when I was in there, it feeds the ego. And so
it does.
All these people, and even somebody that's just shy and sweet and kind that joins, they think, oh, I'm so protected. I have all these brothers and sisters and all this stuff. And they feel like you kind of feel like you're in there and you're safe. For me, I wasn't one of the ones that, I honestly wasn't a gossip, and I didn't like the way women were treating other women in there. So I kind of was hanging around the anxious ones a lot, the ones that were scared, and they'd hang with me. But at the same time, I felt like deeply disturbed by the aggressiveness in there with the permissiveness. There was permission given in a very indirect way given to women to abuse other women in there. Like
yes, I know exactly. It's a competition kind of thing.
Yeah.
I'm a better mother than you. I'm a better JW than you. I'm a better pioneer than you. Yeah, we compete against each other kind of thing. And that's kind of a womanly thing that happens pretty much anywhere. I used to just be like, okay, if you win, let's move on. Let's move on. You win. You're better.
Well,
Let's move on.
and also, I kind of felt like that, and I felt like there was if you were a Jehovah's Witness, that there was a lot of, for example, like it was like some of the women would say it's okay to lie if you're trying to protect Jehovah. No kidding.
Right.
I've heard that so many times.
That's called theocratic warfare. It's okay to lie to those who are not entitled to know the truth. Yes, it's an actual doctrine of the Watchtower.
You want to hear the Apostle Babe? The funniest one I ever heard was when I was going door to door with the presiding overseer's wife and her daughter-in-law.
Sure.
We were going door to door, and this lady, she opens the door and she goes, "You're one of Jehovah's Witnesses." And she said, "I am not a Jehovah's Witness." She even looked at me, and I looked at her, and I went, "What did you just say?" And her daughter-in-law looked at her, and she goes, "You didn't hear that. You did not hear that because that's bad. You don't say that." And so she literally tried being a Jehovah's Witness at the door.
What is this be courageous crap, Stand up for the truth. Oh my God. That's hilarious.
Well, what I'm saying is, okay, so I know this is not a Christian show, but I really believe that if it's not God's organization, you're not going to be right. So I think it was God's way of trying to show me in so many ways while I was there, because I did pray to who I thought was Jehovah that was listening in the organization that I was in.
Sure.
I was praying to a God that was listening to me, and I really was the whole time. It's just that he was showing me, in my opinion, through all of the observations and the things that we were noticing that was bothering us, Apostle Babe, like the things that harmed us. We're like, wait a second, that's not love. What is this?
Yeah.
Apostle
Wow.
Babe, are you in California?
Am I in California? Yes.
Are you in California?
Southern California. Yes.
Yeah, me too.
Okay. Yeah. So let me just go over a few things you've been talking about and what Carrie was talking about. So Carrie came in and very, very concerned. Don't take on a label for yourself. In other words, don't claim that as your identity, because you are more than this label. And I like that. I like where she's coming from. For me and my kind of personality, when I get to label something, it helps me understand things better, and it helps me to connect the dots. So, and Apostle Babe is short for apostate. And then there's babe at the end of it, because I still want to think I'm a hottie, right? So I'm Apostle Babe. Right. So, I actually, today I take, right, I think you've beaten me totally out of the park. It's like, what? That's amazing. I love how you just owned it. Diarrhea Mary. So the labels I find
hilarious.
Say that again.
I think your name is hilarious. It's comedic. It
thank you.
Fun.
Oh, good. That's what I wanted it to be. Fun and lighthearted. Yeah, fun and lighthearted, and I'm taking pride in. I'm taking this word that the organization used, loaded language. They've bastardized it and put a whole bunch of other connotations on top of it, which is what loaded language is. They take the definition of a word and either totally change it to some other definition, or else they keep the definition and add a bunch of other crap on top, which is what they've done with the word apostate. Okay. Apostate definition is simply changing your views on your religion or your political view. That is definition of apostate. And Article 18 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which is freedom of religion, it says that you have the right to change your religion, which means under the Article 18 for freedom of religion, we also have the freedom to be an apostate. That's written in our human rights. Okay?
Right. Yep.
So
Right.
there's that. So there's a part of me that's like, yeah, I'm an apostate. Yes, I am. It's like I'm wearing it proudly because of what the organization did with it. But then I do realize how that might not work for me sometimes because of how they have been trained to see that word apostate. It might scare people away.
You know what?
So,
they condemn us to death when they say we're going to die in Armageddon. They are
yes.
literally not doing much different than what the Nazis did to the Jews by saying that we're dead to them. They are literally, it is well known that people need love and support. They
Yes.
are literally, I can't believe that they haven't been fined for human rights violations, because you to tell your family to shun you, that should be literally, I don't understand how they're getting away with this. And they are a business. They're selling
Yes.
magazines, and that guy started it, whatever his name was, Rutherford.
Charles Taze Russell, yes.
He was a businessman. And, you know,
Mm-hmm.
he was probably demented, whatever, deranged. And he decided that he wanted to go off and get his own following, just like every other silly religion that went off and spun out and deviated and wanted to be their own god. He wanted to be worshipped, is what it's my opinion. And that's why, you know, so like, if you go back and you look at all that weird house he had in San Diego, and then there was, you know, it's like he was just a regular
Beth Serene.
guy.
Beth Serene.
He
By
was
the
a
way,
Gabby,
Gabby, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. He was probably a really good speaker. It reminds me of no different than Amway or some other multi-level marketing. All he did was attach the word of God to it. Then he changed it to fit the religion. And this religion has evolved over so many years because people need comfort. People desire to have a group that loves them and unconditionally, you know, and a tribe. And so kind of like, actually, you know, and I'm better stop talking, but you know what, this forum, your show in particular, I really like listening to your show. It makes me feel like I'm back in a tribe, and it may be
okay.
but at least I feel like I'm in it's kind of like a belonging,
yes.
And it helps to get healed a little bit when I'm on the show, to kind of resonate with people who are out. It's very healing. And Pasta Babe, I appreciate you and everybody on here. So
I appreciate you too. Wow, diarrhea, Mary. I love it.
Yeah, no, I think it's
I appreciate you too.
Thank you.
Yeah, cults usually, what a cult will do, and what I'm talking, okay, cult comes from the word culture. So it's short for culture. So the organization is a subculture, meaning it's a side culture from this culture, you know, society at large, which is like the real world. That's society at large. But or any other cult is like the side, you know, we're just going to branch off over here and be over here only. So that's a subculture. Okay, where was I going with this? I kind of forgot. So what the main thing a cult wants to do is pretty much tear your own family apart and replace it. So you were in a place of you've already lost your family, right? So here this family surroundings are, will be your family. Of course you were attracted to it. It gave you a sense of, you know, community, family. It filled a need, and that's when
Right.
that's what happens when people join something that's so destructive as we have come to find out this is. Nobody ever gets in line and says, I'll take that cult over there. Yes, I want to join that cult. Nobody does that. Okay. They don't realize it's a cult until later, after they've invested so much of themselves into it, swearing their loyalty to it, believing God's running the show, or go ahead.
Yeah. 20 years with these people, and they didn't show me any ounce of abuse. Well, there was those that I met that were abused that told me not to go there. Like, I would meet in the community and they would warn me, but that was far and few between. And I did have a lot of red flags, but I didn't realize this, Pasta Babe, that basically the reason why they spent so much time with me was because I offered them joy. When they would come to my house, I would feed them and laugh with them, and we would joke around. And I didn't know until
That's
after
your
I was
your hospitality.
Yeah. Well, what I didn't realize until when I was an unbaptized publisher and I started getting into field service, did I realize they were counting their hours all those years. And I didn't realize that when they were over at my house, they were counting hours.
Yes, because you were not baptized yet. They can count hours.
So, yes.
See, I'm unbaptized. I'm unbaptized, but I grew up fully indoctrinated. I mean, I had those moments of, why can't this make sense? I was in that a lot. The whole cognitive dissonance. I've got one thought here that's totally opposite than the other thought here, and it threw my equilibrium off, right?
Yeah.
I lived in that too, but at the same time, I was a true believer, but I still could not make it make sense. So I tried to study to get baptized twice, actually. And it wasn't for a lack of trying. I mean, I really couldn't make it make sense. I mean, I believe this whole thing, baptism represents your already, the commitment you already have with God. Okay, that sounds about right. I didn't know you had to be indoctrinated, like you had to learn all these doctrines and then pass some test or something where they check it all off. To me, I needed to know what I believed and why. I had to know the why. And I could not.
You didn't get baptized?
I did not get baptized, and it's only been since recently that I've realized.
Oh, you are awesome.
I didn't know it was an advantage, though. I had no clue that it was an advantage. My mother is so controlling. What?
Yeah. It was I look back on it now, it was a demonic experience for me. A whole 2 hours I could talk just on, and I'm not tonight, but about the demonic experience. I look back on it, and it was completely demonic, my baptism. And up until now, when I think about it, it was damaging. Yes, it was so bad. I look back now, it was awful. They're very abusive, and and I think what it was because it took me 20 years to get baptized. They felt like it was okay to abuse me. That's what I think. Because
I'm wondering why they gave you 20 years, because they cut me off at the 6-month part. Oh, we gave her 6 months of a Bible study. End it here. I'm like, wait a minute.
Were you?
But
Apostle Babe, were you a householder, or were you born into the family?
Born in, yeah. So the first time I tried to study, I was 17, and then later I was like 23, living in my mother's house again. So how is that different?
There's a big difference. Well, it's a lot different because I was a juicy bite for them. I found out.
Right, you were a recruit.
That I was a recruit, and that's why they worked extra hard. And I didn't realize how much they bit their tongue with me. All those years, they bit their tongue. So when I got baptized, not all of them took turns being abusive verbally,
Like they owned you. Like they owned you.
It was so bad. I went to the wife of the presiding overseer, and I said, well, she was the most abusive. So I actually kept going to the person who initially started studying with me when I was 19. And I said, this is happening. And I said, this is abusive. And what if I told you that this is not love. This is not how they treated me before I was baptized. This is abusive. And I keep having diarrhea. And he told me, he said, do not ever repeat what you just told me, because I told him we were in that article in the Watchtower that was talking, oh gosh, I forget what year. I think it was 2010 Watchtower, and it was talking about the Pharisees. And I said, what if I told you that every time I read about the Pharisees in depth, I think about the witnesses, which is me. And
total connection. Total.
Yeah.
Wow. Click. Click. Wow. I'm so.
And I was really serious to him. I said this whole Watchtower is about Pharisees, but every time I read about it, I think about what I'm in and what you're in. And he told me, he goes, you need, and he was very serious, you need to never, ever repeat what you just said to me. He said, because you could be disfellowshipped. He says, please do not ever repeat this to anybody. And he was like so concerned that I was going to get disfellowshipped. And I said, no, listen. No, not to you, but I said to him, listen. I said, they act like the Pharisees. And he goes, I believe you, but don't repeat that. And I said, well, what am I supposed to do if they're abusing me? He goes, you may be oh gosh, I can't believe what he told me. He goes, you may be the only one standing when Jehovah, and I'm like, really? So I'm supposed to take this abuse? I have diarrhea constantly. And you know what he told me? He says,
what?
He says, he told me to wear a diaper.
That's brilliant. But really?
And that's when I realized
it really is kind of a solution, but it's just so effing real. Oh God.
I mean, come on. And I look back on this now, and he wasn't kidding.
I know he wasn't. That's why it's just wear a diaper, lady.
It really was. What's that?
But I said, just wear a diaper, lady. We got it solved.
What? He told me it's simple.
Theocratic solutions. Theocratic solutions.
Really?
It seems so practical too. Oh God.
Because I don't want to. You don't want to die in Armageddon. So you should wear a diaper.
Yeah. Something about this is just so Carol Burnett or something, but in a really bad kind of way.
I gotta tell you, Apostle Babe, I was really a nervous wreck though. I looked at, you and I are laughing at this now because it truly is hilarious.
Because we can. But I agree, it was a real agony you are going through.
Yeah. It was agony that we were all going through, and I can't believe it, but he's still there. And I tried to reach out to him, and he won't call me back anymore. He cut me off so bad. I did have another, I was going to ask you about this, Apostle Babe. Once in a while, I get these text messages from witnesses, but I'm wondering if they're being told to check on. Are they being told to check on me? Because is
it men? Like, is it the elders?
No, it's women. Like, it's the
I don't know
that I had. Like, here's a witness right here. She just texted me on 10/5. She says to me, and she was the sweetest witness in the whole place, and I love her dearly. She says, "Hi, I'll just say Diarrhea Mary.
Mm-hmm.
This is Sister.
So and so.
Somebody?
Sister so and so.
Yeah, sister so and so. And to see how you. I don't want to
Go
say
on.
her. If she's listening.
Sure.
She might be just checking in to see how. And she does this every now and then. I don't trust it. She goes, just checking in to see how you are doing and hoping you are well. And then I text her back, doing well. How are you doing, love? Because I always want to make her know that I'm doing very well. Because, you know,
Good.
in other words,
Yeah.
I'm not demonized, and you know what I mean. You know. Okay.
Right. In the ditch of some alley with a needle up your arm or something. Yeah.
Yes,
I mean, some people do end up at that place, but you're not at that place.
Yeah. Yeah, because they teach us that when you leave, they're miserable people. Do you remember being in like field service where you would go spy? I know in my congregation we go. I wouldn't go spy, but the elders' wives would go spy on the women that. Okay.
No,
so
I never did that. Never did
Can I
that.
ask a question before you go there? Can I ask a question? I'm so sorry. This is Zachary. I can't resist getting in on the conversation just for a moment.
Welcome, Zachary.
Hi, Pasta Babes. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Good. I just wanted to ask Mary. Okay. I didn't let that. You can. Yes. Okay. Look, when you were having this problem, I just thought about my father, and my father would have known how to help you out. My father would have taken a tall glass, put some flour in it and water. He would have stirred it up and said, "Here, drink this," and you would have been fine.
Aww.
He called it flour thickening. So too bad. Too bad I didn't know you when this was going on. I could have given you that advice. You know what I mean? I'm just kind of joking.
Well,
and if I were an elder, if I were an elder and somebody would come to me with that problem, I might have just not known what to say, and I might have said flour thickening.
No,
Go ahead, I'm
Zachary, I never. No, you can laugh. It's funny. No, it's funny to me.
No, I know.
I never told the elders I had the problem. It's just that when the presiding overseer's wife was going, I was newly baptized, and she's like, "Why aren't you at the meeting?" And I would literally, no kidding, it was for weeks. I was on the toilet right before the meeting. I would especially I couldn't get off the toilet, and it was so real. It was so awful. I was crying because I really wanted to make it to the meeting so I wouldn't get in trouble, and it was awful. And then I told the Jehovah's Witness guy that that I knew that was mentoring me, and I called him, but he was in a different city. So whenever I talked to him, he talked to me like a father, and he was we were very close. He knew I lost my father, and he was a really good man, and we would talk. And my husband, he was very good with my husband. He knew me before I was married. So he was our family. And also, I knew him before he was a witness, too. So he was studying with the witnesses when we met. He wasn't studying with the witnesses when we first met. And we met at work. So, yeah. So, Zachary, this is funny. I would never, ever...
Well, I just wanted to chime in just for a moment. But the conversation's going real smooth, and it's got a lot of momentum. So I don't want to slow it down. I'm going to...
Yeah, no problem. I was just gonna wrap up what I was saying with Apostle Babe, if it's okay, if I haven't monopolized too much time.
Sure, go ahead. And
so basically,
next thing I want to talk about is how to get your own identity. So don't let me forget that, because that's what I'm going to go to next. Go ahead.
Yeah, so basically, I get these witnesses, and it's every now and then. It might be in town, but they weren't doing it initially. I've been out I haven't gone to a meeting in 12 years. I do get occasionally people trying to get me to go back to the meetings. I'm pretty sure I've been disfellowshipped. I mean, I'm sure I have. And so, but anyways, I'll get this, this gal, she was one of my favorites, and they know it. And so she'll reach out to me to see how I'm doing, blah, blah, blah. My question is people that are still in the organization, are they teaching to start loving people that are out now again? Because I've been being shunned for 8 or 9 years by these people, and all of a sudden, the last couple of years, they're being nice to me. I don't know. Something seems fishy. I don't ever trust it. So because I want to reach out and tell her, yeah, I'm really out of that cult. But you know what? The problem with it is I live in a small community, and it's just, they can be nasty. And I got to see them at the grocery store. And I don't want to start anything with them because they can be kind of bullies, some of these women. And it hurts. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, it does. Yes, it does.
Mary. People look, yeah.
Mary?
Yeah?
This is Carrie again. The reason why I'm jumping in is because somebody in this suite wants you to know something. And I'm going to read it as best as I can. They said, somebody needs to call in and tell Mary that the new latest thing is that they are reaching out to people to be kind, loving to them, to encourage them to come back. So, and they are admonished to reach out to inactives.
Oh, thank you very much. That is very much.
Yeah, well, nobody has contacted me in umpteen years, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
But anyways, I wanted you to know that
Thank you.
This is this is what their new job is to do.
Well, cause I was thinking she was reaching out because maybe she wants out, and I don't want to mess around with these ones that are just trying to poke around my life again.
No, they're just doing their job. That's all. Their job is to reach out to the inactive.
Right. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. I'm going to mute myself now.
Yeah.
Okay. Have a good one.
Thank you. You too, Carrie.
You're welcome.
Positive Babe. And Terry, thank you. Positive Babe, you rock. I'm gonna be quiet now because I've yacked a lot.
You were going to wind it up. Yeah, I think that, see what Carrie just mentioned, and I recall this too, what she's mentioned by somebody else in the chat. I think that started right about at the beginning of the pandemic to reach out to people. And I got reached out to as well, by somebody I hadn't spoken to in 40 years. And all of a sudden, we're best friends, she's texting me like we're still best friends. And it's like, really? And she,
I know that's exactly.
It's a trip. It's a trip because it's like, they're trying to be very loving, yet they're reminding you of your position and their position. And your position is the student, and their position is the teacher who is there to teach you. Right?
Oh my goodness, Apostle Babe, exactly point on, perfect stated. That's exactly how they want you to feel because they feel superior. And
yes,
exactly what I mentioned when I first got on here. They have this superior, egotistical,
yeah, that's right,
arrogant, narcissistic, even the most vulnerable one in there, even the most, quote, kindest one in there is the most mean-spirited one in this community because they're all a bunch of very, they were given, you know what's really sad?
What?
If they ever do wake up, how I felt a reasonable amount of shame when I finally realized the organization that I was in was nothing but a business, and I'm not only convicted of that, even if I wasn't let's say you don't have to be a Christian, you can just read the Bible. Say, forget it, you're an atheist. Read the Bible, which is a historical document. You could read the Bible as whatever, and figure out that they used the Bible as a way to build their business. So they just hit the areas that they want people to conform to, and then they started making their own rules. And we know as witnesses But there was the rules that were in the Watchtower. And then there was the rules that were stated at Theocratic Ministry School. And then there was the rules that were not written that you had to oblige to every week.
Exactly it.
Yeah. Remember how every week, now in my congregation may have been different because the gentleman that got me into the organization, his congregation was a little different than my congregation. And so, anyways, there would be this language that they would teach us where every week there would be, they said, if you don't come to your meetings, you won't know the language. So even if you're at home reading the Watchtower and you don't know the language because you don't go to your meetings, we're going to know if you're one of us. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's cult thing. That's the secret club cult language.
Right?
Hey, Carrie, give me a call because I'm not on Facebook anymore. So next week when it's convenient for you, okay?
Oh, ladies, this is good stuff. Hearing you guys and
keep going with it. Pixie says keep going with it, Carrie, because you're spot on.
Are y'all good?
Yeah, so this is Diarrhea Mary, which makes me think of the song Proud Mary, and I just want to break out into song you know. Yes. Rolling, rolling, rolling on the river. I just want to go there. Yep.
You know what? If I really wanted to now maybe in a couple years, now I'm not a mean-spirited person, but sometimes when these witnesses text me or meet me I would like to give them a little jab. And
I understand.
I'm not meaning mean-spirited by any means, but it's nice to be able to say, since I'm not a witness anymore, I've been able to accomplish X, Y, and Z. And since I'm a witness, you know what I mean? It's like I don't want to wear diapers anymore, or I want to say something to them, but then I don't want to give them anything because I feel like if you respond to them in any way, it doesn't matter how you respond to them. They're going to use it.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to take it to the elders, and they're going to say, "Oh, she's materialistic, and she's it's like they're going to twist it. They're not going to."
So Bob Roberts in the chat for YouTube said, "Tell them that your magic is so much stronger since leaving the org."
It's like
that'll freak them out. But you're right. Even if you're like, well, I got my master's degree, they're still going to take that too, and whether it's positive or negative.
Just a second. I'm docking my yacht, and I'm docking my yacht, and I need to get. And hold on, I need to put down my margaritas.
Right. Which reminds me, I need to get little umbrellas.
Umbrellas, we do.
Those little paper umbrella, colorful ones, yes. Because even though I don't drink alcohol, I'm going to put a dang umbrella in my drink. I can throw me some cranberry juice and pineapple juice, throw me an umbrella in there, and I'm rocking it. I'm having a great day.
Hold on, just a second. I'm getting done at the palm tree convention.
Right? And and that's what's good about having each other. We can encourage each other. Like, good for you, girlfriend. You did that. Wow. Because that whole learned helplessness thing of the baby elephant still being, with a rope stuck into the ground, they don't realize how much they can fly. I believe I can fly. You don't believe you can fly. And when you do these things, accomplish these things, it's like, if I just see it, I can be it, and you made it happen. So we need to, if I can see it, I can be it, which means you have made it happen.
Sorry.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's really good to encourage each other. Very, very good. I've been talking
in the organization, we were taught, I know in our particular hall was ultra critical. They would be tattling on each other. Like,
yes.
And like, if somebody wasn't coming to the meeting, it was like somebody would be mentioned about it. Or if somebody had anxiety, somebody would be mentioned about it. If,
wow.
It's like it was always critical conversation, critical,
yes,
based on the Watchtower. Yeah, like this, it was like a negative, shame-based kind of feeling of living. Like,
yes,
yeah, really, really negative. But yeah, and I think that's part of the reason why I think I know you mentioned that you felt weird and trying to socialize with people when you got out. I did too. I felt really strange, like
socializing with people. Yes.
You know that we were Jehovah's people, and everybody else was, you know,
of the devil.
outside the world.
Of the devil. Yes.
So basically, yeah, we would view everybody as out there, and we're.
Do I hear Brad? Do I hear Brad?
No.
Somebody.
Am I not muted? Shit, sorry.
No. That's my friend, the one that says shit. Sorry. Yes. He's with me. See the freedom we have after we leave the Watchtower. We can actually like be ourselves, and that's what I want to get into next. Be just coming up with your own identity. Where we've came from, we were isolated, and it's amazing. We were trained to be self-isolated. So if we're isolated and all the info that we are receiving is basically from the org, and we've been taught that everything outside of the org is under the influence of the devil, then we don't want to do that much of that stuff. We don't have friends, we have acquaintances, right? Bad association spoils useful habits. And rather than the thought of going to college, we've been taught that kingdom interests are a better thing, you know, and that would be the route of serving Jehovah at Bethel. But what also goes on is, even if we go to public school, we don't socialize much with our peers, people our own age in our class. And what the holidays, being that we don't celebrate holidays, that also takes away some really good socializing time we could have had with our peers, the kids our own age in class. So we are socially actually stunted. And so what that means is that we haven't learned what is socially acceptable behavior, as well as someone who is in society at large, because we've been shuffled off to the side. We were self-isolating. Most of our information came from the organization, or they filtered it. Sure, we watched the news and stuff, and maybe had a few shows we liked to watch, but we also limited what we would watch as far as movies and TV shows and stuff. So we were kept very, you stand aside from society at large. That socially stunted us. Okay, I've mentioned that. But what also happens is when
you are born in and you tell people you can't go to something, well, then the invitations stop coming.
Yes. And they don't understand why. We were like, sometimes we might mention it's against our religion, sometimes we don't, if you're recruited into it and then your family's used to seeing you at Christmas, the first couple of times, mom is really insulted. What? Like, we've been doing this for years and you're not? What do you mean it goes against your conscience? Wait a minute. So they're giving you this look like, what the hell? Well, the witnesses have already called that. You'll be getting persecuted, right? Well, when mom's irritated, it could feel like you're being persecuted, right? Mom's giving you crap because it's unfathomable why you won't be going to holiday situations. So that keeps you away from family and friends, keeps you more isolated. So there's these, so we've got all that. Now, plus, there's anytime we want to do any form of like self-interest, we want to pursue a self-interest, that usually gets shut down. And it's always given like a really lame excuse. Like it could stumble somebody, or it could erode, like damage your spiritual walk. So it's given to you as a reason it's going to damage you spiritually. So it's going to damage you spiritually, and it's going to stumble somebody. And even though it's not settling well in your head, and you know that's lame, you still have to obey. Okay? So that usually goes for any self-interests. And that's the thing. In order to get your own identity, you would pursue self-interests and learn certain things, because these things are naturally something you're drawn to. Okay? Some people are very drawn to doing sports. Some people are very artsy-fartsy. And being told, don't play that instrument, don't be the lead singer in that band, don't be class president, even though these things come natural to you, and the whole class voted you in to be the president because that's how awesome you are, you go home and find out that that's like not cool with Jehovah, and it's going to erode your faith, and it's going to stumble somebody. So you get disappointed. And then another thing, and then you find out you can't do that one either. And it's just over and over and over and over again. I call that kind of like in the realm of on a need-to-know basis, right? You don't realize it's against your religion until you need to know that it is, okay? Sometimes these are things you find out in the back room when you're dealing with an elder, but also just ordinary things. So if you want to come up with your own identity, which I believe it's there. Let me back up a little bit. So you're not allowed to be building your own identity because all of your self-interests have been labeled as bad. Let's not do that. It's going to be bad for you. Yet everything that's been taught to us is promoting your identity as one of Jehovah's Witnesses. That's how you see yourself, as one of Jehovah's Witnesses, because that's the only identity you've been allowed to have that's actually like scriptural and okay with God, and you get praised for it and blah, 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 blah. So now that you're out of the organization, I'm sorry, what?
Oh, I just wanted to know when you're ready, if I could make a comment.
Okay, sure, I'm almost done. So the way to come up with your own identity separate from being a Jehovah's Witness, which is that put on the new personality, and because your own personality is not good enough and Jehovah's not pleased with it, so you put a suit on that fits some people, but most people it doesn't. It's a one size fits all, and I don't fit in it. So there I am wearing the suit that doesn't fit, the shoes that are, don't fit. So it's very uncomfortable being this identity that you're told is going to please Jehovah. So I just want to give you permission to pursue some of your own self-interests, meaning if you like photography, you've got a few bucks, set aside for yourself, give yourself permission to buy that camera and start taking pictures because you actually are wanting to. And what that will do is you'll find that you're really enjoying it, or you'll realize, oh gosh, I thought I was going to dig this, but it's really a pain in the butt. I think I'm going to pass on that one. So as time goes by, oh, I think I might want to cross stitch. Then you buy some cross stitching stuff from, a store, and you spend some time cross stitching. And it just gives you a soothing feeling. You can listen to some podcasts, do some cross stitching, and either you dig it or you don't. And you get to just either set it aside, okay, I'm going to keep that one. And just go on down the line of the things that you used to think of that you wanted to pursue but have been shot down as not possible, because those are the things that are going to help you develop, like developing film from a camera. Back in the day, we used to take our film to this place where they developed it, and then we'd get our pictures back. We could hold them in our hands. So that's really what we're doing. We're developing our own identity. When we're told to do or wear an identity that is not our own, it's supposed to feel off. It's supposed to feel awkward, and it actually attributes to depression, to be honest, because your natural self isn't allowed, but you have to be somebody other than who you truly are that is allowed. You see how that conflicts? So somebody was asking earlier, I don't know how to develop my own identity. These are some ways you can. Say you like musicals, okay? Start looking for a few on YouTube. Set aside some money and get yourself some tickets to a musical that's going to happen in a month or two or next week, because you can do that. You really can do that. So these are ways to develop your own identity that is uniquely your own. And the more you get to do that, the more you'll feel confident about who you truly are. Okay? So there's that. And Susan, you wanted to add to that?
Just you're right on point, Wendy. You've got such great ideas. Some of the behaviors you've been describing, it's called delusional ideation or idealization. Delusional idealization. And what Jehovah's Witnesses, they delude themselves into thinking that the Watchtower is the ideal organization. They idolize it. It's ideal. And so you become along and you study with them, and you become to have that same delusional idealization that they have. You think, oh, that's the best way to live. That's the only way to live. That's the best way. That's the only way to interpret those scriptures. So they delude themselves and they delude you. And it's just a big lie, because they're not the best organization. They're certainly not biblical. They certainly don't follow the scriptures. So, I mean, just the lack of love that we've discussed before in this organization shows that they're not part of anything that would be something that would attract someone with love. And God wouldn't attract someone with that kind of love. Are you kidding? So these people delude themselves and they delude you.
This is true. This is very true. As a matter of fact, Zelkin, who's a lawyer in San Diego, California, the last couple of, I don't know what you call it, but where he gets on camera and press conferences and talks about somebody that he's representing, he describes the organization as having an alternative reality. Like Jehovah's Witnesses think in the manner of an alternative reality. And what he's saying is they don't think like us here in society at large. They have and function in a different, their reality is, for instance, they talk about being in spiritual paradise all the time. People in society at large don't think they're in some kind of spiritual paradise, but Jehovah's Witnesses do. You see how that contributes to an alternate, different reality? And what you just said, can you say that word again? Idealistic or ideal? What did you call it?
Delusional idealism.
Yeah. Delusional idealism.
Yeah. Idealization. Delusional idealization.
Okay. Does that have anything to do with, like, if you have a personality that's kind of idealistic? Is that maybe?
Well, it's not that you're idealistic. That they make the organization seem idealistic, and then you begin to think the organization is the ideal. It's the way you want to live. The be all. It's the end all, and it's not. But you're deluded. You're made to think that it is ideal when it is far from it.
I agree.
And that helped me a lot because I knew as a kid that it wasn't a perfect organization.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I can liken it to something if you remember from the 70s. It's kind of like the Stepford Wives. Remember that movie?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's like that. They idealized their perfect community, and they were wearing all the same hairdos and acting, and they the Stepford Wives reminds me of the Witnesses a little bit. But maybe that's what.
I've heard this. I haven't seen it yet, but I've heard it, and it makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
And
yeah, it was weird because it's fun. It's interesting this is being brought up because I kind of felt like because I wasn't born into it, because I was raised in a military family, traveled all over the world, and I experienced not only my own parents' religion, but religions that were available to me off base and on base, and so I was able to experience quite a few. On top of going to parochial school for a couple of years, so I wasn't. But anyways, I got to tell you that once I was in the organization, hook, line, and sinker, well before I was ever baptized, I kind of felt weird, like something was off. Like I felt like disconnected. Each lady here on here has described my feelings in the organization. Each one of you that has been calling in tonight, I kind of felt like I was a fraud.
That's so fascinating. That is so fascinating. And let me tell you why. I read this book this week called Uncultured. And it's about this woman who was raised in the cult called Family of God. And it's a sex cult. So she grew up in the atmosphere when they were still using children for sex. And the founder of this group was he started it like around the 60s, and actually it started here in Huntington Beach, California. That's where he started it. So he would find these people like on the beach and that were living the hippie life and and all this love is sharing the love and everything. So he built off of that and of course manipulated it. Once her mother got pregnant with her at the age of 14, they changed that rule of we can't have sex with children anymore. But this was the thing. She grew up in the cult, then later joined the army or the service, I'm not sure which one, and she kept on seeing correlations that from the service, when she was in the service, how much it was like the cult she grew up in, and went, oh, I know this. I know how to do this. Or something else she was supposed to do. I've done this before. And see, for me,
yep.
I can't tell you how many times I've heard people that used to be in the service join the organization, and I've thought to myself, there's got to be a correlation there. Because the service does tell you they're going to break you down and then build you back up. A cult never tells you that, but that's exactly what they do. Break you down to build you back up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uncultured.
Yeah, I think it's a technique. It's a technique that's used in the military, yes. And then also, there's also a combination of that and multi-level marketing strategies that have been around long before. Who is that guy? The famous guy, Zig Ziglar. Before that guy and all that, there are Rutherford and a lot. Some of these other religious group leaders that started their offshoots of the various forms of religion. They all seem to have a couple of things in common, I've noticed. And that is, in Mormonism too, organization. There's a strong point of must follow rules of the organization. And then, they each have their own language and their own rituals. And also there is a big group think type thingy going on. I'm not talking right now. It's 10:30 at night.
No, I hear you. Yeah, groupthink.
I didn't say it right, but there's this thing that I've noticed. Okay, and the Jehovah's Witness, I'm sorry, I'm laughing at this point, reminds me of when my parents were in Amway a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
They had to sell their crap. And, sorry, but Jehovah's Witness, okay, so it's like, I look back on it now, no wonder I was primed mentally for these people, and they seem so familiar to me that it was easy to join, because I've been through my parents' Amway crap. I've been through my military. I've been through okay.
It's like an ordinary Tuesday. It just felt like home. Okay? It's just like, it's so familiar.
It's like when you get stuck on a certain wardrobe and you keep wearing that poofy winged hairdo, and you realize
Yes.
Oh my God. This is just really a great cathartic show tonight for me personally, because
that's awesome.
Because I'm just now laughing about it. Just this year has been a growing year for me. Being for so long. Yeah.
The irony is something you can laugh at, and I'll tell you what, Gilbert Gonzalez is really one of my favorites that will get on and talk about literally mocking the governing body, and because it takes away that reverence that we were trained to have, because you know what, they have no jurisdiction over us, which we were convinced that they did, and the elders in our congregation don't have any jurisdiction over us either. Like, they just don't. So in order to take that out of our heads, mocking them makes them littler in our eyes. You see? I'm not for mocking people to mock them in person and to put them down, but if we can look at these people that were so big.
Well, you can use Pasta Babe. You can use satire. What I was thinking is it'd be great to get a few of us together and do a Saturday Night Live series, a dramatization of a satire comedic show just for Jehovah's Witnesses, and just make it funny. It's not mocking them. It's doing the real thing that we were. Do you remember when we used to get up there in Theocratic Ministry School? We'd have to get. Do you guys all have a school where you had to play the householder, and then the other person? Yeah, you remember how nerve-wracking that was, and how we had to be perfect, and we had to pretend to be the householder, and then we'd sit back in the audience and we'd look, and I just remember having to practice that skit. It's like, and then we had to go to the household. And like, why are we pretending to be a householder? Because what are we already anticipating what the householder is supposed to say? Like they trained us to be Amway representatives.
And let me just say, that's no joke, because if you're selling something such as a product, and I believe what we were selling within the organization was paradise, or eternal life without any death. If you're selling something, it's hard to sell it if you don't believe in it. And if you're selling it, it becomes, you're backing it up. There are personalities of like people that are con men or con women. They have no problem taking this cup of coffee and telling you it's miracle, something or another, and they'll sell it to you. And after they've labeled it something that it totally isn't, they're fine with it, but it's very few.
You know
but
what?
you have to believe in it to sell it.
I actually thank them for the ministry school. I could sell ice to Eskimos.
Yes.
Right? Hey, you know what really makes me mad is we spent all those years in that organization learning how to sell paradise that we never got.
Yes.
Or selling something we've never seen. And also, what is the business about Jehovah's Witnesses? What did we witness? Did we witness Jehovah? I've never seen him. I've never seen Jehovah. Yeah.
It's a
I think it was
think from Rutherford.
Sure. I thought that Rutherford came up with a really bad product name on that witnesses thing.
Yeah.
It's hard to say. It's spell.
Yeah, like I've never
Linda?
seen him.
Yes. Hi, who's this?
I wanted to interject something. This is Chris.
Hi, Chris.
Hello. I just wanted to interject. Hi. By the way, I wanted to mention something. If this is Mary on the show, I want to jibber jabber with her a little bit, because if this is Mary that was on the show 10 years ago, that would be a hoot. But I wanted to make a point about the point you're making now, because when you look at what I think Mary just said about what did Jehovah's Witnesses actually witness, well, we witnessed this depiction on a magazine. And when I was listening to the latest rounds of political campaigns here in Nevada, they've got this political campaign on TV, and the political candidate is walking through a park with his wife. And I don't care if they're Republican or Democrat, and everything is just idyllic, and they're just the most perfect person in the world. And come to find out, when you look at their background, things get a little sketchier. They're selling a new car smell. They're selling the illusion that if you buy into it, well, once you buy into it, then you'll get it. And then once you buy into it, then you're convinced, well, you've got to invest a little bit more.
Right.
But the thing I wanted to make a point about when Pixie had come on about 30 minutes ago, and we go back to education, because I have a college degree and it benefited me. That has a benefit in itself, but I'm going to make the point. Education comes in exposure to literature and poetry and art and music. And I wanted to make a point that led me back to when I was still active, because my father and my mother's father, they were great readers of poetry, and I could never get the magic and the rhythm and why poetry worked the way it did. But I read Whitman, and I read Longfellow, and then I read Dante, which Dante is poetry / allegory. But the point I wanted to make was, there was a scene in the movie In the Bedroom where Sissy Spacek and her husband lost their son being shot by his new girlfriend's soon-to-be ex-husband. And there's this crazy dynamic of dealing with the loss and the mourning and the frustration in the courts, because they wouldn't prosecute him because there were legal loopholes about who witnessed it and what happened.
What movie is this?
Pardon me?
What movie is this?
In the Bedroom. Sissy Spacek is the main actress.
Oh, that's the title of the movie. Okay.
In the Bedroom. But this is something I could relate to based on the fact I wasn't raised a witness, just like Carrie had said about maybe an hour and a half ago. Totally different dynamic, because I was raised in a house with music and art and reading and literature and Little League and all these things that just, my parents just had this mixing bowl, and whatever floated your boat, you gravitated towards. But my point was, this movie was so heavy. His parents lost their son being shot and killed, and the father is trying to deal with losing his son, and he's in this funk for a month, and he's starting to get distance from his wife. Something I saw when my father died, when someone loses something and you just don't know what to do. But my point is, these good old country boys, not country, this is up in Maine where they were lobster fishermen and, blue collar boys, they're playing poker, and the father locks up. And this big burly guy across the table starts reading Longfellow's poem called A Lost Son. And all he does is read it. And he reads it for about a minute. all the guys take a deep breath and they resume, and everything's fine, which is not only a dynamic about the male masculine dynamic, but the fact that witnesses don't have the benefit of going back to a well where they can listen to music or appreciate why does Vivaldi make you love the winter, and why does Whitman make you think of someone you lost. If you bring up Whitman to a witness, they're going to think you're quoting some pagan author that wasn't a witness, so you can't quote him. So he obviously serves Satan the devil. Witnesses don't have a dynamic of digging into anything other than a routine and a regimen.
Right. Well, my family had all the things you described there in terms of poetry and music, but I don't know, the witness got more culty as the years went by, and now there's this almost female Sharia cult that's in the middle of witnesses, of mean girls, and there's all stuff now.
Yeah, it's weird.
Well, it's an interesting
We know it's
social
weird now. We know it's weird now. We really know how weird it was because we're completely out. Oy.
Well,
yeah. Well, I remember in the 50s, it wasn't like it was in the 80s, and then the last 10 years, it was really controlling, and I really got to see how the women were policing the other women, which I hated.
Yes, right. It was bad. Yes, and that was a great point. The caller that just called in, the gentleman. What was your name? I'm sorry.
My name's Chris, and before I sign off, you're still going to be on the call. I wanted to talk to you because if you were the one that was Mary on the call maybe 10 years ago with Cliff.
Yes. Yeah,
and that was back.
Well, I was on. Yep, I was on the phone. I think it was actually 12 years ago. It may have been 12. Well, at least 10. Yeah, it's me. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll put that on the back burner, but
I think I'm the caller. Diarrhea Mary. I think there's only one of me, but I'm not sure.
Yes, because I remember someone had laughed about you talking about. Now I'm in a relationship with someone that has ulcerative colitis, so this is something I live with every day, and it's not a big deal at all.
Right.
It's just people have issues where I do 99% of the shopping because I wouldn't want to ever put her in a position of being in a store and something happens and you have a 10-second window to be embarrassed.
Well, I didn't even have it. Yeah. I didn't have a 10-second window. It was just it was bad. It was actually rapid onset, and it got so bad that I almost got hospitalized. It was I'm not. This sounds graphic, but I kid you not. This is the way it felt. Like my intestines were coming out. I was so upset. It was all caused by stress and all by anxiety and stress.
Yes.
And then I don't want to go too deep into this. But see, I'm married, and I had to hold back. They told me if I told my husband about what they were saying and doing to me, that they would disfellowship me.
Right.
So not only did I have to keep a secret from my husband, I had to. It was extreme abuse, and I feel it was only for a few weeks, but it was enough to literally cause me to not be able to get. So the blessing behind being on the toilet was it kept me out of the meetings for umpteen amount of weeks. And my situation, I never got diagnosed because I didn't go to the hospital, but I did, it resolved within, I don't know how long, couple of months. I wasn't on the toilet except for when I went to go to the meetings. I was on the toilet when I was on the Rick Farron show because it made me nervous because I thought I was going to, of course, on that particular call, I literally thought that I was going to get caught and I was going to get, the elders were going to knock at my door at any second. it was the level of paranoia was very high because of the level of what is the word? The level of brainwashing that I had at the time. It was complete brainwashed. So I'm at the point now where I will be able to help people come out in the future. Actually, I have a couple plans on how I'm going to do it, but I think after 10 years, I don't think I should be afraid of anybody or anything at this point. I need to like this needs to be these people need to be stopped, like legally. Yeah.
No, which I really and I really appreciate that because on one hand I have empathy because I've lived with it for 12 years with my girlfriend, and I could care less whether or not we're out together and an accident happens. So what? And that's why I carry things in the car, so she has an extra pair of pants and something, because she can't control it. But it's kind of a microcosm of the witness thing, where even though that's a physical condition, where you lose control of something that's natural, the witnesses have all, at one point in our lives, caused us to lose function of something that's natural, and we lose that ability. And but no, the fact that you came back on the show, and I remember you because back in the day, 10 years ago, I was doing hospice care for Lisa's mom for a year. And I would just download all of Rick's shows on MP3, and I remember the shows you were on, and some people laughed at you, and I was thinking, oh,
yeah, they did. They ripped me up on I heard they were on the Jehovah's Witness forums, and they were ripping me on those forums. I don't care. That's okay.
No, I know. The important point is that you're here now. But I'll tell you what. I'm still going to stay on the line, but I just wanted to wrap up what I was saying before about art and poetry, because like I said, life's only so long, and when you're going through something, you don't have resources. Like Linda and Carrie had said earlier, if you leave the Watchtower and you don't have resources, someone leaving the Watchtower doesn't have a poem. They're not allowed to listen to certain music, so they don't have a song. That poem was something that broke 4 men and allowed them to get back to healing their buddy in a movie. And the movie was a beautiful metaphor for what art can do. And I don't care if you're 6'4" and you're a lobster fisherman off Maine, or you're a logger, or you're a salesman. Art has meaning, and I don't care if it's poetry, sculpture, drama, music. And the witnesses have taken that whole dynamic away from people because they know if they leave, their only recourse is to go back to the organization because they don't have anything else to dip into.
Right.
They don't know what it's like to listen to Vivaldi. And Vivaldi wasn't about Christmas. I was told I couldn't listen to Vivaldi, and I said, dude, the tune is called Winter. It's not called Christmas. Winter, snow.
4 seasons. There's 4 seasons in Vivaldi.
Right.
Yeah.
But Linda, I didn't want to take your show away. I just had to chime in when Mary came in. But what a hoot! I hope we can talk later.
Well, the pasta babe is so good to us. We sometimes go off on tangents. It's just incredible about getting the show started, and then we all kind of. It's a nice show.
I love it when you all just find something to go on with. It's great. I think it's great.
Yeah, it's really great.
And it's fascinating. Everything Chris mentioned, I have no clue about. All the stuff he's familiar with, never, I didn't grow up with any of that. And Pixie's talking about, like, she knows some of it. And Pixie was mentioning how it's just gotten so much more controlling. And that is the case. It's just got, back in the 50s, there was much more liberty. within the organization. You know, they used to call it society back then, right? There was so much more liberty.
Hello? Let me explain
women have come a long way, and so it was kind of normal to have traditional women in the 50s, but they weren't wicked and mean to each other.
Right.
Okay.
Exactly.
And now these
really
not raised their consciousness or whatever they called it back in the 70s. These women are, it's beyond the Stepford wives. They have no consciousness of themselves. The Bible study lady had all kinds of weird ideas about birth control, and she had birthed 2 sets of twins and a third pregnancy, and she was all about being a traditional wife, being a pioneer, and the fact that she'd created these children who were not witnesses, by the way.
Oh my gosh.
And then she's trying to tell me how to live, who to marry, trying to sort our house. We got a senior care complaint against her. Was a truly wicked con artist. Acted like a spiritual.
I did hear you, gentlemen. I did hear you.
Still do.
Hello, Mary? This is Zachary again. I just want to make sure. Hi. And hi, Pixie. I want to make sure you didn't misunderstand me, because I heard what Chris said, somebody was laughing. But the reason I laughed when I came on is because I heard you laughing.
Oh no, Zachary.
With the situation. And I know it's a thing that is, and I know it's past, so I didn't want you to misunderstand. And I was kind of laughing at my father's, what my father would have said. My father was never a witness. But he would have come up with his home remedies. My father's from South Carolina.
You can laugh with
Zachary. I wasn't.
There's too many people talking, so like one at a time, please.
Oh, okay.
I think he was referring to Zachary. I think he was referring to years ago when I first came on the show. There was people that were. It was pretty rough back when, and I kind of no, Zachary, you're good. And anybody, I'm laughing at myself. Anybody wants to laugh, I'm good with it.
I remember your first day that you came on the show, and you were asking the question, should you write a letter?
Yeah, remember me? Yes, that's
I do indeed remember. I remember almost every word.
And Jackie, remember Jackie?
Yes, Jackie. Yes, Jacqueline.
Yes. Yes, Jacqueline.
Yes.
Yeah. She helped me out a lot. We talked, and she said, "Do not put the pen to the paper."
That's right. I would agree. I'd agree.
Right. Hold on,
Zach, love that lady.
Zach, I have to ask you. I remember when things were unfolding on this call, and people got to bickering. Are you the one that came in and said, "Do you know what this sounds like?" And they
it sounds like an elders meeting.
There you go. That was
you.
It
sounds. That was. I said that. Yes. Sounds like an elders meeting.
Wow. This is blast to the past memories.
12 years ago.
I know.
That's 12 years ago. But that night, it's like I remember it like it was last week.
It was like it was late too.
Yeah.
It was really late, and it was long. It was.
Yeah.
It was a really good though. You know, we all learned from each other, and
so true.
Assuming everybody on this show is out that's talking, and out and way out. You know.
And if you're not, if you're Pee-mee, we love you.
2008.
Oh, good.
And I listened on the phone once in 2012 to a special talk.
Yeah, well, that's great. We're out, and but it's still important. You know, for me, I'm not on here because I struggle with being out. What I'm on here now for is I plan on doing something. I'm going to do something that's going to help the situation for the people who are on edge about getting out. They're scared. They need support. But maybe this show isn't something they want to come out on, but they can get a little help, and resources to get the help they need. It may not be psychological. It may be something else. Maybe, I just don't know yet exactly, but once you get strong and healed and you can equip yourself with some more knowledge and then confidence, you can, like Apostle Dave's got her show, Rick Barron's doing his, we all take part, we all get on the show and tell how we're, you know, but we are helping people by getting on the show, because who knows who else is listening, you know, too afraid to speak up, they're scared to death, but they're listening.
And they can relate to us, which is really liberating too.
We're talking about all the, you know, the funny part about it is we're talking about this stuff that really bugged us in the meetings, but we could never say it to anybody because we would be in trouble. You know, if I said, yeah, this is ridiculous, this is really stupid. Well, actually, to be honest with you, you know what? The presiding overseer's wife often complained about like this, that, and the other. But if we complained or said anything, you know, it's just weird. It's like certain people in your congregation have more privileges than others. It seemed like they like some people could get away with being vicious and not abiding by the Watchtower rules exactly, but like the rank and file, it felt like there was also this really upset me. It felt there was a level of pressure that could be placed on, like, if you did something like, for example, you showed too much joy. At our hall, if you showed too much joy, the elders would kind of, you know, they'd dim your light a little bit because they want control over you. And I remember a couple of things they did with me that kind of took the control back. And I'll give you one example. And this was very hurtful. So you know how important our Thursday night was, or our Cape Cod Ministry School night was, and we get the little ministry school brochure, whatever we called it. That was important for us to have that. So the elders would walk around handing it out, right? Well, they would go around handing it to everybody and then start pretending to walk up to me, and then they would turn away from me and not give it to me. It was like a form of punishment, shunning, like kind of like slight shunning, like gaslighting. Well, I don't know what you would call it, but
it was a very obvious display of rejection.
Sounds like
you
bullying.
Don't deserve this. Yeah, not for you, not for you.
Straight up bullying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would have to go to
would bully you. And if you weren't a baptized witness, you didn't get the kingdom ministry, or like if they liked you, they'd give you first. But if they didn't like you, or you were down on the rungs of the ladder there, then you'd get the book like a week later if it was at an assembly, and it was all kinds of stuff.
You saw some of that, Pixie?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it was like done like also too. Let's say like in the meeting, this really, really got me. Is like we were privileged and we were told that if we could apply for, I'm kind of being silly here, but like you could apply for bathroom monitors, whatever, you know, you could apply to be the.
Hey Brad, can you push *6?
To be a volunteer at the, you know, at the hall. We had to apply. It's like.
Yeah, I know there's specific people in my dad's congregation that have never once been the guys that walk around, you know, outside the Kingdom Hall doing the security thing while the meeting is going, simply because my dad doesn't like them.
Exactly.
There you go.
Yeah,
right.
He's an elder.
Yeah,
and what you're saying sounds so true, because to me, my dad has always been a massive dick, but for some reason seems to get away with everything, you know, within the organization. He was always able to explain himself away. As an example, I'm going to use two things that we've said tonight. So music, we were never stopped from listening to any specific types of music at all. And my family very much liked music, and my dad had this great big record collection. growing up as a Jehovah's Witness, demons are scary. So he used to play Thriller by Michael Jackson. And you know,
Thriller by Michael Jackson?
Yeah, you
Is
know
that what you said?
of that creepy guy that comes in later.
Right.
Yes.
It's the great actor.
Vincent Price, that's it. Yeah, oh, absolutely. And I love him now, but when I was a child, that voice terrified me. So my dad thought it was funny if he would put that record on and turn it up really loudly when it came to that bit and watch me shit myself and run and hide under my bed.
Who the hell does this to their child?
When yeah, psychos. Anyway, one day he did that, and elders were at my house having dinner, and one of them made the mistake of saying something, going, "Dude, this is abuse. You can't treat your child like that." And I remember him coming in under my bed, getting under the bed with me to see if I was okay, while I was like, I was hysterically scared of this, by the way. Like, just really, the thoughts that there's a line. He says, "Rot inside a corpse's shell," and the thoughts that a child's mind creates from those words was just too much. And anyway, that guy was an elder for about a month after that.
Mm-hmm. Because that meant that elder had to be punished and gotten rid of. Because he...
Yeah. And
wow.
That guy is still a Jehovah's Witness.
This makes me angry. This makes me angry.
I can say I truly still like or love for just that one moment where he came in under my bed.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, that privilege thing that you're talking about, it totally exists. Some people, for some reason, are more popular than others within congregations, and so get away with whatever the hell they want to get away with.
Yep, they do. So we had this was before I was, or a little bit before I was baptized. The sisters, we went down to go shopping, and we went to a bookstore, and the elder's wife and her daughter-in-law, who was Pioneer, were over in the, those Chinese sex books that they have the...
yes, I know that Robert knows the name of it.
Yeah.
Shunga.
I'm not joking. Yeah,
there it is.
Literally
Kama
crossed
Sutra?
over the... Yeah, they... Kama Sutra? Yeah. They no kidding, they shoved it in my face, and they said, and I said, and I felt, now you wonder why I started to have diarrhea. It was definitely a crisis of conscience, okay? I was thinking to myself, this is totally wrong. And they used to do stuff like that with me, and it was evil. It was like they were shoving it in my face that they were evil and I couldn't be. And I didn't want it.
Yes.
But they were evil.
Yeah.
And huh?
What you're saying is so true. It's like I get to, and I get to show you that I get to. And by the way, you know you can't back to me because you got to take this. You have to take it.
It happened so
an abuse of power.
If I told you some of the specifics that they did, it would sound unbelievable.
I believe you.
Me too. Me too.
I think that they were literally grooming me to be their whatever slave that, and I really do believe that they truly are. Many of them are mean-spirited people.
Oh yeah.
And not all of them, but they are empowered.
Yeah.
They are delusional because they really, that power that they have is only perceived by the group. So when they're outside of that hall, I think the normal average citizen would think they're nuts if they knew what they were really about.
I think that's what makes them worse.
Yes.
Out in the real world, they're nobody. Out in the real world, they're nobody. They've got no control over anybody.
Actually,
but in their own little world, they're like the chosen ones.
Yeah, and you know what though? I have to to say that the area that I live in, the witnesses don't look creepy. Well, there is a couple creepy witnesses, and I could explain, later what they look like and dress. But in some areas, the witnesses are kind of creepy. But I look back on it now, and there was a level of there was something creepy about it. Like, it was creepy.
Yeah.
Like, if you really think about,
I hear you.
huh?
I know. I have a question. I have to ask a question, because typically they would shame me if I brought up sexuality in any way. Being a woman that had so many children, and she was trying to tell me that I couldn't marry my fiance and that birth control was evil. But typically sexuality didn't come up. I am a bit confused as to why they were forcing you at a Kama Sutra book. What were they?
It sounds like they were grooming her.
You with? Were they trying to groom you to be a girl in their harem, or what was the deal?
I don't know. Okay, so there's a quite a bit more incidences that happened. Yeah, actually, I wouldn't want to know what's going on in between. Like, I don't think they're all in on it. I really don't. I think there are a few select ones that are doing it. Yeah.
Well, I don't believe everyone's in on it either. And the reason
Call me and give more of that information, because that sounds like part of a book or something. I got to know more on that.
I do believe that there were about 5 or 6 wives that are probably in on it. I believe I was being groomed by one of the wives, absolutely, and the husband. And it's really, really weird. And I think it's part of the reason why I got diarrhea, because I couldn't believe my own ears and my eyes. And there was another incident that happened that was the most disturbing to me, was when the circuit overseer came.
Mm-hmm.
And I was newly baptized, and he wanted to punish me because of my joy. I mean, when I got baptized, I was like, yeah, finally, I was really exhausted because of some of the things they did to wear me out. They actually made me not be able to, they didn't want me to sleep. So they would have, they didn't want me to sleep. So I didn't sleep before my baptism. And then right after my baptism, they forced me, like they literally, well, they didn't force me physically, but they threatened me. They threatened me.
I did an extra fast because I thought you'd be tired. Probably very inaccurate.
Huh? Yeah. They basically told me that if I didn't give my testimony, that I would be disfellowshipped and I should never say no to a circuit overseer. And I told them, no, I'm not going to do that. I don't want to talk. I'm tired. I really just want to go home and go to sleep. And they surrounded me, and the circuit overseer left the room, and they looked at me with, it was really awful. They looked at me and they said, you never say no to a circuit overseer. And here I am, an adult. And I was so beside myself. Like, I couldn't believe that these people were like completely acting different now that I was baptized. And then, so we go to the hall, and it was like about a week later, and the circuit overseer, literally, I'm in like my 30s. I'm an adult. And he goes, you sit right there. And I was so stunned that I did it. I actually went and I sat down in the chair, and I was like, what is going on? He didn't do anything. He didn't say anything. He just left. As I sat there for an hour, and then finally, I'm like, I don't remember how or why I got out of the chair, but I was like, okay, and now what? And so that was a form of control. Nothing ever happened. So then another incident that same week, the circuit overseer was here.
Question.
Goes,
I have a question.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Were you single during all of this?
No, I was married.
Did you have a partner? Married?
Yeah. They told me that if I told my husband anything, that I was bringing reproach on Jehovah, and I would be disfellowshipped and die in Armageddon. Yes. Yeah. And they
Man, that's tough. Sorry.
Okay.
Let me ask you this: are you pretty? Like, I'm not asking you to be conceited. I'm just,
That's
beautiful.
exactly where I was going. That's where I was going with it. Are you pretty?
Attractive.
She's exquisite.
Oh,
Okay.
That's why.
I'm guessing you're beautiful and attractive, and they're getting off on controlling you.
So, okay, so yeah, actually, yeah, well, okay. So
And I know that's a tough thing to answer because we're supposed to be so humble and, not be conceited. But
yeah,
Hey, can I ask something else as well, real quick?
it got a lot worse.
Did they ever try and recruit your husband into this weird thing?
No. They wanted to make sure they broke me first, in my opinion.
Got it. All right, cool. Continue, please.
So, okay, so this is the same week that I was newly baptized. They jumped on it. It seemed like I got baptized at the big convention. There's the district, there's the circuit. I got baptized at the big. No, not at the international, the district one, the big one. And so then the circuit overseer shows up a little while after that, and this is when all this happened in the same week. Now, mind you, this is now you know why the diarrhea was starting. I was starting to get really. I was lacking sleep. They kept calling me. The wife would call me and say, "I need you here now," and it would be 10:30 at night, and they would start talking to me, and they would sit in a circle, and it was really weird. They wouldn't talk to me. And the wife would rock in her rocking chair and just look at me. And I got so scared. And then she started using bad words. And I thought, oh my gosh, I just can't believe it. So all of this is all in the same amount of time. And what they were doing was applying these really sick, it's like torture tactics to break me. Well, so I don't want to say what happened all the way that night, because it was sick, but and it's unbelievable. But I wanted to tell you the story that was the worst to me psychologically. So okay, the circuit overseer, we're all sitting in the Kingdom Hall, and he was going over how we have to throw all our old Bibles away, that we are to only use the new current edition, and that we are to discard and throw away, blah blah blah. And circuit overseer was really nasty. And he was extremely arrogant, egotistical. A couple of the wives raised their hand apprehensively. They knew him. I did not know him, but apparently they had involvement with him before because they knew he was abusive, because he turned out to be quite abusive. One little girl was chewing gum, and the circuit overseer pointed it out. He was going through us systematically and insulting us at whim. And so then at the end of the meeting, he picks the little girl up, like literally rips her away from the mother and drags her out to the car. Now, the mother had just scolded her for chewing gum in the congregation. And so then the circuit overseer literally walks over, takes her by the hand, rips her out of her mother's hand, and she's only like maybe 3.5 years old, and walks her over outside to the car, to his car, puts her in his car, and the mom is terrified. And so then we're all sitting in the hall, and everybody's eyes are big. Nobody gets out of their seat. And I'm thinking, what the hell? And I'm like, what the hell? So then he comes back, and the little girl is chewing gum. He gave her gum. And I was like, oh my God. Like, he didn't even ask the mother's permission. I don't know.
That's a power trip. That's a power trip right there. And okay. He did that to break the authority of the mother and to show that child that he had more authority over her than her mother has.
Yeah.
That was wicked.
Yeah. So then what happened after that was I was appalled, and I was looking at him and he was looking at me. I was next. So he goes, we're breaking up into car groups now. And I'm like, okay, so I've never been in a car group with the circuit overseer assigning us. I was assigned to one known felon, and I was put in the car group with two creeps on purpose, just two men that were creeps. One had done prison time, and I was to sit in the front seat. Circuit overseer said I had to sit in the front seat, and the felon sat behind me. And the whole time that we were in field service, I was with these two creeps in the car alone. And the guy behind me pulled out my hair one strand at a time. The entire time that we were getting back in and out of the car, he was pulling my hair out. And then when we got back to the hall, I sat down.
Dude.
And then that guy proceeded to hurl cuss words at me in my ear. And then I got away from him, and I went home, and I contacted the presiding overseer's wife. I said, I need to talk to you. And I said, this is abusive, but this, ministerial servant was pulling my hair out in the car group, and he was hurling cuss words.
Wait a minute. Mr. Felon was a circuit, had a position of authority in the hall?
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. So, okay.
He was he's a ministerial servant, and I'm going to explain what I found out that he is now. I know what it was about now. He was there. He's a key player in the hall for abusing others. So they use him when somebody needs to be abused. He's one of them that will go and abuse for them. We called him bobblehead in the hall, because he sits in the front and he bobbles his head to everybody that talks. And he bobbles. He was a people pleaser because he'd been in prison. He hated his mother. He let everybody know he hated his mom. And he was a creep. But in my opinion, they used him to, amongst other people in the hall, to enforce their dirty work. And that's my opinion, because the reason why I say that is because they literally didn't do anything about the abuse. They literally told me not to worry about it. It's, that, hey, nobody's perfect. And they basically didn't acknowledge it. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
When I had long golden hair, if somebody'd done that to me, I would have whapped them with my songbook.
Well, I didn't know that he was pulling out my hair because I kept thinking I was getting it caught in the seat.
Okay.
Because it was really long.
Sure.
And I kept pulling myself forward. I was already nervous. I had no sleep. I was tired, and it's not unheard of to catch your hair in somebody else's car. I didn't know anything. I thought it was a seatbelt. I didn't know what it was, but I figured it out later.
It feels weird too, doesn't it?
I figured out
like a needle.
He was pulling out like one or two small strands at a time. And
they put you in there with two men and no sisters. That was abusive in itself in witness land.
That was strategic.
Now trust me, all this happened within about a week's time. So please, I'm not a stupid person. I was lacking sleep, freshly baptized. I was wanting to please. I was shocked. I was in shock.
They wanted to hurt you. I see that.
Yeah.
I totally believe you too.
And this isn't the ordinary Jehovah's Witness. This little group was acting amongst themselves. They had their own little clique, and what was okay with them, and it was strategic.
Not that dynamic, but yeah.
Okay, so it was actually systemic. And that's why I'm telling you that's how my diarrhea got started. There was a lot of other things that happened in a short period of time. A couple of the older women came up and they were calling me names. They were calling me rabid. They were making up stuff it was so awful. And they would come up to the meeting and they would come up to me and I thought they were going to say, hey sister, because I was their new sister. And instead they would start hurling stuff at me like, I've been in this organization for 50 years. And they would like, oh my God. And so it got to be so overwhelming that I started drinking wine just so I could go to the meeting. And I never drank before. And
of course.
worse diarrhea.
Of course.
Yes, it did. It was red wine. And so I started.
That's going to make your diarrhea worse.
Yeah. And so this is all, like I said, I got baptized. And so I want to say that I probably didn't really go more than like, I don't know, like 2.5 months before I couldn't get off the toilet. It was so, yeah, like when I told my story before, people were getting on going, well, why didn't you leave? And why didn't you this? And why didn't you that? Well, you know what? It was complete shock, like what was happening, to the point where I thought, no, this didn't just happen. I'll tell somebody. Oh, no, this didn't just happen. I'll talk to somebody. Or, no, this person's just having a really bad day. And I was just, I've never experienced such abuse before in my life. That, and
for the same reason, abused people stay with their abusive partners.
Well, you know what? I was there for
exactly the same situation.
Hey, I was there. I studied for 20 years. So they just now pulled this out of the hat after I'm baptized. It's like, it was like,
yeah, the control gets worse after they're real nice to you, and then they really want to control you.
Yeah.
The way you describe that man really hits home to me. I've said a couple of times on Six Screens that I think my dad was raising me like that. Even after I left and he knew that I wasn't coming back to being a Jehovah's Witness, he still will send Jehovah's Witnesses around to my house, and he'll go, oh, just test their faith. Just, ask them why you can't have a beard. Ask them all those stupid questions that we could never answer for you and things like that. And even when I was a witness, he would get me to ask specific, I'd ask them a question. He goes, that's a very interesting question. Why don't you go ask that person over there? You'd ask them and they'll just blank face you. And clearly he's just
setting you up.
Testing their faith. Using the tricky questions that I had to get other people. I've often thought that I was being raised as a sociopath on purpose.
I'm really sorry that I'm really
within the organization.
Yeah,
likewise.
Wow.
I really feel badly for anybody who experienced sexual abuse in particular. But so one of the things that really broke me too was when they forced me, mentally, that I would be disfellowshipped if I didn't give my testimony. So like at 11 o'clock at night, they told me, this is how they do. They always kept me on the string. They had said, we're going to call you. You need to be ready for us to go over your testimony. And I'm like, okay. So I waited all day. 8 o'clock comes, 9 o'clock comes, 10 o'clock comes. Around 10:30, I get a text, goes, come now. So of course I get to their house by 11. It's 11 at night. I'm supposed to get my testimony the next day. I felt like that was very disrespectful of my time. My husband, it was very disrespectful. So I get to their house and it's dark in their living room. They got a little lamp on. She's rocking in a rocking chair. And I mentioned on this show before, but this was really hurtful. So she has this fishing pole. And her husband was sitting there looking at me. He's a semi-nice guy, but, he's like, well, we're just going to go over your testimony. Want to make sure that what you say is, congruent with what you say you're going to say. And so I'm like, okay. So she's rocking in a rocking chair, and she has a fishing pole with like a cat toy on it. It's like a mouse or a fish, or I think it was a mouse. And she's rocking in a rocking chair, and every now and then she hits me in the face with it while I'm trying to give my testimony to him.
Terrible.
Wow.
And
this is such an invasion of your boundaries, which you probably didn't know you had.
But she was laughing and she was hitting me.
Of course. Yes, she did. Because it's funny to her. I'm sorry. Yes. I'm livid with these people.
No. You're okay. You can.
But see, when I first came out and met my first apostate, she told me how her husband used to beat her, and it didn't even faze me. Oh, it was just like, okay. like didn't faze me at all.
It was
like
funny.
that's how indoctrinated I was back then. Today it's like, oh hell no.
I would have pulled that thing out of her hand and put it on the floor.
Well,
I would not have. Yeah, I would not have. I would have been afraid and timid, just like Diarrhea Mary.
They had already committed to baptism. You got to figure, you guys, you got to hear me up. Remember, 20 years and committing to baptism, and this is the time for them to. They were basically. Her point of view was that they were testing me. They were hazing me. She didn't say that.
Oh my God.
Your
word. That's it, hazing you.
She didn't say the word hazing. She goes, we just want to make sure you're one of us and that you're not going to tell. And she told me in so many ways, you will not tell anything that goes on, anything that's said, anything you see, because you'll bring reproach on your Jehovah. And your husband won't come into Jehovah's, and you will, or what, that wasn't what they said. I'm sorry, getting a little tired. So anyways, she's rocking back and forth in her chair, and she's laughing at it. Like,
well, I want you to stay awake until 11 o'clock tomorrow night, because I'm going to call you sometime tomorrow. You won't know when, but just stay awake, because you don't want to miss my text, okay? Right? Am I sounding like a bitch or what? Because that's that behavior. That's what that is. That's exactly what that is.
But I got to tell you though, if you know the dynamics and you know the time frame and you know the torture tactics that they were using, and I'm not saying that they're smart enough to know how to play them properly, but they knew they were breaking a kind person. They knew that I was excited to be one of them, and then they took advantage of it. I don't believe I'm not even going to give them even credit for being intelligent, because they're unintelligent idiots.
They're wicked.
They're wicked. Advantage. And now I want to throw another thing out, and you guys can laugh. I'm serious.
I appreciate you sharing this with us, and
yeah.
I was being sarcastic, okay?
Oh no, you're cool. You're cool. You
okay.
guys laugh. I told you. I already said laugh all you want, because I'm laughing. Okay, so basically you have to understand, ladies, that don't forget, I was completely brainwashed. This is Jehovah's organization, and I was going to have paradise on earth, and I was going to get, these are Jehovah's people, and so you got to figure that into that.
Mm-hmm.
And also too, when I was telling the abuse to the person that mentored me in, which belongs to another congregation, I was telling him about this. He says, "Oh, nobody's perfect," and he would say, "Oh, he would tell me your congregation's different. Those people are just, they're different, and you need to just, that's, even the Jehovah will judge them, and everything. You can just name it." It was like, well, you're being baptized as Jehovah's organization. Oh my God. I just want to throw up. Seriously. It's just crazy.
This dismissiveness is so typical. So typical.
Hey, can I ask a question? About your experience?
Are you talking about, which one?
Diarrhea. Diarrhea.
Oh, diarrhea? Oh, okay. Yeah, these. Okay.
Not about the diarrhea, just the person that's who I'm referring to at the moment. The diarrhea lady.
No, hey, look, this might bring people out.
We've established that you're good looking.
I'm okay. People come out of this organization because they remember this story. Good.
Yeah. No, I have a question about it. Just about the way you were treated by the women in particular. Because you were pretty and then started getting attention from the elders and things like that, and maybe being groomed for some sort of harem thing for what it sounds like. Do you think that at some stage the ladies treated you badly? Because I've heard about this happening in cults before. The ladies treated you badly because there was a form of jealousy there. Then, this lady is good looking and she's going to take my place in the harem, and then I'm not going to be the old lady rocking in the chair hitting people in the face anymore. This lady is going to replace me in that position of power kind of thing. because all of the guys are looking at her.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it sounds like to me. To me, that
it does. It does to me too.
You were being abused by the men to groom you, and then the women saw that attention and they got jealous about it because basically that's their husband grooming you.
Yeah, because there was another sister who I was extremely close to, who I think was being abused sexually by the elders, and there was a lot to suspect. My husband, yikes. My husband doesn't even know the things that I have said on the show because it's so.
Is he still your husband?
Oh, of course. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
If I was your husband, now this is just me and the person I am, I'd want to know so that I could go beat the shit out of those people.
This is not a recommendation, but an opinion. We don't support
an opinion from one man in Australia.
Yes, which is what a man would normally think.
I was married for a reason. I don't want my husband to know this embarrassing thing I'm talking about. I would never tell him the things that I endured there because he would.
Oh, I know that it's embarrassing. I get that. I know that it's embarrassing from your side, and you feel, but you were brainwashed just like he was, just like we all were. That if my wife came to me now and I had met her as a Jehovah's Witness, which I didn't. I met her afterwards, but if we had grown up as Jehovah's Witnesses together and she came to me and said, "Hey, I have something to tell you. This is what happened to me during the I would very much appreciate that information so that I could do what I feel like I was supposed to do as a husband." Does that make sense?
I plan on in the future. I think it would be very good for me to somehow, I don't know, but these people are in my community, and I just think it's so wrong what happened to me, and I feel, or what I allowed them to do to me.
You didn't allow anything. You didn't allow anything. Don't say that. I didn't allow anything. I didn't allow my dad to punch me in the face. I didn't allow my brother to get sexually abused within the organization and then him not say anything about it. And he sure as shit didn't allow it to happen as well. We were tricked. We were brainwashed. We were groomed and raised to be, or whether you were raised in it or not, you were tricked into being within this cult-like organization with all of the tricks that a cult has. That's a lot of tricks.
Yeah.
If you've listened to the show, Linda has a million pages on what cults do and their tricks and how they can get you and trick you and convince you to do things. And it's not like, like you were like, oh, Jehovah's Witnesses, what do? Well, let me show you and show you all of the creepy shit we do. No. There's a trick. There's a whole trick.
It's a criminal organization.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a criminal organization, and you were abused by them, and you should never feel guilty about that. Never feel guilty about that.
No, thank you
so much. As far as them being in
it.
your community, if anyone comes up to you and says, "How you been?" say what I say. I go, "Well, my magic has gotten way stronger since leaving the organization."
I am very strong.
Way stronger. What my magic is so strong.
And I want to reiterate the importance of this is that it was in a short period of time. I didn't last being baptized and before I started getting that diarrhea, and so it was a very short.
That was
time.
That was like your body going, "You've made the wrong decision here."
Yes.
It's
like
handle it.
It was your savior.
Yeah.
Let's see how to make. It was like your body saying, "Let's make sure she can't get in front of or around these people ever again. We'll make her have the craps, and she can't leave the house."
Yeah, your body was just going, "Try get to a meeting."
Sorry, we're all talking over you. We're like so passionate about this.
I worked a full-time job, and
the story
at my
has made
job,
me angry.
Me too.
I worked a full-time job, and I worked with a couple of witnesses, and I had worked 12-hour shifts, at least 4 days a week. I would always arrive to the meetings about after they started, because my shift would start at like 7 in the morning, and it wouldn't end till 7 at night, and I had to drive at 5 in the morning, and it was always an hour and a half drive. So I would have to be at the meeting late. So I always felt like a day late and a dollar short. I always got the eye, and I just felt I was exhausted, and all this stuff went down, and all this abuse went down. I first started chugging wine, and I was drinking red wine, and I would take it with me to the car, and I would drink it right before I got to the meeting.
Let me just say, you're not the only one that's done this.
I've seen so many witnesses drinking in their cars.
I'm not even a drinker. I don't like to drink, and I don't drink, and so it was just oh my goodness. But not every time. But
recently, I've decided to become a lawyer, and it's something that I've always wanted to do with my life. And it's something that the organisation and my parents never wanted me to do, as they don't like you going to university and things like that. And recently, I saw an old elder that used to be in the congregation that I grew up in, and he was, "Oh, what have you been doing with yourself?" And I said, "I'm studying to become a lawyer. I start next year." And he said, "Oh, that's interesting. Why do you want to do that?" And it felt so satisfying to say, "You'll see." Bravo!
Yes, bravo.
Straight away.
I think that's incredibly awesome. I think that's great, because your expertise may be able to help, if you're inclined to do so, help some of the witnesses in the future. That's awesome.
What I want to do, yeah.
Do you know what helped?
I should.
My sweetie, Eagle Scout Heaven, he was an attorney, but I had a copy of Black's Law Dictionary, and when I sat on the credenza next to the Bible, they left myself alone.
So can you explain what the Black Law Dictionary is, please?
They're afraid of the law. And Black's Law Dictionary, it was a $8 used copy. It wasn't the recent edition. But in the law, words mean different things than they do in your school dictionary. It's a fascinating Black's Law Dictionary. And only attorneys would have this. And they knew that my late fiance was an attorney, so he was a buffer until he died. After he died was when they tried to extort the house. When my mother said no, they said, "Well, sister, don't you want to give your house to Christ Brothers?" And she says, Christ Brothers was James.
Right?
Okay.
That never gets old.
Mary. They knew that I knew the law, and they didn't want that. And we had a complaint against that sister, because when my mother was isolated in the nursing home, that sister was tormenting my dear sainted mother. These people are con artists and wicked.
They are evil. I know.
I would have died for this organization. I'm fourth generation born in. Who are these people in there now?
I get your names. I got a pasta babe on here, and what is your name?
Pixie.
Pixie or Dixie? Pixie with a P?
Pixie.
Pixie. Like pixie dust.
Oh, P is in like pineapple, Pixie?
Yes, Pixie from Dixie. Okay. That's great.
And who's the gentleman? Sounds like he's from Australia or UK?
Brad's from Australia.
Brad. Okay, Brad. Okay. Oh, that's so nice talking to y'all. And I'm glad. When are you going to be finished with your law degree?
Oh, not for a long time. I'm doing it.
Keep us informed. We would like to know.
I'm doing it part-time so that I can work full-time at the same time. So it's going to be about 8 years. But I don't really care, to be honest, how long it's going to take.
Right. You know, you can also you can. Oh, go ahead. Yeah, you can.
You go ahead.
Also. Well, there is. I actually thought about it myself, but I've got something else. I'm doing something else, but there are. If you like to read, and there is a way that you can get your law degree through just like where you don't have to go through the schooling. You just crash.
Oh no, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. The full way. I'm going to be the most qualified lawyer by the time I finish. I'm not having. I know what the type of lawyers I'll be going up against. So.
Yeah, well, you know what? You need to Brad, take down those hair pullers, please, and take down those cat pull ladies.
Yep, and the rapists.
And the rapists and the pedos.
It's funny. I already have a placement sorted. So in your last 3 years, you can do a placement to get quicker. So you're working for a company. And I spoke to my professor, and I was like, "Oh, hey, my next year professor." I'm like, "Hey, I just want to make sure that I'm all set up. So I need all the books. I want to know all the books so I can read them all now. Get ready for it and things like that." And we had a great conversation. He's like, "Hey, what do you want to become a lawyer?" And I was like, "Oh, it's an interesting question, but have you ever seen the Royal Australian Commission into sexual abuse in Jehovah's Witnesses?" And he goes, yes, that was in like a few years ago now. And I'm like, "Yeah, you know that
2015.
Yeah, he goes, "That lead guy?" And he goes, "Yes, I want to be that guy." And he goes, "Man, that's really good. I'm going to set you up with all the books. I've got half my books already." And and I've got a placement with him. So very happy about that.
Can you say again that you wanted to be that guy, and who was it you were talking about?
Our boyfriend.
Our boyfriend, yes, Angus. Okay. You want to be Angus Stewart. Yes. Okay. Just wanted to get that clear.
I've had several dreams about this where I'm actually dreaming this. No, like over the last few years, I've dreamt that I've made these flyers in my dreams that go, are you a witness struggling? Or, like, do you, because you know how they leave crap, we used to leave that crap all over the place, like a smell room and all that.
Yeah.
I thought about just making up a brochure and leaving one strategically where I know the witnesses go, and just put like, are you a witness that's miserable? ... Well, there's a forum called the Six Screens, and then put all these apologetics on there, and then put my favorite shows that help me to get out, and go, check this out because you are one of many. And just I've really thought about that, and just distribute them in my community. And you don't even have to put your name to it. Just are you
right?
Are you a witness that's afraid? You have fear of not going to a meeting. Or do you suffer from anxiety from elder abuse?
This is epic, awesome. I love this.
No, really. I know all the fixers. I know all the medications they take. I could sit here and make 1,000 different types of brochures, and just and that's kind ones. Maybe I can even do an image like they do, but put one of like Serenity though instead, and then like put, instead of their graphic Armageddon die with the beast and all that, I could put something like like Jesus, or like a boat, a palm tree, and a fresh glass of water, and a lady sitting down enjoying the sunshine, doing nothing. And then just, are you on multiple medications to get to the meeting? You find yourself wine before a meeting? I don't even have to put all the services on there. And then put, do you find, or are you tired? Are you tired of skirts?
Tired of what?
Like that.
Are you tired of skirts and having to wear skirts?
Oh, skirts, yes. Okay.
Yeah. And put, there's lots of ladies, and check out a pasta babe. Just kind of whatever. I mean, we've got a lot of resources, and this show is really funny. And it's like, you know, first they're probably going to listen in and go, oh, God, I'm in trouble. They're going to know me on this phone, and I'm going to be reported. This has got to be a Watchtower. This has to be Watchtower trickery. They're trying. I can't, because when I first phoned in 10, 12 years ago, I was scared because I thought, well, what if this?
Of course, it's fear indoctrination. Yeah, it's pretty normal.
Yeah, what if this is a trick? It's, you know, and that's why I have an anonymous. That's why I didn't get it.
That's perfect.
You're much nicer in your print jobs than I would be, because my ideal would be to send a little invitation card, like a thank you note, to all the sisters that were wicked to me, that says, thank you so much for shunning me, in beautiful script, and then when you open it, it says, a demon has now infected your house.
This is so bad, because unfortunately they would be scared of it and might even believe it. Another we don't recommend this, but it's an interesting thought. Okay. I just had to do a disclaimer. I'm so sorry, Mary.
I'm so blessed by being shunned. Do you feel that way too? Oh, apparently not, because you're still getting in car groups, picking out other people's houses. Well, I'm living in mine.
That's right. I love my mansion in this life.
And you don't even have to put Jehovah's Witnesses. When they see it in the post office, they'll know who we're talking about. You know, and just put.
You know, I have a question for you, Mary. You were saying that, you know, one of them was talking to you reprimandingly. I think it was circuit overseer or something. And I remember you saying, and I was like 30, 36 or something, or 30. How old were you when you were first getting to know the organization or recruited? How old were you at the beginning of that 20 years?
My first encounter was when I was babysitting on the military base, which there was no Jehovah's Witness meetings there, but I was babysitting for Jehovah's Witnesses. So I got my first, they had stacks of magazines that were mailed to them on the military base. So that was my first.
Sorry, question. Were there Jehovah's Witnesses on that military base?
Yes. And they were getting mailed.
Doing that?
Well, because on the military base, well, okay, so it was either the wife or the husband. Whoever was doing the service time was probably not the witness. The wife was, or whatever.
That makes sense. Okay, that makes more sense. Got it.
There was witnesses. There was only one, and I babysat for them. And I remember the magazines. I was about 10, but they didn't push it on me. I just looked at the magazines on their tabletop, and I noticed them, and so anyway, so that I
left them there.
Yeah, and so I was babysitting for them, and I was 10, exactly. And so then when I was 19, I was working a very early worker. So I was working from when I was 16, and then when I was 19, I had a traveling job, and I met there was a coworker that I would run into every 2 weeks, and he just starting with the witnesses within about a year after meeting him, and I was going to another church, and we just started talking about God, and he handed me the book of Revelation because he knew I was really into reading scripture, and I was just going to a regular church, but it ended up being also called the Church of Christ. And anyways, it was a cult too I was in. But
yes.
Bigger, I was. Yeah. And so he gave me. He thought he could impress me. He said, "Your church is in my what I'm studying," and then he produced the Revelation book, the big red, the hardback Revelation. And I got the book from him, and it stayed in my house for years upon years. And I opened it up, and I thought, ooh. And then my initial thought was, I was 19, to answer the question. I thought it was demonic. That book particularly had a lot of really, like, scary images, Dungeons and Dragons type of thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a creepy one, that one.
It really was.
Yeah. You know what was even creepier was the children's book that taught about masturbation. So my son, who went
Young people ask.
yeah,
I'm sorry.
yeah. And my son did not know about masturbation until the Jehovah's Witnesses taught him.
This is not a mistake.
I still remember the picture of the kid on the stairs who obviously had a problem with masturbating, and it looked like he was just crying, like hysterically crying and clutching onto the banister of the stairs as hard as he could. And I remember thinking, wow, that guy's not doing it right. It feels better.
No, you didn't.
Hey, I don't know, but what my son told me was, he told me years later, Mom, I never even knew what that was until I read that book at the Young People Ask book, and I thought, wow, these people are really grooming these young ones, aren't they? Because that's not what we're talking about in a children's book. It's just that's something that not even parents discuss, really, truly. I mean, it's like
I had no idea what it was until I read that book as well.
Yeah, because see, and then also too, I'm gonna put it out there. I am gonna put it out there. How many times? Oh my goodness. Okay, we're adults. How many times were you sitting in a meeting and you had the purest thought, and then you open up the Watchtower we're studying, and it's talking about a subject matter, and suddenly a bad thought came in your mind because you're out. It's just like, what the heck? I don't even think about that stuff. Now it's in my brain not to do it, but it's still in my brain.
Because it was in the article? Is that what you're saying?
Subliminal images. I love to look for subliminal images in my weekly study.
Yeah, you just put an image of sexual immorality in my brain via an image. Now I'm impure. It's like you just put it in my brain. It's like, that's not right. That's not fair. That's like you took
it isn't fair. Especially for
I wasn't thinking, and then you feel weird. It feels weird because you're like, I wasn't even thinking anything till I walked in here, and now I'm looking.
Yeah, and then you feel like you have to go and like apologize to Jehovah or something like that.
Yeah.
For having the impure thoughts that they gave you.
Exactly.
Yes.
That's why they don't have a Sunday school. They want to
Thank
teach
you.
them.
Thank you.
Right.
That is so true. Every other meeting, they're mentioning it, if not every meeting. Some kind of
They
form.
talk about things that children shouldn't be hearing.
Exactly.
Hey, aren't they kind of propagating wickedness? Period. But we've been talking about how wicked the I don't want to call them sisters. The women in there.
Well, no, we say sisters because it's our lingo.
Yeah, that's our lingo.
They're not sisters in Christ. They're not sisters in Christ Jesus, in my opinion.
No, they're not.
No, they're brothers and sisters in abuse.
They're sisters of Satan. They're not. Okay, so when you're reading the magazines, okay, this happened with me, right? I'm pretty, I like to read. Images are very serious to me. I'm very cautious of what kind of movies I watch. I've always been like that. I don't watch scary movies because I don't like those thoughts, because I don't think those thoughts. I don't want to have it in my brain at all. So if you get the meeting.
Me either.
You get the pre-Watchtower. You pre-study it. Oh, joy. So all right, great. Then we get to the meeting and we're sitting there. This would happen to me. And I would sit there and look at the wicked sisters that I couldn't stand. And I'm going to be honest, I couldn't stand them. They're so nasty. And then you look at the Watchtower about, all these loving, sisters in the skirts, and they get the little messages about how we're supposed to act. And then you flip a page, and then there's this wickedness all over the place, people gnashing of teeth. And it's like, to me, it's as if there's like this, what do you call it? Like they're planting the wickedness in you. There could be, I mean, it's like, why would you have to illustrate people? Like, why?
Because it's telling you about the inside.
Well,
yeah, to show you that they're all so sad that they're dying.
But that would make me feel that way when I'm looking at the picture. And they know
well,
that
and
too.
sometimes they have thieves and harlots and fireballs and demons coming out of Christ's robe. That was always a favorite. I'd circle that one and color it later.
Nice.
I remember, I think it was a brochure that had like a big gaping hole opening in the ground and people falling into the hole like they were going into hell, even though we didn't believe that hell existed. So where the fuck are they? Not sure.
Yeah, this is, watchtowers of the past that we loved, and one time, this is true, one time they had a paradise scene, and I got my magnifying glass out, and I found Houdini.
I believe you.
Was standing next to a tombstone, a little girl, and it was Harry Houdini.
That's so strange, man.
Stage
That's weird.
So Brad does. Houdini died on Halloween, and there was a seance with a secret word. His wife was trying to find the secret word.
Oh yeah, I remember this. Yeah.
And of course, we know the secret word was forgive. So here I knew this about magic and entertainment. I'm looking at a paradise drawing scene, beautifully painted, beautifully drawn, and over in the top left corner is Eric White, beautifully drawn Harry Houdini.
Hello, ugly Watchtower. I see you.
Giving me
Glad you're here.
Of entertainment in boring meetings.
I wish I had seen that because I would have loved that. I love Harry Houdini.
I do too.
I could, you know what?
I was gonna say a story, just real quick, because before I have to go back to work real quick. But it's about all the sexual stuff that we were talking about earlier. When I was a kid, I remember this conversation so clearly. We went to our book study. It was in a house just around the street from us, so we would quite often walk to our book study. I'm all walking home from the book study. Me and my mum and my oldest brother. My mum and my oldest brother were talking about something they'd heard in the news where someone had been raped. And I didn't know at this time what that word meant. So I was like, "Oi, Mum, what does rape mean?" And she described normal consensual sex.
Oh my God.
What?
Wow.
And I've always felt great about that. And if we're going to be saying things like, "Mary, this is for you because you've said some stuff that is personal. I'm going to say something personal." Her saying that, it screwed me up sexually my entire life. I've always had a problem thinking that I'm allowed to have sex with like my wife or my girlfriend or my Christian partner. It always makes me feel like I'll never make the first move. I won't touch them first. I won't kiss them first. Because it makes me feel like a rapist.
Right, because if you were taught, oh God.
Well, I hope that you talking about this right now, you can hopefully, let that go.
Oh no, the only reason I'm talking about it now is because I'm past it. But I wouldn't have talked about that forever until my partner came to me and was like, "Oh, dude, what's going on? Do you not like me?" And I don't know. But I don't feel like I can touch you or look at you in that way without me feeling like I'm going to go to hell. No big deal.
He just masculinized. He's taken away a normal masculinity and a courtship that is involved with a male and a woman. And
she's turned something that is actually beautiful given to us. It was
yes.
by God. to share pleasure with another person to make two people feel like they're one, right?
That's terrible.
And she's taken that and turned it into the very worst thing you can do to somebody.
Wow. I am so sorry to hear that, Brad. That's just so screwy.
Hearing how the women treated you, I can't imagine that they would treat their sons any better than I was getting treated. You know? Taking away their masculinity, taking away that.
Yeah. We had a few pasty-looking boys in our congregation. They just didn't look very healthy, and they just looked like there's. It was sad. And then what's really sad is when they're okay. So this was another pet peeve. This was a pet peeve. He goes, "What in the world do you carry a briefcase around for?" And because the guys in our congregation would carry briefcases to the meetings. It's just very cold. It's like what for? And they wear stuff and like it just seemed a little bit cold and like not family oriented at all. I'm sorry that happened to you. That's very common though, Mom.
Oh yeah, and I'm totally past it. Don't worry about it. I'm totally over that now. But before I was it totally screwed me up. Totally. And still there is sometimes now, like I'll look at my wife and I'll be like thinking, and then immediately that sort of comes, dude, you can't think that. That's bad. And then it's like, wait, no, you can think that. That's good.
Yeah.
Like it's not super an issue now. If it's an issue, it doesn't affect anyone but me. If that makes sense. It doesn't affect my partner at all now.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's actually
I can
very
think past it.
Yeah, of course. No, I think you sharing this, there's probably listeners in that needed to hear it, and really
especially men. Well, even women. I shouldn't say especially.
Well, but men are supposed to have a courtship ritual, so you can do a card trick and wink at her. Maybe that'll work.
Damn right.
Card trip. A card trip.
Guys that want to do that with girls.
Oh, you want to hear something? You want to hear how screwed up the guys were in my congregation? So this happened. This was awful. It hurt my feelings deeply. This happened with one particular one. Did it every time, and I wasn't going to him because he's another wife's husband. It just took me back. So we would go into the meeting. Sometimes we would meet in the back what would we meet in the back for? It would be for something small group. I forget. Gosh, well, it was like 10 or 15 people, and I always had to arrive late because I was getting off of work, so I'd go sit down. And if he was next to me, he would get up out of his seat and move something, and it would be,
Yep, you're beautiful.
and it was getting to the point where I thought, this is really awful. You're hurting my feelings. Like this is like I haven't done nothing, and then I started like feeling like what's wrong with me, and this happened a lot. So then one time, I get to the meeting. Now I'm always in late. Everybody knew because I was a nurse and I had to work 12 hours, and I would come in. Yes, so I would come in meeting, and I would always, and it was kind of a running joke because one of the things that I would do is I would eat peanut butter sandwich before I would get there, and sometimes I had peanut butter on my shirt, and I'm in my uniform half the time. I could change out of it. I would come in, I would sit down at the first thought that I could. And so the particular meeting was interesting because this particular brother was what do you call the guy that gets up there? He's the guy that he gets up there and he's the pre-guy. He's the pre-guy, not the main guy that talks. He's
like that introduces people that is going to talk next.
Yeah. Or he
I don't.
Our conductor. He was the something else.
I think pre-guy is good enough.
The pre-guy. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know the name of them either, but yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
I'm telling you, this guy was really screwed up, and I don't know if he had a problem, because his wife was very beautiful, and he do this, but he made himself look. It was very. I was actually getting very creeped out by it because I didn't look at the guy. I never noticed him. I didn't care about him in particular. I didn't care, and so I walk into the meeting. I sit down, and I'm right in front of him and his wife. And I didn't know it. And as soon as I sat down, I went, like, I'm sitting right in front of him. Now to make him uncomfortable because I hear him. And his wife was sitting right next to him. And I was sitting in front of him. And I thought, oh, shit. Should I go and sit 2 seats ahead? No, I'm not going to do what he does and be immature and get out of my seat to make him happy. No. So I sat there, and so he gets out of his seat to go do the pre thing. I forget the pre.
Right.
Yada yada yada. He does his yada yada yada. He comes back. He's so nervous not to sit. He actually sits instead of his wife, and so he's sitting next to me, and he missed his, and he actually sat next to me. His wife is behind me. I look behind her, and I'm thinking, why is he? And the whole congregation noticed. And I thought, karma. Yeah. He actually sat next to me on accident. Came back. So trying to avoid me, they actually sat next to me. And so then he got him out of his seat, and he of course, corrected his seat, and he went back to sit next to his wife. Oh my God. I told my husband about it. I'm like, man, what is going on with this guy? But the only thing I could think of is the Watchtower shames guys. And I don't know why this guy did that. And it made me feel like a harlot or like I was doing something wrong. And it just added.
I've done that before. I was just like a friend. I was young when I did, and I was, a growing boy. And when sexuality is frowned upon, and a good girl sits next to you, and you can't do anything about it, like you're not allowed to think anything. You can't. As we said, masturbation is wrong. Consider everything that your mind is doing at that point is wrong. So what do? Being the good Jehovah's Witness kid I am, I just get up and I walk away from that. Get behind me, Satan.
Get behind me, Satan. You hear that? And what he's saying is temptation or the natural desire that a young man would have, You
just described the way I felt. It was making me feel like I was a temptress. Yes. And I was not.
Well, no, you're not. No. And I'd like to reiterate, you're not the temptress in any way. And the girls that I did that to weren't the temptresses in any way. But I felt that way.
No, but Brad, this is exactly the way I feel. That's how you just described the way I was feeling inside by his actions.
I can also. Now, this is going to be really personal, right? But depending on how much he liked you or thought you were attractive, plus he has to get up and go to the. If I'm a teenage boy and I'm in class sitting next to a girl, there's a good chance I can't get up in front of the class.
Yes. Exactly.
I would die in my seat.
Yes, you poor thing.
Like, I don't want to reiterate. I'm not joking about it.
I understand.
Every guy is the same. You will die in that seat. You're not getting up.
That's right.
It got funny because
I don't care how many teachers are demanding it. People dragging you out of the seat. No way. That seat. You're not moving me.
That guy
but if
alone.
I'm in a Kingdom Hall,
if
I'm in a Kingdom Hall and I have to get up,
I
feel for that guy.
I was dressing very badly. I actually bought a skirt that literally looked like a potato sack. And I started buying and wearing the ugliest clothing that you could possibly imagine. And at one point, I went to go leave for a meeting. My husband was home that particular evening. He usually worked when I went to the meeting. He looked at me and he said, "What are you wearing?" He goes, "Not my wife. You're not wearing that." And he says, "Go change your clothes." I said, "Well, I'm just trying to cover up more because my wife's not leaving the house like that. Go change your clothes." Yeah. He told me to, he saw me. Yeah, he wasn't going to go to that night meeting. He would go with me every now and then. He didn't really care for it, and I wasn't going to push him. But he said, "Not my wife. You look terrible." He said some words to me that you will not like that. That's bad. And so but I gotta tell you, it really does. There's a level of.
I'm sorry for how it made you feel from your perspective, but I completely understand the guy's perspective as well. And
absolutely, yeah.
If you really like the look of somebody, no offense, it doesn't matter what they're wearing.
Yeah, that's
the thing.
True.
If you're infatuated, once you're infatuated, you're infatuated. That's just all there is to it.
You know
You've
what
just got
I
to get
feel
up and walk away.
You know where the guy had such nervous energy. What I'm thinking in my heart, what I think is that he grew up a witness, probably been shamed his whole life for having male feelings at all, and he's probably still
probably didn't sleep with his wife very much because of that, those weird sexual feelings that you have.
Yeah.
And how you feel about it. So all of that pent up energy.
Yeah.
Oh man, you can't have that coming out on stage. Oh no.
He probably was raised a witness, and had a very a Jehovah's Witnessy upbringing.
Yep.
Yeah, I actually should feel
I
bad.
kind of can completely understand how that guy feels, to be honest. I feel sorry for that guy. I feel sorry for you for how he makes you as well, definitely, because no one should feel like they're doing something that they're not. But I think I understand how he was just like, well, I'm out of here, bye.
my husband would come to the meetings every now and then, and everybody knew, that my husband, and they were all wanting him to become a Jehovah's Witness, but my husband would only come every now and then. And I don't think my husband not the theocratic stuff, not that kind of stuff. But I'm really glad. My husband and I have talked about this, and he says, "I'm so glad that you got out of there," because he says, "I was really worried about you." He could tell that I was stressed out there. Little does he know. Oh boy. Little does he know. Yikes.
I feel like they try to shame women for just existing if they're pretty.
Yeah, I do. I do think so. We had another sister in there, and boy, was she treated. I mean, this gal used to call me, and we became great. I still think about her to this day. She grew up in and she was molested by her father. I think she was molested by several brothers. Molested all her life, and very, very sweet lady. And she had abuse syndrome. It was just, but she used to have to go to the elders all the time. And she called me and she goes, I went to the elders over this issue. And I go, I don't want to say her name. I don't want to say her name. I go, why are you talking to the elders about that? That's something that's private. She goes, oh, I've always talked to the elders about that. And because I wasn't raised with, I said, honey, that's not something you talk to men, a group of men about. Honey, you need to talk to the sisters. Please don't share that with the brothers. And I really feel like they were, funny feeling that
about 1975 when they put the elder arrangement in. Before 1975, if you even committed a sin, you went to God in prayer and were forgiven.
that was how the witnesses believed, and that's how most Christians are taught to believe. After they put the arrangement in, after 75 and the world didn't end, there was this snitch thing and this thing of feeling like you had to go in there and confess. And that, you know, we don't have a confessional. This is not the Roman Church. And people felt like they were compelled to go into this group of men. Legally, they don't have to do that.
Yeah, she was talking about stuff that was explicit. And she was, and I said to her, I had to be careful, because if I told her something and then she snitched on me, that I told her not to tell the elders, you know, because sometimes when you're talking to a fellow witness, you feel cautionary because you don't want to talk to them because you're afraid they're going to, if you tell them how you feel, you're going to get snitched on or snitched at, and you're just, you know, it was just this, she was very distraught. She was always calling me, and she just was telling me that she would tell me, she goes, I can't, if you tell anybody what I'm telling you, they told me that I would be disfellowshipped. And she would tell me what the elders would tell her, and I would just feel so sad for her, because I felt like she was being, I felt like they were perverted for hearing what she had to talk about, and I just didn't think it was appropriate.
It's not.
No.
It's not at all appropriate.
And she grew up as a witness, so she doesn't know any different. And here I am, you know, coming from the world and then becoming a witness. I have to tell her, hon, that's not right. Don't do that. Those are men. They, you know, that's
I grew
not
up
right.
Grew up in the witnesses before 1975, so I didn't feel a need to confess to them. I didn't feel a need for their tribunal, and if they were to ask me to do that, I wouldn't be going to it.
Yeah, and you know what? I feel like sometimes that they actually get satisfaction from hearing about sisters talking about private things.
Oh yes, they've got their own little thing going.
Yeah, and
I
didn't understand
why. Too many times, too many questions like, "Oh, did you enjoy it?" and things like that asked people that have raped. Things like that is just.
You know, in the big, wide, scary world, if a woman was assaulted, there's a lady cop to ask those questions.
Right.
And if a person goes to law school, they have an entire coursework of how to talk to people who have been victimized.
Right.
The elders do not have that coursework. They are not qualified to judge you.
Actually, they've been judging. They actually can traumatize you further.
Yes.
Yeah. Because
as I mentioned a few weeks ago, when my sweetie lawyer was alive, I won't name him, almost did.
Sorry.
I said to him at the breakfast table, I said, "You've been an attorney so long, couldn't you be a judge?" And he says, "Oh no, to be a judge, you have to serve on certain courts. And it's an additional group of job skills." He says, "Even as an attorney, I'm not qualified to be a judge." And the light went on in my head that window washers are not even attorneys. So they have bamboozled people in the name of religion. They are not qualified to judge you or counsel you. They have no coursework.
Yep.
I was just about to say that. Not only are they not trained to talk to people like that, they're not even really trained. They don't go to university. They don't do any, tertiary education because they frown upon that. So they're not trained in really anything.
They're not.
Well,
they're not because if they were an Episcopal minister, they would be trained with a university education in family psychology. They don't have nothing.
Well, let's just say you're a professor and you're not a Christian, you're an atheist, but you're just reading the Bible as a, historical book, and you're reading about what the, ancient times said about judging. The Bible scriptures, because that's what they're basing everything on, says do not judge or you will be judged.
That's right.
And by grace and by grace you are saved, and love covers over a multitude of sins. And I'm not speaking as a Christian. I'm speaking as, even though I am, I'm speaking scripture. So let's just say you use their scriptures that they use. I know they did change the world translation many times to suit their needs, but if they would read what they're doing, they are doing what the Pharisees did.
Yeah, they are.
They are doing. Yeah, they're setting up judicial. If the witnesses would read even their own Bibles, they would become convicted to get the hell out.
They don't read the Bible anymore every day. They used to read the Bible, which is bad practice.
Yeah.
They don't do it anymore.
And I don't know if they took out the crucifixion out of the historical book of the Bible, but it was the Pharisees and the Jews and the religious leaders of the law who knew every letter that Jesus despised, and Jesus talked in parables, and they didn't understand a thing, and they were the ones that put Christ, the perfect person, on the cross and crucified him.
Yeah, that's right.
So if you are, let's say, forget you're not a Christian, but you're reading the New World Translation, which is what I did. I read all of it, and you could come to the conviction that they are the Pharisees, and I did.
Yeah, I did too.
Yeah, you did too. Yeah, and they had. It's like, wait a second. How come I'm reading about myself? How come I'm reading about you and you and you around me? It's like, aren't we the Pharisees? It's like, and it's like, how is this loving when we're picking out? We're in car groups and you're hearing the women picking out other people's houses. That's covetousness, according to the Bible.
Yes, it is.
It's like, and I'm not being, and like I said, I'm not speaking Christian, trying to push, it's just that's what their Bible says too, unless they changed it.
Well, you call it like you said, and that's what happened. I hear you.
Oh, God. It's almost like they're slapping. It's almost like they are right in front of your face, mocking you. Like it's all in writing, and they're also mocking you. They're taking exactly what they're not supposed to do, and they're doing it to you.
Uh-huh. And they beat the wounded too. If there's a person with a weakness, they're ready to prey upon them, not pray.
Oh,
they pray.
Yeah,
Pre.
It's true too. The people that were cold-hearted in the Kong, they were the ones that were the most aggressive ones. And by nature, if your personality is kind, you're gonna get preyed upon. Of course.
Yep.
Wow, you guys will.
And that's not even touching the other problems like the blood doctrine, where pregnant ladies die, and the fact that if they shun you, you should sue them in a civil court, which is my new idea that I've been looking at, and things like that.
Pixie, have you been shunned from your family?
Oh, my family's all dead. I waited for them to die, and that now I don't attend.
Oh, so now they've passed away, and you're the sole. Is there anybody in the org that's still in there? Is that your that's your family?
Not really. I don't miss the congregation at all. I don't miss them.
Oh, good.
And as I mentioned, the lady tried to extort our house, but the house had been in mine many years already, so the nursing home couldn't get the house. But the lady tried to extort the house.
Whoa! How long have you been out, Pixie?
My mother's been gone 2 years now, and she was at the top of her game, even at her late age. And she looked at the woman when she said, "Don't you want to give us your house?" and said, "Depart from me, you worker of iniquity. I knew you not." Way to go, Mom. And then the lady, as I repeated earlier, the lady says, "Well, isn't the governing body Christ's brothers?" And my mother, who was a scholar of the King James Bible, says, "No, Christ's brother was James."
James, that was his brother.
That was it. That's the Bible. So they did not get our house. They wouldn't have, because legally it was in my name for the protection of my family. I called the elder's wife, and I said, this sister tried to extort our house. And she says, oh, she's the best pioneer we have. I said, well, she wasn't looking out for the interests of this family.
Wow. Man, you still went through a lot, though. That's still, wow. Oh, yeah. I live where the Kingdom Hall is on my street, like right there.
Wow.
I live very close. Yeah, I have to drive by it every day.
Wow.
They're right there. Actually, the presiding overseer and her husband are walking distance from me. Yeah, still.
I'm gonna admit to something that is illegal, but not that illegal. I have to drive past the Kingdom Hall to go to work every day, and I ride a scooter, an electric scooter, so I'm not in a car. There has been many times that I've seen them had mail, and I've thrown it away.
Yeah.
Just grabbed their mail and threw it away. Just like, screw you guys. My small little take.
I have to drive by it 2 and 3 times a day. I drive by it all.
And we don't advocate to do that either.
Absolutely
Just
not.
putting that in there. But thank you for sharing that.
I don't have the guts to stand out there with a sign.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I was there to build it. We helped build it.
I hear you.
Oh, no.
Wow.
So weird when you build the house that you were tortured in. So strange.
Yeah.
I know, and then you gotta keep looking at it.
And keep cleaning it. But I used to,
hey, wait a
I used
second.
to hate cleaning.
Hey, stop being an ingrate. You were privileged to do that.
Oh yeah, that's right. Sorry, it was an absolute privilege to vacuum that hall. Clean all the boogers from under the chairs.
They mess with the language so much.
You know, I used to hate it when we would have our theocratic ministries and they would go over the details of how we were to behave, exactly how we were supposed to put our lunch under the seat, what side to wear our name badge on. And
I missed that thing. I missed that one.
What order we were to take when we go to, or if we were to call the hotel, how we were to call. I mean, it was everything down to the wire. It's like, you know, that's the image that we needed to portray to attract other. It's basically what they were teaching us is how to look perfect for the next people, for people that want to come in. So we look perfect. So they want to make everybody.
I don't miss those conventions at all.
No, and they were very hard to be in all day long. And, the bathrooms were always long and stinky. And not
the constant droning of the boring speakers just turns into white noise after a while.
Oh yeah, those old white men that would get up there and they just would talk like.
We used to have this elder that every couple of seconds would do this.
What did he do?
He would do this noise.
Was he a reptile?
Like, it kind of looked like it when he did it, and it was every couple of seconds, and it drove
I think he was
me crazy.
He was a reptile.
Absolutely crazy. So
he had a bobblehead.
Scripture. Oh, terrible.
Now, I want to...
That would have sent me over the edge, too. Yep.
Was he doing that with his lips?
I believe he was inhaling his own, through his nose, right?
Every time he talked? Yeah, no, like he's licking his lips way too
Oh,
that's okay. We had a brother. We had a brother that came and he was developing a spit wad. and it got bigger and bigger and bigger, and we all were very fearful that it was going to land on one of us. And it got so big, I looked over at the person next to me. I go, can somebody go hand him a tissue? Because it's going to go somewhere. And it's like, and the more he spoke, and every time he come up, he did the same thing. It was like, ooh, it's like, it was big. And I was like, so, you know, the Watchtower meetings, my point is, they're so boring that we would be paying attention to the spit wad on the brother's mouth. It's like,
have you ever seen someone on the platform turn into a reptile?
No. I can see it. Oh, that's funny. You know, yeah. Oh, God. Oh, God. That is so funny. You know, the things that we used to do to get through the meeting. They were so boring.
I really like the art department. I really think the illustrations were great. That's the only thing I miss. Finding.
You know the thing I miss the most? I miss those jolly old Kingdom melodies that were just, they were just rock the house.
They were the worst. They were the worst. Oh, did you know one in the old songbook was actually "God Rest Ye Merry Gentlemen"?
Yeah. You know what it reminded me of? The Nazis in Germany. That kind of music. It just like.
Thank you. It was marching music, wasn't it? Like regime marching music.
Yeah.
10,000 at your right hand. Dun 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 dun. Yeah, very marching.
Marching to our death today.
Yeah, they even have that military drum behind a lot of their stuff.
We can't wait to share our faith so we can be miserable together. Yeah. It was boring. And you could, and you know, not one sister would ever like have this beautiful voice sound, and you know that people have beautiful voices, and we'd all have to sing the same way. There was no real melody. Well, there was a melody, but it wasn't.
And for some reason, the person with the loudest voice in the entire Kingdom Hall couldn't sing at all. Couldn't hold a note. Couldn't even come close to holding a note.
Is that a possibility?
Had somehow never heard music in their whole lives.
Yeah, that was me.
Right. Were you that one, Apostle Babe? Were you the one?
I was that one, but I could sing on tune. But I didn't know I was standing out until I got into choir. My high school years. My teacher would point at me and go, "You're standing out." So I had to learn how to blend.
Hey, you know what I would secretly love to do when I'm so ready for this is to go into a Kingdom Hall. Just go to a Kingdom Hall where they don't know you, and just go in and sit down and just see what it's like again.
I wouldn't recommend that, but if you want to, I'd be like trigger warning, but
Yeah, but
you could do that.
Go in there
I would end up saying shit really loudly.
I just think that, well, just go in there and during the Kingdom melody, start really singing it at the end. And then they kick you out.
No, because they have now. They have pop songs now.
Pop songs?
Little catchy pop songs.
Mm-hmm. They have a few new ones, yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Attempts to be modern.
Songs now.
Yeah.
Like pedo songs, like pedophilia kind, the Disney pop songs.
Well, I don't know if they have Disney princesses in them, but
aren't they kind of like? Okay, let me look up one.
Oh no. You may not play any melody songs on this show. I'm totally pulling rank.
Uh-oh.
Don't.
Dave's gonna kick me off.
If you need to for a minute or two, okay, I'll let you, but not too long.
You know why? They probably paid really good money to have subliminal messages put in our brains with those songs. You know? Yeah.
Well, there's a program the man's name is John Oates, and he's been on Coast to Coast a bunch of times.
God, I used to love Coast. I used to be a Coast to Coast junkie.
Oh yeah, and I called him, and I almost bought the equipment. He's got a gizmo for radio engineers where you can see if there's subliminals in a speech or song. And I would love to run witness material through his gizmo that he's got.
Yeah, I can do that with my computer.
Do it.
Yeah. I'd love to know what's on those songs underneath. What are they saying in reverse speech and some of those lectures, talks? That
might be interesting.
Him for about 40 minutes. He's really neat, and he actually has a program you can buy that will do that.
It probably says underneath,
do what we.
That's exactly what it would sound like. Do what we say. Obey the elders, even if it makes no sense from a human standpoint.
We don't believe it. We don't believe it. We don't believe it. Because I think it's a word of it.
Oh my God, this is so funny. What time do you get on the pop today? I'm addicted to this part of the show. What time do you come on? You're in California. What time do you come on?
I come on about 8 or 9 my time, which is about 11 or 12 the time for Rick.
I like this crowd here. We're just it's just liberating conversation.
It is.
3,000 miles away from you, and I have no idea how far Australia is away from me, but I just love Brad.
Great.
Right? I do too. Brad adds a different flavor that's like, well, it's not so different. He's saying stuff we just kind of don't have the nerve to say always, but man, he brings it to the table well. Very well.
Oh my goodness, but you know what? If I was a Jehovah's Witness, and I just found out about this show and I got on this right now, this would trigger me because I've had all these thoughts and I was like, am I just thinking this? Am I weird?
You're not alone. And we're helping people here tonight. We're helping them.
Yeah.
Holy laughter.
What did you say? What did you say, Brad?
If you don't laugh, you'll cry.
That's it.
Very, very true.
Comedy comes out of pain.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Oh, I got to tell you a little story. This is so funny. So I was, so there was this pecking order with the women there. And if you were a pioneer, there was a special get together. I think it was about once a week or once every 2 weeks at the presiding overseer's house. And I got the privilege of cleaning her home before the pioneers had their party.
Oh.
And I remember that. Yeah, I did. I was on my hands and knees in her home. and yes, I was.
Sorry.
I kid you not. I was down on my hands and knees. I hadn't cleaned my own home, and I was cleaning her baseboards. And then I helped her arrange the flowers. And as soon as the Pioneer Sisters got there, she goes, "Well, it's time for you to go." Yeah, it was such a privilege.
Well, now I heard that the Pioneers had costume parties and cake and goodies, but I was never invited.
They did. Oh, it was wonderful.
Costume parties?
Well, you know what was really cool about it is I was able to experience the clean floor they got to step on because I cleaned it. And then I got to visualize all the beautiful treats and the flowers and the arrangements. And the tables and all the games and everything they were going to play. It was quite lovely to visualize. Right before I left, I got a great glimpse of what I would not be participating in because I was not a pioneer.
You know what? Even had some of those parties around Christmas.
Yeah, right.
Because I had to call one of the players for something. It was totally unrelated to any of this. And I said, well, I'll call you Wednesday or whatever it was. And I called Wednesday. They were having a party. And I said, it sounds like someone's having a party. Well, this was right before the Christmas.
Oh,
and it sounded like they were having a jolly party. And I said, how are you doing? He's like, oh, I have a drink. I'm having a drink. And I said, well, that's thing because it's like 2 days before Christmas. So you're having a nice party that I'm not invited to.
They don't celebrate Christmas.
I know this. Fourth generation born in.
2 days before.
Telling you that it was the week of Christmas and the pioneers party with drinks.
But you want to know what else they celebrate? They celebrate Thanksgiving.
Well, my family, we always had Thanksgiving. But my family.
And we're getting to the point where we're talking over each other, so take turns, ladies. Okay?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Do they celebrate Thanksgiving over there?
My family always did. And then I didn't know the witnesses weren't supposed to. My family always did. My family goes back to 1620. I think we were on the Mayflower.
So even though I did pioneer hours, I wasn't a pioneer. That really bothered me. That I was there to clean up.
You were an unbaptized publisher.
I just kind of felt like that was bullshit. Sorry for my language, but
that's okay.
I really felt like, why do I have to elevate myself? And I told them I was never going to apply for pioneer because I want to do something because I want to do it. And if I was to be a pioneer, it means that I'm committed and I have to work. And what if I don't make it? And they, I know they lie about their hours. I know they do. They go shopping with householders to do something and they lie about their hours, whatever. But it's like, it's just not, so you're not supposed to be biased and you're not supposed to be partial. If they were to read their book that they, supposed to teach out of, you're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to elevate yourself. You're supposed to be a servant to others, not be served.
Well, there's a lot they don't do now.
Well, and also too, do you all feel that being a pioneer was actually helping people, householders, or was it more like a fraternity? Because it felt more like they were frat girls.
Yeah, it's frat. Yeah, it's a good way to put it. It's a frat, and when I heard them have that party, and it was the week of Christmas on my calendar, which we never did Christmas. When I heard them have their pioneer party, and it was so close to that day in December, and they were having drinks, and it was loud, and it was a cocktail party. That was
so. It wasn't just my hall. They were doing this girl thing, like the mean girl thing.
Yeah.
Well, it was cliques. Different groups would have their own cliques, and the levels of superiority had to do with the labels of what you did to serve the organization. So, of course,
You were married to.
That too. Yes.
Oh, definitely. All of the above.
The first 3 pages of Handmaid's Tale. I didn't watch the soap opera on TV, but the book. The first 3 pages of Handmaid's Tale, I had to ask myself if the author, I said, was she ever a witness? Because that sounded like that secret woman's world that we were in, where the women picked on other women. That's what Handmaid's Tale sounds like to me.
Mhm. I thought my hall was the only one that had the mean girls in there.
Oh no.
Yeah, there was a handful.
Your experience is unique to you and a little bit different, and you were a little bit older and all, but there's varieties of that, sure. And you had maybe a harem that you'd join. I think they've got trafficking rings and stuff. I wouldn't put it past them.
100%.
Which is what I believe that you were being groomed for. And just another thought that I was having regarding the women that were being so mean to you. I picture the men, when they're hanging out with the women, speaking of you in a positive way, which you didn't get to hear about, but they did. So by the time they get around you, they're like hissing at you and telling you all kinds of, I pull rank, I've been here 50 years, trying to say you ain't nobody, because I am just guessing here, or assuming, you were spoken of as somebody by the men. That's my guess.
Well, there was actually multiple women that approached me that way that had been there a long time. And I couldn't believe how nasty they were. And I thought, for an organization that teaches paradise on earth and all that hope that, we were, hoping for, why are you so miserable? If you're in here for 50 years, you should be feeling better, not worse.
Right. But unfortunately, if you're pretty or beautiful, maybe even striking, gentlemen will glance your way and their wives will see this. And I'm not even accusing you of doing anything to cause this. Oh. It's one of those things that naturally happens,
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you don't even know where it's coming from if you don't think like that, if you don't...
Yeah, right. You just have a day. Just a normal person trying to have a day. And if God blessed you with beautiful, it's just who you are. But there are people that will undermine the beautiful people, or even the handsome guy. If he's not into being groomed to be an elder, they pick on him, like, well, he's having too much fun as a teenager, or he's got a sports car, he should have a 4-door car, or...
Yes.
I remember years ago that there was a certain barber that did a very nice gentleman's haircut, and he put the 50s style detail in the back of the gentleman's haircut. And this young man was very handsome. And the elder says, well, don't have that duck-ass haircut. His hair was perfectly done in the back, and they were envious of that.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So
I can remember when I was a teenager, and didn't look like I was going to be staying a Jehovah's Witness. I can remember kind of them trying to pimp out girls to me. Oh, well, this congregation has, this girl and this girl, single, and this, and she's very pretty. What sort of girl do you like? Do you like tall and skinny? Do you like kind of, a different shape? And I was getting set up with these groups of, like, I don't know what you call it, young single men hang out, and like we would all have to sleep in the same room and like play basketball and do things together. And I didn't even know who they were, but it was clear that we were all single young men growing up in an organization that didn't have enough partners to go around, kind of thing. It was very strange. And then we were all like, okay, so you're going to go to this congregation because it has this people, and you're going to get along with this girl here, and you're going to set up there. I was just like, what is this? This is like, are you a pimp? This is not how I want to find a girl that likes me.
Right. We have the middle here. If a young woman was in her 20s and had her own car, because I know a lady that did this, and she wanted to get married, and she wasn't a teen, and she wasn't 40, she was in her prime and wanted to get married, she might drive her car on a Sunday to another congregation.
Yeah,
well, that's okay. It's a free country. Well, then, they don't do that. And these women wanted to get married to a nice brother.
They did the same. They did the same stuff. There were congregations that were being, becoming filled with young teenagers that were all like having a good time together, not doing anything bad. They were just, you know, there was congregations of just old people, and so they stopped that, like they stopped us from being able to go to any other congregation. We weren't allowed to go to any other congregation until you certain age or that certain thing, and then it was you know, no, it's not, no, don't worry about that, you know, like you're just a single guy, you can, you know, it's exactly what you said, it's a free country, you know, you can travel to another congregation if you want. How about this one?
They didn't have,
I think there is a large population
where I
of
was,
girls.
and I would go up to the Bethel brothers and shake their hand after the talk, and I've repeated this story many times, but after one, they told me, well, I don't like girls. So I started asking about what is Bethel, because at that age and stage, I had 3-inch heels, golden hair I could sit on, and what was not to like about me? And I myself.
And here this honest Bethel brothers be like, oh, I don't like girls. He saved you some real good heartbreak.
Yeah, you got the completely sexually repressed
Some of them look
that are trying to create a harem for themselves, and then you have the ones that are homosexuals that just can't do that.
Okay, so there were homosexuals in my congregation, and right before I got baptized, one of the brothers had a meeting with me, and I pulled in one of the sisters I was studying with, and he told me, he says, don't be surprised, but there's homosexuality here.
Oh my God.
He flat out told me, don't be surprised, there's homosexuality here. And they
what were you supposed to do with that?
Yeah, keep going, sorry.
He was not telling me, no, I'm serious. He flat out, it was another way to, I was waiting for him to say, don't be surprised, there's homosexuals here. I was waiting for him to say, but we're dealing with it, or something to that effect. Like, and I was shocked that nothing came after that. The lady that I was studying with that was listening to it, I think her husband was also a homosexual. And so, flat out said that. And it was like as if they were, he wanted to make sure that I knew coming in that there was homosexuals there. Yeah. And
there was a homosexual man in my congregation growing up, and he was married, and everyone just basically talked about her as if that was just her kind of cross that she had to bear.
Yeah, that's exactly
she was
right. The lady that
married to a homosexual, and her marriage was going to be shit, and, well, at least she's serving Jehovah. I think about that lady all the time.
Yeah.
Me too.
I've got a story that I think either of you heard. This would have been before 1975. This was back in the old days. And we went to Florida to visit these pioneers that we knew, missionaries, pioneers. And the one brother had stayed briefly, like maybe a couple nights at our house, because we had a beautiful house. And he was funny, witty, delightful to be around. So we went to visit them in Florida, which was far away. He was now living with a missionary couple. They were all pioneers. They were all missionaries. I'm just barely old enough to understand the conversation, but I remember it like it was yesterday. After the dinner party, and the grown-ups had a very nice cocktail to match the beautiful meal, she says, well, we're so glad you could visit us in Florida. The 3 of us are moving to Puerto Rico.
3?
We told that we move there together. She says we all live together and we all sleep together.
Wow.
Wow. Wow.
So
interesting.
So this wasn't just in my congregation that there was homosexuals, yeah. So one of the sisters that was studying with me, her husband was a flat out homosexual. You just knew it, the way he acted. It was so sad. She was such a nice sister. And then there was this other guy, and I think the guy that told me that was the other homosexual himself. And he flat out just said it, and that's why he pulled me in there to tell me that. And I told the gentleman that had been mentoring me, I called him straight up. I said, I wanted to tell you that he pulled me in and warned me that there was homosexuals in the congregation. What does that mean? Does that mean they're cleaning house? Does it mean, what does it mean? And you know what he told me? He said, they did not say that to you. And I said,
oh my God.
And
oh my God.
Out trying to gaslight me, and he goes, no way, that there's no way that he said that to you. I said, he said that to me. What does it mean? He didn't say that to you. He didn't believe me. And I just tell
Shut
you
down and erase history.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Rewrote history.
Yeah. And it really bothered me because I'm telling the truth. And I know what's going on, and I know what I heard, and it causes, cognitive dissonance when you're trying hard to see somebody, but the situation that you're in is not congruent with what you're okay
what
with.
you're seeing and hearing. Yeah.
As a little, the story of the emperor has no clothes, because I could often see what was really going on. And then people would say, oh, that's not what it is or was, or we don't teach that. Well, yeah, that's what's going on.
I got a lot of that when I was growing up.
Yep.
A lot of it.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It was just an excellent way to shut us down and taught us not to speak of it anymore.
Yep.
I'm going to sign off, and I wanted to say good night and thank you for this lovely, wonderful conversation, Brad and Apostle.
Nice to meet you, Miss Diarrhea.
It was talking to y'all, Azzy, really. I can't wait to talk to y'all again. I hope you're on next week.
It's a Saturday thing.
Yeah, we do this.
Yeah, this is great. Nice and healing.
Thank you,
nice and fun. Yeah,
glad you joined us.
Funny. Yeah.
I've enjoyed listening to you guys all night.
Brad! Oh, no. Chad! Forgive me, Chad. I was thinking of you earlier today, too.
Chad.
Hi.
Hey, Brad, how you doing?
Yeah, not bad. How are you?
Pretty good. I'm trying to download all this old Watchtower stuff. The Watchtower's been trying to get it taken off the internet. So
thanks for good.
What are you trying to download?
All the PDFs of the bound volumes and all their old publications.
I happen to have the old Watchtower on CD.
I've been looking for that.
I have a few copies of that. I've got the 97. I've got the 2000. I've got a few of them because every time that they stopped using one, my stupid old man, my dad, who's an elder, would just give them to me.
Oh.
What a trip.
Instead of like pretty much everything they got told to destroy, my dad just gave to me. You want this? Yeah, all right, I'll take it.
Oh, good.
See,
Brad, I wanted
found a website
to do a legal book. You know, once upon a time in a land far away, the witnesses were very respected by the law, and they followed the law. And there were, I think, 43 precedent cases in the United States Supreme Court. And there's a book about it. It's not published by the witnesses, and it's read in the law schools here. And it might be useful to read it because someday you might want to turn it on them and say, you know, your group really had a good reputation at one time. And I don't know if the book's available in Australia because it's American jurisprudence, but it's a delightful read.
We got to get you the Black's Dictionary thing too.
Would it be called Judging Jehovah's Witnesses, Religious Persecution and the Dawn of Rights?
I think that's it. It's got a gentleman in a white shirt in a jail cell on the cover.
Yeah, that's it. Got it.
Yeah, it's a good
She's
book.
got it. Wow. Yes, I've seen that cover.
Thanks, Dixie. I'll read that.
Hey, Linda.
Yes, I was just going to call for you. Yes.
I just sent you a picture on Messenger of some new JW clothing that's out.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Have they issued the Shadar yet? The blue and white Shadar that all the women are supposed to wear.
Could be.
No, Linda, you need to take a look at that. I want your reaction.
I'm going there right now. Oh, dear God. Stop it. Stop it, Chad.
Hey, I'm
This is so...
happy to send one of those CDs to America.
Wow.
What I've got is everything from the 1800s onward. I'm building up a whole library. So.
Okay, nice. Well, if you could let Linda know the volumes that you actually need, I might be able to get those.
Will do. Right now, I'm just getting the most important ones first, and I don't know. I've downloaded, I think, 30 or 40 different years of Watchtowers. Every single issue for 40 years. Yeah.
That's some reading.
Yeah. I don't feel a need to collect them and trade them anymore. My name's Pixie, and I'm no longer a preachaholic.
Oh.
And that's fair enough. I just think it's weird when people go, a religion goes, we're destroying all of this information.
Right?
Yeah. So when my dad went, boy, do you want it? I went, maybe. There was a part of my head that was like, maybe I would, oh, okay, some of that. Because I think we can fight. I think there's ways of fighting them with the law from things that they've deleted.
Oh yes. With your course of study, that will be useful. I can see a reason for having it in that regard. Yepper.
You may not have that written down that that's what you believe now, but all of the people that we're talking about grew up believing this exact thing that you've only just changed, kind of thing.
That's it.
You know what I mean?
And this would be very good. Like there's people that are being pursued now that had done criminal acts in the 70s. So people are coming forward to say, this is what happened to me in the 70s. So if you can pick out, the 70s bond volumes or whatever, and have access to the teachings, and this is what was taught at that time. This, the Shepherd of the Flock book of that time taught this. That's very, very helpful.
I can show you in black and white. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And oh crap, I forgot what I was going to say. Mine's blank. Nothing.
This happens to me too.
Court cases that I've seen, sometimes because the lawyer on the good side hasn't been a Jehovah's Witness, he doesn't know how to word the question just right.
Exactly. That's why you're going to be a really good warrior.
Yeah. I'm going to word those questions just perfectly, because during the Royal Australian Commission, I was like, oh, they only answered like that because you worded it like that. But if you hadn't worded it slightly different.
Right. And so.
Powerful for that kind of you infallible, and he's like, well, no. And I mean, those were some pretty good questions.
Do you see yourselves as the only representatives on Earth? Something to that effect. That who's good at. So William Bowen can be hired to be a some kind of witness, like a specialized witness, when there's trials that come up, and he would assist people that are the lawyers. Okay, that lingo means this, and this is what they're doing here, and this word means that, and
that I want to do.
That I forget what that's called. Some kind of a witness. Now, somebody asked earlier about Jehovah's Witnesses. I believe it was Miss Mary. That was the thing about Rutherford, and being that whole lawyer realm thing. When somebody goes to court to be a witness for somebody else, they're doing that so that somebody else keeps a good name, which is like this whole thing we're supposed to do with Jehovah is make sure he has a good name. Jehovah's Witnesses, and you're all responsible for making sure Jehovah keeps a good name, keeps his reputation clean, that kind of stuff. Yeah. Pretty interesting.
Got real interesting to me because there's a Canadian video called The Corporation, and I haven't seen the updated version on YouTube called The New Corporation, but it's a documentary about the law. And a corporation under the law is a, quote, person, unquote.
Yes.
So this is where Black's Law Dictionary and all this law stuff, if I had more time and money, I might pursue it too, because it fascinates me.
It is fascinating, yeah.
And I learned so much at the kitchen table, and my sweetie said to me one day, because he liked going to the Kingdom Hall, he was raised a Catholic and had the finest education that the United States could give, and he was an attorney. And he knew the witnesses weren't too keen on the Roman Church, and I said, well, what do we do about this governing body idea? And he looks at me with his coffee, and he grins at me, and he says, do you really want a council of popes?
Yeah, octo-popes.
It was so funny, but it was so perfect. He understood perfectly what it was.
Yes. That's amazing, too, that he did.
Well, he had a brilliant legal mind, and he was funny as heck.
I'm just now looking at Black Law's Dictionary, and I'm seeing it like 1st edition, 3rd edition, 11th edition, 9th edition. This is
you need the $8 one. You don't need the $50 one. You just need a ratty old $8 copy. And I think there's an online copy if you just want to look at it once to see what it is.
Okay.
It's a free online copy.
Yeah.
But words that you think you know what they mean because you loved the dictionary as a child and you read that Webster's Dictionary when you got bored at somebody's house that didn't have any other book. Some people just have a dictionary and a Bible, and that's all they have.
Right.
And you look at that Black's Law Dictionary and you're like, wow, that doesn't mean that at all in the world of the law.
I had never heard of it until you started bringing it up. And Mike and Kim, like within the last month or so, maybe within the last 2 months, Mikey's talking away and he's like, holds up the book. Oh, I know. Yeah. And he shows his own copy of the Black's Dictionary, Black Law's Dictionary. And I was like, wow. He had the paperback too. So
because of my breakfast companion, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. Never heard of it until you.
Well, you wouldn't because it's only for the frat. The law has the most wonderful fraternity. They are a tight group around the world. They're wonderful people, and they really look after each other and have a nice party. And, I think the doctors have a nice frat too, but the law frat, oh my. Oh,
I was listening to somebody the other day who said that when he sees lawyers get together, they instantly bond, and it was the strangest thing that he had ever seen because he expected this kind of a lawyer and that kind of a lawyer to have this kind of competitive thing, and we're separate from the other, but they all just got along, and he was like, it's the strangest thing I've ever seen. I was like, wow. That's very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got to get one for Brad. I'm sorry. Who's talking right now? Chip.
Yeah. It was me. I just downloaded a letter that Judge Rutherford wrote to Adolf Hitler, giving him full support of the Watchtower.
Yes.
Nice.
Yes.
The Declaration of Facts.
Yes, Declaration of Facts.
German and English.
Oh, wow.
I haven't sat down to read the whole thing before, but I've seen it a few times.
I can read German.
Can you? That's amazing.
I can't speak it, but I can understand it when I read it.
Wow. Wow.
I did like 6 years of German in school and couldn't remember how to speak it at all, but somehow the words written down really locked into my brain.
That's good. That's good.
That is good.
If you've got any Latin at all, that's going to help you in the law too. If you have any Latin.
Yeah, I have a lot of Latin.
Oh, then you will excel, sir. You will excel, because that's the key to that whole field. And I'm reading the book Rutherford's Coup right now, and he did not follow the law at all. The so-called was very criminal in his, even Robert's Rules of Order in the basic meeting. And my dad said that Rutherford took it, which he did.
Yeah.
But it wasn't until I got this new book, Rutherford's Coup, that I understood just how much he did take it away from the people that Russell wanted to inherit his business. Russell had 5 sisters, witness sisters, not fleshly, but 5 sisters that he wanted to give a lot of the publishing business to in terms of control and editing and everything. And it's a fascinating read.
I believe his mother died when he was 9, and I believe his mother and father had 5 children, and only 2 lived to adulthood. Does that sound about right? Because they died. Some of them died. Russell. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm talking about Charles Taze Russell. I didn't make that clear.
But when Russell died, his will, he had these 5 ladies that were Bible student sisters in the publishing business.
Yes.
We're in the publishing, writing department, we'd say now. And he wanted 5 ladies, Bible student ladies, to inherit part of controlling his publishing empire.
Which is so bizarre, because he was furious with Maria, for her thinking she could own, was deserving of half of the company or whatever.
Mariah helped write some of the 7 volumes, the first 6 anyway, because the 7th was written by Rutherford's people and wasn't even written by Rutherford or by
Russell.
But
That's my belief too. I believe he brought that on and claimed that Russell started it, and he's just finishing it off. It was a big scam.
This really thick and a bit dry, but the fact that Rutherford didn't follow the will or the law or anything decent and legal for the first 5 chapters. I haven't gotten to chapter 6 yet.
And to me, that's how he did life.
So,
yeah.
I haven't even gotten to the drinking and womanizing. I'm still on, him taking over, on Rutherford taking over from the Russell people. And he was not a good person.
Right. He was not.
He was the president of the New York Bar Association.
He was barely an attorney.
Yeah.
He was president of the Lawyers Bar Attorney? Oh, that's interesting.
The book is worth the money. I used my credit card points because it's a $40 book.
That's right. You were telling me about that. That is so good for you.
Yeah.
And I got my book earlier this week of Cult Girls, and I'm just going to tell you right here and now. I plan on having her, the author, on the show in a couple of weeks, or I will have her on my own channel because we've already been chatting, and I really want to have.
Thank you for recommending it to me.
Was it fun or what?
Happy. Drawing is so perfect. I wish when you talk to her, I wish they had T-shirts and coffee mugs.
I need to tell her that. What a great idea! And I'm going to tell her you suggested it.
And the thank note that says, and they make it on the coffee mug. Thank you for shunning me. Thank you so much in beautiful script. Thank you so much for shunning me.
I have not finished it, but it's hilarious and it's specific. You know, it's very accurate, but it's got pictures and what's his name from Star Trek? Mr. Tacky. What is his first name? Anyways, he had a book come out because he was actually a child when his parents were taken to the camps because they were Japanese or Chinese. The concentration.
Did he do a illustrated book like that?
Yes. And I almost what?
I will have to order that.
Okay. And it's really done well. And plus he's talked about his father and the story of what happened when they were in the camp. And his father became one of the people that was like kind of in charge of a group of people. I don't think that the concentration camp people told him to be in charge. I think he was just naturally a man that takes charge, but wasn't aggressive. But people liked that position for him. It was a natural fit for him. And so he was very young at that time, maybe 4 or 5. His mother snuck in a sewing machine, a little sewing machine. It was like, wow. But it was very fascinating, very fascinating. Oh, and another thing is when he speaks about his father never talked crap about the U.S. and that they had to go through this. First, let me just back up a minute. Most people that went through this will not talk about it because of just, the event was not.
They never got their property back. I have to say that.
They did?
They did not.
Okay. Well, when he would talk, okay, they did not, yeah. When he would talk to his son about it in life, he talked to him about it like in a real way of understanding why America did this. Even though it was really crappy that they did this, he spoke about it like this is what they believed they had to do to us because of this fury and fear and all the stuff that went down. But yeah, he talked about that story in an illustrated version, cartoonish like. So Cult Girls has that look to it as well, and colorful and just fabulous looking. It's really neat. I don't know the right word, and she wrote it down. She wrote it down. Like she's been talking to me and calling it what it's called, but I forgot. So yeah, I'm looking forward to having her on because I think this is going to be a great book for Christmas. And she's talking about how it's been in libraries and stuff. And she's mentioned that some young girls have reached out to her. So it's doing what she's wanting it to do. And that's super exciting. Super exciting.
I thought it was wonderful.
Yeah.
Really well drawn.
I opened it up and it was like, you can't share any pictures without the author's okay. And I'm like, okay, I got to find her. Look, can I share some, can I show your book on my show? Can I open it up and show a few pictures? Or can I just have you on the show? And she's like, yeah, let's do that, But she can't do Saturday nights because that's her date night with her hubby. And I think that's important. So
okay.
I might have her like I might have her do it on Streamline another time, and then maybe we can play it for a Saturday night, or something.
Pre-record it and play it.
That's it. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. So, Chad, did you get a chance to put something together regarding Lori McGregor, as far as like a little video thing? Because I did find the file, and I listened to her testimony. I'm telling you, whoa, that testimony was amazing. Never heard it before yet.
Yeah, I ran into some problems because right now what I'm doing is I'm trying to get some pictures of her, and what I want to do is start off with a picture of her and a soft melody in the background, and then fade into her being introduced on the John Ankerberg show, and then just show some different clips of her talking with a voiceover about her life and ministry, and have a bunch of clips of her things she had said, use some of the clips from the movie she did, and a 10-minute video. And I'm having problems right now with my video editors. I have 2 different video editors that are like screwing up. I just downloaded a third.
I'm sorry to hear that, but figures.
Too. Yeah.
Okay. Good. I see the vision that you have, and I like it a lot. It's very honoring.
Yeah.
Very honoring.
Yeah, I have a flair for that kind of stuff, I guess. Or at least for me.
Good. Yeah. So if you get a chance to be able to download what Chad has regarding Lori McGregor, there's a good amount of things, some recordings and her 2 videos, the movies that she made and everything. So it's really a good keepsake. And I'm just thrilled because the way women were to be in the organization, after she left, it was like she was a natural teacher. So she, in spite of her brain being 10% less than a man's, she just got up there and taught and could tell a story and just was a real natural, even her acting. So yeah, she was just really something else.
God gifted her with communication.
Yes, and a good man too. I got to hear about that in her testimony. She ended up having to separate from the children's father, and then she was single for a while, and there was a gentleman coming to call on her, and she's like, "Yeah, I ain't got no time for you." So he was just kind, and over years, it took years to win her heart over, but he did. And he was a very gentle man, and he got a liking to her. He got sweet on her and pursued her gently and for a very long time. It was a beautiful love story. And she mentions it in her testimony. So it's, which is also in that file that Chad has out there. So if you can get a hold of it, it's kind of been getting passed around on Facebook and stuff, or else if you can reach him directly through Messenger. Is that how you would prefer, Chad, or would you prefer it a different way?
Anyway, if you want to find me on Facebook, it's Chad Burns. I have a picture. It's a red background with a black bear walking on it as my main picture right now. Don't ask me why I did that. I'll explain it sometime maybe. If you want to just drop me an email and request the link, masterslanterns@gmail.com. More than happy to do that. And yeah, I can just send you the link to the file. It's just really good stuff. It's got one of the tracks she wrote, a bunch of her audio teaching, the 2 short movies she did, Witness at Your Door, The Witness Goes Out, and also an entire series of videos she did on the John Ankerberg show.
Okay.
Excellent stuff.
Yeah, she's one of those. It's like when last week I was like, oh my God, she's old school. What I really mean is she's trailblazer. One of the first trailblazers that was coming out and speaking against the organization. But it wasn't ugly and it wasn't nasty. It was just very, and this is why, and speaking truth. And it was definitely towards Christianity, so it has that aspect to it as well.
Yeah. Oh, spectacular. And I also, I don't know if there's a young lady I've been emailing this week. If you feel like talking, this would be a good time. This is kind of a pretty safe program to break out on. Had a young lady email me. She's been watching Returning to Light and Theology Matters, and
okay.
A whole bunch of questions, and I hope I answered them for her. And also, because she sent me her contact card, your eye on your mailbox. Ordered. Yeah. But if you want to come forth and have your say so, you're more than welcome. We're all friends here.
I don't know why I'm confused. I got lost here. So you're talking to a young lady, and are you telling me you're giving me her contact? Please say that again.
Sent me her contact. Sent me her contact, and I haven't emailed her back yet. But
okay.
Asked me some questions about some resources, and I just went ahead and I sent them to her. So,
cool.
Well, cool. It's really good.
What was?
Cult Girl is really good.
Oh, the book, yes. Cult Girls.
I am picking it up.
There's also a PDF version of Rutherford's Coup online that you can download for free if anyone wants to read that.
Yeah.
Can you send that to me through
of course.
Instagram, pretty please?
Yep.
Thank you. I've always been just amazed at Rutherford and the stuff he just does, like no shame, just absolutely no shame. I was going to say that, so he had like an assistant that was, I think she was like 16 or something, and she got a little older, and that's when she ended up getting somebody to replace her. But that particular girl ended up marrying like one of the top people from the Coca-Cola company or something. But yeah, so he would have a lady travel with him as his nutritionist, which he already had a nutritionist traveling with him. He's just like no shame.
Several mistresses at Beth Sarim.
Yes, they had their.
He rang the bell twice for Tuesday and 3 times for Wednesday. I'm not sure.
They had their own little like kind of bungalow apartment-ish kind of thing on the premises of Beth Sarim.
Yeah. It's like it's Wednesday, so I'll ring twice.
Yeah. When I've seen documentaries and stuff about polygamous groups and everything, that's kind of how it's set up for a polygamist family too. Like the husband will have his little trailer, and then each of his wives will have their own trailer where they're raising their kids and stuff. And he'll do maybe I don't know how many times a week church, and so he's leading church and stuff. But just so intriguing, this kind of stuff that happens.
It's really not fun to be in a group like that, though. He did have a beautiful house in California. The house has a plaque on it now. The people don't want people visiting it, but it does have a history plaque. So you know that it is Beth Sarim. And he had 2 Cadillacs in the middle of the Great Depression when people in most of the country were really, really hungry.
Yes.
He had whiskey shipped, the best whiskey shipped over the border from Canada by sort of or something. He had the best whiskey, the best Cadillacs, the best house, and mistress or two. The wife was still alive at that time, and
we don't.
he was
Do we know where? Do we know where she was at?
It sounds like she wintered in California for her health as well, but they were not an item. They were.
That's the impression I got too.
An item for quite some time. Her health was not good, and I think he might have had a son. I haven't gotten that far in the book. I'm only on chapter 6, but
he has a son.
That's him.
If you go to,
he's buried under the garage.
Yes,
That's
he is.
Story there.
That's in there, and see.
Is that Hollywood 1916 or so, that golden age of Hollywood look? It's really nice.
Yeah, built in 1929.
Everybody's seen
what, Brad?
The video by Knowing Better.
No, what am I missing?
There's a channel on YouTube called Knowing Better. And what he does is he just explains things. And one of the things he's decided to explain is Jehovah's Witnesses, plus Mormonism, Scientology, and things like that. But I think the best videos on Jehovah's Witnesses that I've ever seen, because he has done his research so well, but then just talks about it like this is the information. This is where it, this is what they do. And he says it so matter-of-factly that there's parts of it that you can't help but sound crazy. It can't help but sound terrifying, because he's just he talks a fair bit about Beth Sarim as well, and how ridiculous it was, because it was supposedly a house for resurrected Moses and people like that, or some crap like that.
And actually had a deed with their names on it.
That's the logic he used to get the approval to build this villa for himself. That he needed it because the resurrected princes would need a place to stay, which I think is the best bamboozlement that's ever been.
Yes, a 10-bedroom
I actually
mansion.
When I heard that, I thought, oh, that's sneaky. That's pretty smart.
It's like, for real?
Away with.
Now, what I
absolutely. He was smart. He was a smart guy.
This is sad, but I wondered
as smart
this.
As he was vicious.
Yeah. Now, when Michael Jackson died, and the beautiful Elizabeth Taylor died, there is a crypt in California from the Roaring 20s classic Hollywood time, and both of those stars, their remains are there.
Where?
And we were talking as family with California relatives saying, where did they get that? And I'm wondering if Rutherford had a crypt for the 3 princes, and maybe that was resold to Jackson and Taylor.
Oh, now shit, yeah, possibly.
That's just, normally I present facts. This is just a crazy tinfoil hat idea of mine, because once in a while I do have a crazy idea. But
they're fun, aren't they? What if?
When there's
once
no
in a while?
thoughts for that, like of the Valentino era, how did Taylor get this? And I thought, well, maybe the society had that. Rutherford had 3 because he was expecting, maybe it was the princes. So I don't know. But he was in that golden age of Hollywood. zone.
Right. I missed the beginning of this. What about Michael Jackson and Elizabeth Taylor being buried where?
They are buried where the Hollywood stars were back in the roaring 20s time. The silent picture movie stars would be.
Oh, that section of maybe Forest Hills or whatever cemetery that would have been.
Yeah,
that section? Okay.
Left of the Hollywood old stars.
Okay.
So I thought, well, that's interesting.
Yeah.
So,
if you look
had that or not, but he had everything the Hollywood stars had and 2 Cadillacs.
That could be, yeah.
And they weren't just regular Cadillacs. They were
they were exquisite. They were like Duesenberg looking Cadillacs. They were exquisite.
Each one had 18 cylinders.
Oh yeah.
Oh, what?
Oh yeah.
Wait.
I'm sitting here going, what does that mean? And Brad's like,
Are you saying they're custom Cadillacs?
This was movies. This was back in the movie star time of Valentino.
He probably would have had to go to the factory to get that.
Yes.
No, he paid for the way GM worked back then is he would have made a call to the factory. He would have described what he wanted. They would have sent out one of their local representatives to help him.
Yeah, that's basically what I meant. Yeah, he had to get it custom made, which costs so much money.
Yeah, even back then you were.
Well, because you're making cars are made on a huge production line, including the motors. They're made on a huge production line. To have something modified means it's taken off the production line, and you've got a completely different group of people working on it, which means it costs a fortune.
Yes, and keep in mind, this is when lots of people around the world, there was a drought in the American Dust Bowl, people were hungry, and he had the best whiskey during Prohibition.
And the Great Depression.
That's where he would have gotten that too.
Him to California.
Canada.
Yes, Canadian whiskey, real good stuff. And he had the mansion. Blacks. He had the mistresses, and he had the whiskey.
And he had the dead guys going to be resurrected into his own house.
Yep.
Wow. Special man.
Exactly.
They were going to just kind of show up and say, here we are, but they had to pass some tests, like to be able to answer certain questions, because otherwise just anybody could show up and be like, I'm so-and-so, So that's the claim. That's the claim.
You're dead as a hammer, and you have been for 1,000 years. That's a trick.
I've read this.
Who's the current president? What? The president? Right. Inherit?
But if they didn't know FDR, well, I guess they didn't get in.
Yeah.
Rutherford was man.
They actually may be around, and they just couldn't answer the question.
Well, Halloween in Hollywood, you never know who's going to show up.
Oh, you know how I always start the show with telling everybody that I'm their favorite apostate because I'm brainwashing them? So when I got in touch with, what's her name, for Cult Girls, she knew who I was. So I must be.
Wow, that's cool.
Your favorite apostate. Yay. I was like, it's working. She's heard of me. So she's watched the show. Yeah. So she's watched the show a couple of times. When, I don't know, but so that was very cool to hear. It was very cool to hear.
Well, the bigger issue with Rutherford is that he had these mistresses, and I think he may have had an offspring with one of them, but he
would have had offspring with all of them.
He may have. But he was not reprimanded for having a mistress or 3 or whatever he had. he was not reprimanded for having whiskey and prohibition. I mean, this guy was running the Watchtower Bible and Track.
Yep.
Who was there to hold him accountable?
That's what I was
he's
about
at
to
the top
say.
of the pyramid. When you're at the top of the pyramid, I guess you do as you please.
Yeah, that's how I picture it too. Go ahead, Brad.
I was just about to agree. When my dad was CEO of his company, he often said, like, I was like, what do you do? What happens if you do something wrong? He was like, what do you mean? Like, what do you get in trouble? No one above me. Who's going? No, I don't get in trouble. There's no
Do as I say.
one to get me in trouble.
Exactly.
I carried that mentality to this day as an elder as well.
I feel that swag that your daddy has. It's pretty.
Michael Jackson story.
Excuse me?
You know how I told you the Michael Jackson story about Michael Jackson's Thriller?
Yes.
Right.
There's actually a good part to that story. So my dad had this record collection, a really nice record collection, and I just hated that particular record, Thriller, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was getting to a point, and this elder had helped me. He'd come under my bed and everything, and then I saw that, okay, anyone who's going to help me is going to get just stopped by my dad. So I mentioned it at a book study one day. Why is Spiritism wrong when we're studying the Bible, but it's not wrong when we're listening to music? And he...
This ought to be good. Did you get an answer?
No.
Obviously, he answered, no, that's wrong. And I said, okay, what about the song Thriller by Michael Jackson? It mentions Spiritism, and it mentions Spiritism in such a way that it has a disclaimer beforehand.
Yes, it does.
There's in no way, Michael Jackson put that in because he was a Jehovah's Witness.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Dad had no choice. He had no recourse. He had to throw the record away.
Wow.
Which was an original pressing. Pressing of Michael Jackson's Thriller. It's worth quite a bit these days.
Mm-hmm.
Your dad had to throw it away?
Throw it away.
Wow.
Couldn't even sell it. Had to throw it away. Stop that.
Yes. That was quite...
Your children.
But I was looking at the teachings that we all grew up with.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a book that noted the Persian paradise notion in ancient Persia. So we'll factor that in. The only other group that I found that had similar afterlife teachings was the American Spiritualist Church.
Strange.
Strange? True. Well, it's this idea of resurrection, and is the resurrection the same as reincarnation? Well, they told me it wasn't, but it kind of that way a little bit. And, I didn't grow up thinking there was a little demon under every bed, but after 1975, those teachings seem to be more in vogue. Then when you get the pamphlet that goes to the African congregations in Africa, I don't know if any of you have seen that comic book format pamphlet that went to Africa, but it's laughable to us, but it would have been terrifying to an unlettered tribe. And
this is the first time hearing about this.
Scary expressions and little ghosts.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
So,
and
I wish I could share that African pamphlet with you, printed by the Watchtower Bible and Track.
What decade do you think that was in?
That would have been, I want to say, maybe 1998.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Fascinating.
It wasn't back in the old days. It was fairly recent. and it didn't have too many words on it, but it had a cartoon format, and it showed.
Did Chad get it?
What?
Did you hear that, Chad?
Downloading that stuff. He's been downloading pretty much.
He might even have it.
Well, he may have a copy of that.
What is it you're looking for? What? Huh?
It's a
I'll shut up.
Watchtower Bible and Track that was for the audience in Africa. It's in a comic book square format, and it is line drawings. It's not colored in, but it's line drawings, and it shows like an African tribal man with a very scary look on his face and little ghosty things. It's spiritism.
What did it have a name?
The African Congregations, and it's printed by the Watchtower Bible and Track.
Wow.
The name of it was the African Congregations.
I don't know the name of it, but I remember it like it was yesterday. And you know, there's magazines that are printed for the Hindu audience in English that are interesting, but this is printed for an African audience, not a Black American audience, an African audience.
Right.
Oh, lovely. You know, that's kind of interesting to me because I know they actually printed a lot of really racist stuff.
This isn't racist so much as scary to like scare the native people with their own beliefs, kind of.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Because you know, these indigenous religions are real religions.
And this was distributed in Africa?
Yes, but I saw one in America, so you can get it if you know what to request. I don't know if they've got lists and lists of their literature, but it was printed for an African audience. And, you know, I guess I'm a ghostbuster. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. It didn't bother me to look at it or read it, but if I was a tribal person, it might bother me. It might have been drawn to frighten me with my own beliefs. It wasn't a picture of African people in our paradise drawings. It was be afraid of spirits, people, and here is a Black man looking frightened with little ghosties flying around in cartoon form.
Wow. I have got to find that. That's fascinating.
It was shocking to me.
Yeah.
And it made me question not only things that I've mentioned to everyone, you know, the problem with how women and children are treated, the blood issue. It started to make me question, what do the other countries teach of New York beliefs?
Mm-hmm.
Is this really a standardized group?
Yeah,
Maybe
that's
not.
a good question. Yeah, I'll have to kind of search for that. That sounds very fascinating, and it sounds very distinctive, too.
It was. That's a good way to put it. It was very distinctive for a certain audience.
You gave a very distinctive description of it.
I try. I saw one of Japan has a paradise belief. It was a very beautiful magazine. They already have a kind of paradise belief in one of their forms of Buddhism. And so the witnesses had kind of grafted onto that, and the drawings were very oriental, and it was a very beautiful magazine. I really enjoyed the drawing. So they are tailoring it to different groups.
I just found a consolation, which turned into the Awake Later, from 1939, and this person on eBay is selling it for $25, but the cover of this consolation actually has an American flag on it. And
oh, how interesting! We had a stack of those in our attic when we moved. And Dad was upset because we forgot to pack those, and he said, "I'll never find them again." So, isn't it interesting that the internet has all of that now?
It's very intriguing. Again, so May 17th, 1939.
At one time, he voted. So you've tied in completely to what I learned this week.
Okay, I'm showing it to the YouTube audience, so you can either look at it later. I think I'm showing it on screen right now. The cover, where it has an American flag. Not only an American flag, but the other flag has a cross on it.
Wow! And what year again?
1939.
Okay, thank you.
So we're at the 5 hours and 10 minutes. So when you look at this again, or if you want to find it when you re-look at this, check it out after the video gets uploaded. You'll be able to see this. It's showing a flag, an American flag, and then there's a white flag that has the cross on it. And it's a consolation.
The Harp of God.
1939.
Too.
I've just never seen it.
Being about that time, that's the cross.
I've just never seen an American flag on anything of theirs. That's a trip.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you for that.
You're welcome. I'm just holding it to the screen like forever going, do y'all see this? Trying to hold it still. It's like, yeah, this is a consolation. You bring it up a little bit and you'll be able to see when it says the date. I brought it up.
Because the United States wasn't into World War II quite yet. It took Pearl Harbor to pull the U.S. into the worldwide conflict. So 39, that was a kind of a pivotal year politically for the United States. That's interesting.
Very interesting. No freedom of conscience. Americans' new idol. Who tells the truth? Maybe. Wow. I've never seen an American flag on any of their, and I don't know if it just looks like it's being promoted, but I might be wrong. I'm in shock. Screenshot that.
Yeah.
That was a trip.
Well, wow. Like I said, my dad was voting. I found his voting record at Ancestry.com.
Oh, speaking of Ancestry.com, and that's...
Stop voting. I don't know what year I've got to do more research in the Rutherford book to find out the years of these things. Because I'm a good historian. I always know the year.
Could you send me that screenshot through Instagram, please?
Yes. And it's just like, wow, wow.
It sounds
really
wow.
It is. It's very wow.
Well, there's the two most beloved American symbols, but as witnesses of today, we would be told not to have those, and there they are.
Yeah, exactly.
39. So it wasn't forbidden in 39 to have those symbols by the Bible students.
I think the original Watchtowers had like Knights Templar imagery on it and stuff, didn't it?
Oh yes, it's lovely.
Yes.
And people still have those little cross and crown pins. No cross, no crown.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, my dad and my brothers still deny that exists.
Well, Well, my parents were so old that I know it existed because I'm fourth
Well, I'm
generation.
showing them pictures.
Yeah.
We had volumes. We had all the old Watchtower volumes and stuff, like from way long ago. Like we were just we were able to go to the library and look them up. Like, look. What do you think I'm showing you here? I can't CGI real life.
That's a good one.
that is just.
Well, I just a million years doing this,
Yeah.
That is willful ignorance. Straight up.
It sure is.
Yeah. I don't know how they put those blocks on there so good, but they do sometimes.
I'm in awe of just that I ran into this. I'm truly in awe. But I'm also, there's comments that people have left that have used this particular account through eBay. So what I need to do is also get the link, which is what I'm going to do now. Get the link because that's what I'll send with the screenshots, Brad. I'll send the link to so that hopefully you can open it up and look at it.
And I was wrong. Those Cadillacs were 16 cylinders, not 18.
Okay.
We had a matching pair.
Yes, a matching.
Still, 16 is even more of an unusual number, isn't it?
Not
adding six cylinders. Isn't adding 6 cylinders much easier than adding 4?
Well, back then you had your choice of a 2, 8, or 16 cylinder Cadillac.
Oh, okay, that's fair enough then. So 12s didn't exist then. Got it.
I think some of the movie stars had a similar Cadillac. I think if you look at some of the silent film premieres at that time, because the first Oscar for a movie called Wings, which was a silent film, I think if you look back on some of that early beautiful flappers getting out of the cars and things, they had some Cadillacs like that in L.A. So,
yeah.
These Cadillacs would have been fast, too.
Oh, yes.
Not luxury, but fast. Yeah. What does he need super speed for?
Well, I know with one of the Cadillacs I just looked at that did belong to Rutherford, it was actually still a custom job because the front seat was all open, like a carriage. It was a crop top.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That's what the flappers like to have. Those the Hollywood stars wanted
that
to
is that is a nice car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They wanted to be seen.
If you're going to be picking up Moses, you got to have a nice car.
That's right.
Yeah.
No, there's no chariot here.
When you have mistresses and you have more than one, I mean, maybe you need 2 Cadillacs.
Maybe.
Don't worry about seat belts. Moses will not know what they are.
Right. That's right.
Can you imagine how terrifying that would be, being Moses, being resurrected, and then getting into a Cadillac?
Right?
Cylinder Cadillac for the first time. That would be terrifying.
You're right. Oh my God, you're right.
Hey, but didn't the chariots go about 65 miles an hour? I mean,
35 top.
Can't walk that fast.
Still.
Okay.
but still, when you think about it, I can see it now. Moses goes, he's like, okay, I see your chariot. How are we going to get anywhere? I ain't got no horses. And then I get to Rutherford. Don't worry, we've got plenty of horsepower on 16 cylinders.
I wonder if he had to outrun bootleggers with that car. You got to wonder if he picked up his own whiskey or.
I know one
in a car that fast, you can pick up anything.
Yeah.
I don't think it was necessarily that fast, because
it would have been fast back then.
Well, yeah, it's still a 100-mile-an-hour car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How fast do you think it went, Chad?
It would have been kind of slower, just because of the weight, the sheer weight of old Cadillacs, since they're made with like what, solid steel back then. But it still would have been pretty damn fast.
Oh yeah.
So intriguing.
And not everybody had a. You thought you were styling if you had a Model T or a Model A. So to have a car like that was the top.
Yeah.
Custom Cadillac with half a cut roof off, extra cylinders added. It probably had those like hydraulic things you see rappers going up and down on.
Right.
Spinning mag wheels.
Oh, he was
like
it was like pumping up and going sideways one way and this way the other way. Yeah. They're like cruising down Whittier Boulevard. Cruising on a Sunday afternoon. Yep. Oh, I used to work for a gal that's actually how her and her husband met. He was cruising and she was like at a burger stand or something. Like that was the place to meet up and to, the old school way. Back in the day.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if the mistresses had little sun huts out back or what they had, but they had a garden there and things too.
Yeah, I think they had their own little quarters, and they didn't look too big.
I think they were in the yard. They liked that California weather compared to New York. They were, not everybody in those days, wintered in California.
I'm moving my screenshots over to another folder, and then I'm going to go over there and pass that on. And I think I should send it to Chad later.
Yeah, you should.
You're welcome. And you, Miss Pixie. I'll be sending it to y'all in a little bit.
Okay.
Tim, I'm at that place where I have to talk out loud to get myself through what I'm trying to do next.
That's pretty bad. Man, I have been packing and unpacking stuff all day. I am worn out.
Why are you packing and unpacking?
Weeks moving. My garage looks like the final scene of Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Oh, for me, I've been looking for stuff getting ready for winter, and I have a very in-can apartment.
Okay.
I hear you guys talking earlier about doing like a Saturday Night Live skit, and I was about to stop everything I was doing and get on right then, because me and Roland have actually been talking about, for returning to life, maybe doing a special interview type situation like that. So
maybe we could put something together for. Does anybody know what night October 31st is for this year?
I didn't look, but I hope we have a Halloween show. We could just talk about, demons under every bed in Witness Land.
I know. But it would be kind of
stories. We wouldn't even have a special show. We could just have call in of tell your witness demon story. What thrift store item did you buy?
Right. That was another thing Lori McGregor talked about. Like, she's going along in life, and then all of a sudden she's told she can't shop at the not the Goodwill, the Army. What was that other one? Oh, goodness gracious. Goodwill, not the... I can't think of what it is.
The Goodwills are closing in this country? I couldn't believe it. Where am I going to shop? That's all I ever did was shop at Goodwill.
What is the other name for one of those places? Salvation Army, that's what it is. Yeah, Salvation Army. She's like, how am I going to afford to buy my kids At my self-clothing. Oh, so
Yeah.
funny.
Yeah.
Well, that's where it got wacky too. You know, the people didn't have education and extra income, and they couldn't have the fine stores, and then they're telling them not to shop at a thrift.
Yeah, that's just bizarre.
Congruency of the whole corporation that was wacky. And then they have a clothing allowance up at the top of the pyramid, fine silk ties and catalogs. This one sister was married to one of the governing body, and we started talking fashion, and I said, well, where would I get a certain item? And she says, oh, and she gave me the name of this beautiful catalog, and I got the catalog, and I'm like, oh, I really like these traveling clothes in this catalog. And then I looked at the prices, and I couldn't afford a single thing in there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, this things. The women, too, they have these beautiful catalogs to shop from, and the gentlemen have silk ties, and they come in, and, you know, it's New York. The guy comes in with a tie truck and says, which tie would you like, sir?
Wow. Wow.
Wow. At that thing you sent me, that is crazy.
Oh, you just opened it up, right? I'm looking for to send you the pictures.
Wow. 2 flags. One of them has a cross, and one of them is the American flag. So bizarre.
Does it say what the article's about? Do you have any copy on the page?
No freedom of conscience. America's new idol. Who tells the truth? It says, in New York City, sessions on Friday and Saturday will be held at Manhattan Center, 34th Street and 8th Avenue. On Sunday, all meetings will be at Madison Square Garden, 50th Street and 8th Avenue. Locations in other cities will be announced later. Make your plans now to attend one of these enthusiastic gatherings of Jehovah's Witnesses, and by all means hear Judge Rutherford's lecture, Government and Peace, Sunday afternoon, 4 to 5, New York Daylight Savings Time, at or from Madison Square Garden.
Wow.
It's a you are invited to attend tract. They still, man, from the very start, they're pulling that crap.
Wow.
Sounds like
inviting you places. Yeah, it does. It's an invitation to hear the man himself speak.
Oh, I thought it was a consolation. Okay.
It sounds like,
just imagine him pulling up in his Cadillac. It drops down, it lowers. 20 girls get out before him. Then he.
Right.
Because there's that much room in it.
Moses follows quite closely behind him.
Right?
Know what's going on. It's just confused the whole time.
Oh my goodness, it would be like that too. Just like that.
Let me show you around New York, Moses. Follow me. Did you want a whiskey?
That's right.
Whiskey. Do you want one?
He does. Only whiskey in New York. You know, he liked the burlesque too. I guess you knew that.
Well,
you liked what?
Well, I know. Burlesque, wonderful. But the fact that they're at the top of the pyramid of this Christian group, and they're going to the burley queue and having steak and,
whiskey and everything.
Yeah.
So Linda, do you think maybe that was the inspiration from that new JW clothing I showed you?
No. Nope.
That's
there was nothing. Say that again. What did you say?
Rhinestone tassels.
No, not at all.
No, they don't.
No.
Well, I was hoping for some burlesque tassels.
No. It's had JW.org on it, so you can imagine. You can only imagine.
Yeah, I could twirl some tassels, boy. That'd be something.
Really? I think I've just been made speechless. Wait, never mind. I really don't want clarity, because then I might have to be in it. But oh my goodness. I'm opening up my
Check YouTube and see if there's any vintage burlesque about 1940 to 1950, and there's probably a girl on there twirling tassels. It's a true talent. It's not easy to learn. It takes weeks to learn it.
Yes, it does.
My ex-girlfriend, she used to be able to stop one while keeping the other going and get it going the other way.
There you go. There's money in that.
Yeah, she ended up being a stripper, too.
Well, but a burlesque star is a little bit higher than a stripper. They had real talent. They were on stage, and you don't touch the dancers. It's kind of like a pagan temple. The men are down there, and the woman is up there on the stage.
Right now. I'm watching an actress called Gay Dawn from 1950.
There you go.
A show called Everybody's Girl, 1950.
There you go.
Pretty hot.
I bet. And little shoes. They always had little shoes and tassels.
Very small shoes on.
And a beautiful ensemble.
The music is beautiful.
Oh yes, they were real.
It's really like slow.
Sing, dance, act, everything.
It was nothing like modern strippers. They were women with talent.
It's actually pretty full on too.
It is. Oh yes.
It's way more sexual than I thought it would be going into a 1951.
And what we call vaudeville, what you call music hall, the vaudeville train and the burlesque train never met. They were two forms of entertainment that were separate forms of entertainment, separate hotels, separate audiences. They were not the same.
Okay.
That's to say that burlesque wasn't great, because it was. Sometimes you would have magicians that would do vaudeville, and sometimes you'd have magicians that would do burlesque. Sometimes the magicians do either train.
That's cool.
I thought you'd appreciate that.
Hell yeah.
Well, one of my devices is taking too long to upload, but I will be sending y'all the link.
Was a lady named Blaze Star, and there was another lady named Tempest Storm. I think Tempest Storm was the daughter of Blaze Star. And then, of course, Gypsy Rose Lee was famous, and they made the movie about her and all.
Tempest Storm, that sounds like a stripper's name.
Oh, she was the last of the greats, I think. I think she was the last one.
Oh, okay. What were you saying, Linda?
My other device is taking too long to open up Instagram, so I'm going to have to send this to you guys later, because I sent it to it. See, some of my devices can hold some apps, and the other one holds the other apps. So I got to do this switcheroo thing. So I will be sending it to you later tonight, I promise. It's about 2 a.m. here, and we've been on here for about 5.5 hours, and I've loved every minute of it. is there anything else we want to talk about?
It's been a good show tonight. Very entertaining.
I found it very fun. Yeah, very fun. As Rick puts it, I burn the midnight oil. That's so cool. But he's right. He says you get to let your hair down, and it's just more casual. And I do hope that those that are kind of curious and wondering what it's like to, what life would be like after you leave. I do hope that they tune in and hear the laughter and hear the joy and hear the liberty.
Sounds like somebody shuffling dominoes.
Yeah, it does sound like that.
Counting money. Sorry, I'll mute myself.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
What the heck is going on?
It always interests me how people interpret the sounds that I'm making when I haven't muted. Like one time, I started riding my scooter with being unmuted, and Dan was like, "Whoa, did someone just get in an airplane?"
It probably sounds just like that.
And I was like, yeah, I totally heard that too. That was really loud. Someone needs to mute themselves. Idiot.
It'd be like me turning on my blow dryer.
You remember in Witness Land when you were supposed to have hobbies?
No.
You're probably not old enough to remember that.
I remember having hobbies pushed on me.
Yeah, they told young men to have hobbies, and I've always liked hobbies, and my dad liked hobbies, and everybody in my neighborhood had some kind of hobby, whether it was crocheting or building a birdhouse or something. It's what people did before television was the only thing to do. And I remember this one brother did really good card tricks, and then somebody told him not to do card tricks. Well, New York had Flosso's Magic Shop, and it was the most famous magic shop in the entire United States. And so...
I got told to not do magic tricks.
Yeah, they were allowed to have magic tricks. And the two biggest things that New York had that nobody else seemed to have, besides great department stores and fashion and everything, of course, New York had magic shops with card tricks, but they also had occult shops of magic with a K. And New York is known for both. Okay.
Did you say occult shops?
Yeah, magic with a K. Yeah, occult.
Occult shops, magic shops.
Okay.
New York is known for both kinds. The stage of prestidigitation and occult bookshops.
Okay, magic with a K. I've never thought about that distinction before.
The thing is, years ago when I was young and we had the Paradise book with the orange cover.
Oh, yes.
Remember the Paradise book? Some of you might.
Very fondly. Very fondly. Yes.
When they had a picture of the angel with the flaming sword in it.
Yes.
And Adam and Eve are blocked from Eden by the flaming sword.
Mm-hmm.
The witnesses would always say agape to each other. They would sign letters agape. They would use it as an evening greeting, leaving the meeting. So,
yes, I remember agape being used a lot.
New York, Agape Lodge.
Wait, say that again?
Another word for love?
Yes.
Yes.
The Crowley Lodge of the Ordo Templi Orientis in New York is the Agape Lodge.
Wow. Interesting.
Strange.
So I just think there might be
a
connection there somewhere in the universe, in New York, somehow.
I went to New York once. It was awesome.
It is. It truly is. It's great.
Last time I was in New York, there was this big, huge marshmallow walking down the street and lasers. And then all of a sudden, I yell, "I love this town!"
On the roof.
Who are you going to call? Ghostbusters, yes. That's a scene from Ghostbusters, the movie. That's great. In a sailor hat, like a little sailor outfit or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you know the movie I saw yesterday, and I liked one.
Oh, we're all talking at once. You go first, Pixie.
I watched two a second time. It had been restored, and it made sense.
Whoa. Did you just say number 3 is better than number 2?
To my
what is the
mind,
name?
But I watched the restored 2 yesterday.
Yeah.
And it was much better, the restored version. They added some dialogue back in, and it made sense. The number 2 version that I saw before, it was all cut to shreds. But after
I hated number 3.
I like number 3. But after when they're
I missed the name of the movie you're talking about.
They're explaining the workings of their business. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
I've been hanging out with you guys too much and unprocessing all my trauma. And I'm Godfather 2, intermission part, really listened to the dialogue, and I thought, many times I've said, you know those people in Crooklyn? It's kind of like that other club. Godfather 2, after the intermission, listen to where the characters go and what is going on. The one brother shuns the other brother and says, don't be in the house when I'm there. Don't even come to the funeral when I'm there. They have 2 nights of viewing for the dead mother because they can't even meet each other at the funeral.
Wow.
The shunning thing is in that dynamic of that club.
Okay. Fascinating.
I actually got to hang out with
and it's in the second half of that movie, and you look at the dynamic and you think, oh, holy bleep.
I think, did someone just say they have hung out with the mafia?
Yes, I hung out with a mobster once.
A mobster.
My town.
Did you whack anybody?
No, we almost got arrested. Actually, I take it back. One member of our party did get arrested.
Tell me it was not you.
No, it was not me. I have never been arrested. I have come close. Never as close.
Okay.
But yeah, my town, it's my town, when the feds were on Al Capone, he would come on vacations to my town here in Illinois. So
cool.
He would come,
cool.
Yeah, he would come to Streeter, Illinois, where I'm at. He would come here to vacation away from Chicago. And there's a lot of really strong ties between the mob in Chicago and here in town. Because it's a very small town, and we used to have a pretty up and coming. Like, we used to have a lot of celebrities visit. So.
Hey, do you know who got Capone's car?
No.
DR.
FDR, really?
Yeah.
Rutherford got it.
No, FDR got Capone's car. It was custom, and it was his car.
Cool.
Are you talking the head of the FBI?
No, the president during the Great Depression
Okay.
era.
Gotcha.
But
Okay.
Roosevelt, after Al Capone's car was seized, it was given to the president.
Wow.
Now, I could be wrong about that. It might be the same model and make, but I think I've heard the rumor that that's where he got the car.
Yeah, you could be right.
I kind of trust it now, so.
Well, it's late here. But I'm comfortable and warm. I have no complaints right now. I got my heat on.
I'm worried about the rest of the world not having heat this winter. I can tell you that. That's going to be a sign of the end times for some people.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Is there an expectation of not having heat this winter?
What?
Is there an expectation of not having heat in certain places this winter? I haven't heard.
In Europe, it's in Europe. Yes.
Okay, I have not heard this yet.
In
Okay.
Europe, they got all the gas from Russia.
They've already figured that Britain might have blackouts and not have heat, and it just sounds terrible. Just the consideration.
China is burning coal again
for
that specific reason. Yeah.
Okay. I've been having one of those weeks where I've been like tuning out of everything from my psyche. So yeah, I haven't caught wind of that at all.
Where I actually pay attention to news. Otherwise, I wouldn't know anything normally. I hate the news.
I don't even watch the news. I'm glad I don't have cable. I never turn on my radio. I go out of my way to avoid the news because it's all so negative, and I try to keep upbeat and positive.
I can never tell what news I can trust and what I can't.
That's becoming a problem. I work news business in my real life, and I'm a bit of a news environment, and it is getting difficult to find source material that's,
or a news source that's not biased in some way to some side of the political agenda.
Well, you kind of have to watch it all and then figure out what the heck is really going on.
Yeah, that's why I don't watch any of it.
Well, I'm not a sports person.
I love YouTube, though. I find YouTube to be the most interesting thing.
Me too.
I won't even trust our local news reporters for the sports section.
Oh wow!
Bad hours is around here.
What I should do is do that 1,000 card trick site. My card tricks are so lousy, and they should be better. So
you should definitely do that.
I should. I've got it tagged, and my coin works pretty good, but my cards could be better.
So Pixie, I'm sorry to interrupt. Pixie and Chad.
Cover of Mom magazine that aren't card guys. I mean, you guys are smart.
Coin work is amazing.
I can do a little coin work, but.
So Chad and Pixie, can you hear me? Yeah. So I just sent those the consolation things to you, so you can open them up and see what I was talking about. How it shows the flag and everything.
Oh yeah, that's crazy.
Isn't it? That's what I was thinking when I came across them. Like, what? Nuh-uh. So I had to.
It's so funny because there's no way that during my stint as a Jehovah's Witness that would be a publication.
Right. So in my mind, it's quite probable it could be a counterfeit, is what I'm thinking until I really look it over, because it just seems so wrong, as far as anything Watchtower. It looks very authentic.
Voted back in the day.
Yes, that's true. You did. That's true.
Okay.
See,
I don't know what
wanted to buy that.
I don't know what year the Supreme Court flag salute issue was. It would be in that book that I recommended to Brad, but I want to say that was in the 40s.
Probably.
So if a person was an international Bible student, they would still be voting. They would still have a flag. they had Christmas until 1923 or something, or 27. I think we should all dress up and do a Christmas of Downton Abbey, because we could do that as Bible students, even if we couldn't as witnesses. And we'll get that car and we'll all pile into that Cadillac and have some cake.
Well, I want that Cadillac.
I do too.
Cake sounds so good tonight.
All of us need one of those. And flapper outfits. We need to have the clothes that go with it, like the gentleman's suits with the little hat and the flapper outfits. I think those
kind of zoot suits.
Yeah.
You know, if you want to dress up, I think that would be fun. In 2014, the Vast Apostate Army did a Halloween special where they dressed up as like Gigi for GB was literally Charles Taze Russell. Okay, he dressed up as Charles Taze Russell. You know, so some of that, they did things for that holiday because it was the 100-year anniversary of, 1914, 2014.
Right.
It was kind of a big deal, but
it's 23. I think we should do 23 Skidoo, and we should all dress like flapper people and vintage Hollywood.
I say that sounds fun, and throw together whatever you got if you want to dress up. I think it would be fun.
Yeah.
I want it to be definitely fun and not triggering, but you know what? It's our show. I'm sure people get triggered. Sorry, people. I still love the Pimos.
I find these shows to be, they take some of the triggers away because we can laugh and discuss and all.
That's true. And that's the atmosphere that is my hope to create, that we can, this is what freedom looks like. This is what freedom looks like. And yes, we're still doing our healing. We're still doing our recovery. And at the same time,
Armageddon's not coming. I mean, we were happy as witnesses to say there is no hell. Well, Armageddon's not coming.
Correct. Any group that has this apocalyptic, it qualifies the Watchtower as being a literal doomsday cult. And there's so many groups that have that whole fear of a doomsday cult. And I know different people have different belief systems, but Armageddon is a piece of land. Google it.
Yes,
it's a piece of land.
Well, not
tradition.
We could have rough times. We could have some food shortages. We had some a few months back, and we could have hard days. But it's not like we thought it was going to be when we were kids. It could even be hard for a few weeks or something. But it's not worth going crazy about.
Right. So, and some people, Christians, do believe that yes, Armageddon's going to come. But let me put it in this context. It's not going to come tomorrow. So today and tomorrow, please live in it. Please enjoy it, rather than being in the fear that they want us to remain in, which keeps us stuck.
And if we're prepared for a disaster, we have to be in the present to do that.
True. And it's
a faith thing. That's a practical thing.
It is. Different parts of the world are known to have certain things. Where I'm at, it's earthquakes, okay? And so what's wise for me is to have a good pair of tennis shoes, because I might, need to be walking or something. So, and baby diapers make great Band-Aids, for injuries and stuff. So it's very wise to prepare for a disaster.
Yep. And I know me, because I'm, as a minister, one of my favorite things to teach is Bible prophecy. And
okay.
I've been talking with some ex-JWs lately about, like, the end times and stuff. And their whole idea of tribulation is something I find a lot even in Christian circles, because they can't identify a tribulation period and just normal tribulation. You know, we're going to have hard times in this life. Just because we're having a hard time doesn't mean it's the end of the world. So, I mean, you gotta prepare like going to live forever, but live like you're going to die tomorrow. You know?
This is from the pastor. I really like that, Chad. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I really like that.
My mind is like lightning. One quick flash of brilliance and then it's gone.
It shows up when needed, and I've been noticing that about you. It really does. It shows up when needed. It's pretty darn good that way. And, you know, I'm going to say goodnight now. We're coming up to the 6-hour point, and I can tell that my neurons are not connecting because I probably need to eat something, relax my brain. You know, sometimes if I'm somewhere and I get too much stimulation, my brain will be on overload. So I get a little bit of overload coming on, but it doesn't feel like I've let it go too far from too much talking or whatever. So I know my limits too, but I've loved every minute of tonight, being able to talk with you guys. It's been a lot of fun and a lot of laughs tonight. Diarrhea Mary Diarrhea was just, wow, just a flavor all her own. And yeah, that was pretty amazing. You know, Chad, thank you for showing up, and Brad and everybody else, Carrie. So Carrie, thank you for being concerned about the label thing. For me, I like to label things because it just helps me connect dots. It helps me to understand. That's the way my brain thinks. So I appreciate you being very protective and to not to make that suggestion to not accept labels as though it's your identity, because it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be at all. As a matter of fact, it's not. It's just labels for. I like to know the real name, especially because the organization example, shunning is Jehovah God's loving provision. That's what the organization called it. When in actuality, it's punishment, it's ostracism, it's horrible, and it's bad. You know, so getting the right definitions and what it's authentically called helps me to be in reality rather than the alternate reality of words meaning the opposites, things, and loaded language and all that stuff. So yeah, thank you so much, Carrie. And I just I look forward to this all week long. I really do. And tonight was just a really enjoyable night. Thank you, Pixie and Brad and Chad and
I really
Susan.
enjoyed the ad site way far away. That's always a thrill for me.
Say that again, what?
I said it's always a thrill for me that I can chat to someone like Brad who's so far away, and it's like he's right there. That, to me, it's magic.
Today's technology, we get to do this. So it's, amazing. So this is Apostle Babe Linda James, and our date, we started on Saturday the 9th of October 2022. So thank you, and I'm going to say goodnight, and I'm looking forward to next week.
I think, is this the 21st?
Right now we're into Sunday. Today is the 23rd on Sunday, but we started the show on Saturday, the 22nd. So there's that date. And again, I'm saying goodnight. I'm looking forward to next weekend, and I will talk to you soon next week. Bye-bye.
Sweet dreams.
Anybody else here?
welcome into the live 6 Screens conference calls. We thank you for joining in. To speak up and talk, press *6 on your telephone. When you are done talking, press *6 to mute yourself. Remember, when you are unmuted, your phone is a microphone and picks up on all noises in the background. We hope you enjoy the programs tonight. You will now be placed into the conference.
If you are the host, press star now. Otherwise, please wait and you will be joined into the conference. Muted.